Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the another amazing audiobook. Today, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing author of this novel. Their creativity, imagination, and hard work have brought us this incredible story that we all love and enjoy. Truly, their talent is inspiring, and we owe them so much for creating this wonderful world. If you love this novel as much as I do and want to support the author, please check out the link in the description. Supporting them helps ensure that they can continue to create more amazing stories for us to enjoy. And if you enjoy the audiobooks I create and want to support me, you can become a Patreon member. As a Patreon member, you'll not only support my work, but also get the chance to request novels that are freely available on the internet. Depending on your Patreon tier, I will work on creating an audiobook for your requested novel. So let's show our appreciation to the author and keep this amazing community growing. All the details you need are in the description below. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Chapter 51 Breakup. Monitoring Room. Ashin Shiba smiled slightly. Have you noticed? Xiaoanli, has the difficulty been increased? Isn't that what you said? The training of this guy, Itoshi Rin, and several others has been strengthened by about double. Only checked the data changes, but was surprised to find that these people who had been strengthened with training were still the same. The first batch to pass. Hui Xin tapped her fingers on the table. It seems there is still less. The potential of these people will be minimally improved in this kind of training room. Forget it, it's all past. Now, how many people have passed? Only looked at the information on the data and raised his eyebrows. 14 people. Simulation Training Room. Ye Liangqiu was almost fully recovered, so he went to the next level. In the dark passage, he recalled that the effect of the Demon King's eye seemed to be getting longer and longer with continuous use. It should now last 1.25 seconds. This is already an exaggerated speed. In a single confrontation with this ability, he has almost no reason to lose, unless others see through. That's the type he hates the most. People with extremely strong spatial awareness. Itoshi Rin. As soon as I entered the second level, there were not many people in the shrunken hall. Among them, Itoshi Rin seemed to have left. After all, he was not seen here. Instead, Ye Liangqiu noticed two familiar figures. King Rei and Shiro Nagise. Seeing the arrival of Ye Liangqiu, King Rei subconsciously protected Nagisa Shiro behind him, just like he was protecting a chicken. Hey, you guys are here too. Ye Liangqiu said hello, but his eyes looked at Nagisa Shiro behind King Rei. At this level, he knew that he needed to start selecting teammates. However, he has no interest in teaming up with these two people. Because he saw a better goal. King Rei. Nagi Saishiru's eyes seemed to be fixed on Ye Liangqiu, and he took a step forward. His surging curiosity could no longer be suppressed. Actually, we can form a team with him. This is also an idea I had before. Ah. Prince Ling showed an exaggerated expression. With him? Are you kidding? Nagi, have you forgotten what this guy did to us in the last game? I firmly disagree. Then I'll go. Nagi Saishiru's words were startling, but his expression was extremely calm. Ling Wang, I just feel that I have a strong curiosity about this guy now. I want to try to become his teammate. Who will it be? What a feeling. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. He always felt that he was being ignored, and he was already disliked and liked by the two people. Hey, you guys are having a good chat, but you don't consider my opinion. I didn't ask to be your teammate. Look, he said so. Prince Ling pointed at Ye Liangqiu and said, Nagi, you still want to follow him? Nagi Saishiru was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Ye Liangqiu. Join our team. I want to see if I would be interested in being in the same team as you. At this time, Ye Liangqiu narrowed his eyes and said, okay, but there is one more person I want to invite, but it seems there are too many people now. I'm afraid, you two have to separate. King Ling's expression changed drastically. He recalled Ye Liangqiu's words during the previous ball game. He is just a useless person, seems to have realized something. No, Nagi, you can't have contact with this guy. You. Don't wait for him to continue speaking. That's it. Nagisa Shiro said with a calm expression, then I join your team alone, is that okay? Prince Ray stepped forward and grabbed Nagisa Shiro's arm. His tone seemed to be trembling. What nonsense are you talking about? Nagi, you are on the same team as me, right? Why would you suddenly join this guy's team? Didn't we agree? You went to his team, what should I do? Who should I look for? Nagi Saishiru turned around. The calmness in his eyes was like that of a person without any emotion. He slowly said, Lord Ray, something more interesting to me has appeared now. I can't bury this feeling in my heart. I was curious, so I followed my heart. You taught me how to play football. I will also become the best in the world with you. But now I want to understand where that interest and curiosity came from that first made my heart beat so hard. So, I want to play with him and try hard. Prince Ling was silent, lowered his head slightly, gritted his teeth and said nothing. Ye Liangqiu looked at this scene. The reason why he chose Nagisa's hero was because this guy's strength was beyond doubt. But the reason why he did not invite these two people at the same time was because of Prince Ray. To be precise, he did not hate this guy. But he has a fatal flaw, that is, he has not yet understood that this selfish game does not require the mutual help of friends along the way. It's up to you. King Ling let go of his hand. Seeing this, Nagisa Shiro nodded without any reservations. Only Ye Liangqiu saw the ferocious face of Prince Ling under his long hair. Who should we look for next? Nagisa Shiro asked blankly, is it Kiyosei? That guy who was your teammate before and brought me a certain dangerous aura. No. Ye Liangqiu shook his head and looked at a little cutie in the corner. You are. The young man with blue hair and big bright eyes stared at the two people who suddenly came to the door in front of him, a little confused. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his hand, my name is Ye Liangqiu, and his name is Nagisa Shiro. He came to find you to become a teammate and enter the next level. My name is Bing Wayang. Yes, Ye Liangqiu has known about him for a long time. He has a vague idea of his strength. Although he has never played together, he clearly knows that Bing Jiang has the same potential as Jieshi. So, do we need to come together? Ice Jiang looked at Ye Liangqiu and Nagisa's hero in front of him, his brows furrowed. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he finally extended his hand. Okay, I'm glad to be on your team. He also saw that these two people were different from the others. Judging from the momentum of Ye Liangqiu and Nagisa Shiro, in fact, among so many people have been staring at the two of them, hoping to become their teammates. It shows that the strength must be good. But why they directly approached him as a teammate made Ice Weaver Sheep a little confused. Do they know him? Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly, let's go, let's enter the next level. Chapter 52 3 verses 3. When King Ling saw the three forming a team, he gritted his teeth and his eyes became extremely gloomy. Nagi, why do you do this to me? Do you really think that someone knows you better than me? He sat silently in the corner, like a wounded lone wolf, licking his wounds. However, the three people who entered the third level passage have begun to understand each other. Nagisa's hero, forget it, I'll call you Nagi. It's easier to pronounce. Ye Liangqiu said in a very familiar manner. Of course, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, Nagisa's hero was defeated in the last game. He was beaten as violently as King Ling. There's always something weird about teaming up now. Nagi Saishiru was indifferent. Why did you choose me? Bing Jiang looked at Ye Liangqiu, raised his brows, and asked with some confusion, there are many powerful people in the hall. It should be better to choose them than me. Why? Ye Liangqiu looked back at the Ice Weaver Sheep walking beside him, do you think it's more pleasing to you? Pleasant to the eyes? Bing Jiang was stunned on the spot. Ye Liangqiu waved his hand, just kidding, just kidding. I chose you simply because of your strength. I had the honor to watch a few games between you and others when I was outside. Besides, being able to get here shows that your strength is worthy of my recognition. Of course, if you can completely convince me, you still have to have a game. Bing Jiang's expression was a little stiff, and he didn't know what he was thinking of, but there was something wrong with the look in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Ye Liangqiu asked, Nagi, by the way, why did you give up King Ling to find the feeling you had at that time in me? That feeling of excitement. Nagi Saishiru's expression was calm. I actually don't know what it feels like, but this feeling is the first time in my life that I feel alive. No. It's like my body can't help but move. If you follow the explanation given to me by Prince Ling, it is curiosity. I'm very curious about you. Plus I'm now a little interested in football. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, and roughly understood that this guy seemed to have turned the original target of Jieshi on himself, which was reasonable. After all, in the last game, Team V tried their best and was still defeated. For this genius, he has just begun to like football and enjoy the thrill of that ball. Advertisement. This feeling is addictive. Were you opponents before? Iceweaver suddenly asked. He had always thought that Nagi Saishiru and Yabaraki were on the same team, but when he heard the two chatting, it seemed that the two were rivals in the last test. Nagi Saishiru nodded. Ye Liangqiu, you beat my team to pieces in the last game. That's why I followed him to the third level of testing. The corner of Hai Ziyang's mouth twitched. This guy really didn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. Even when he said the word failure, there was no tone. Nagi Saishiru was a robot, right? Instead, he looked at Ye Liangqiu. Being able to knock a team out, no matter how bad the opponent is, but since Nagisa Shiro was able to reach the third level, it means that the previous team was not weak, but they still lost. It's hard to imagine the strength of this guy Ye Liangqiu. With the light appearing not far away. Everyone walked into the testing hall of the third level. I saw that there were already 3 people waiting here. It was Itoshi Rin, Yixing Jubiai, and Shiji Qingji. Apart from the 3 of them, there was no one else. Apparently, they were the second group to arrive at this place. Ye Liangqiu's eyes met Itoshi Rin's eyes in an instant. He stood up as if he had a telepathic connection, and was about to speak out the words. The screen turned on at this moment. Ashin Shiba's figure appeared inside. This is the third level of the third test, a 3-on-3 football match. As long as one of the 2 teams can score 5 points, it will advance successfully. As for the promoted teams, they still have a right. It's about picking a player from the loser's team and putting him on your team. That is, snatching the players. Until you form a team of 5, you can reach the 5th level. This counts as passing the third test. As he spoke, he took a sip of the brewed coffee and said, after a teammate is selected from the losing team, they will automatically return to the previous level and enter the loser group, which means they will continue to snatch teammates until only one teammate is left. The next person will be eliminated. These are all the rules for the third test. I would like to remind you that it is up to you to choose the team. You are also free to compete with that team. Advertisement. The competition can only be established if both parties agree. Do you understand? Bing Jiang touched his chin. That means the 3 people in front of us don't have to make a choice. We can wait for the others to come here while we make a decision. Ashin Shiba continued, in order to let you better select your teammates and let you know the gap in strength, we are now announcing the new rankings. Of course this time it's not a fake ranking. Ye Liangqiu looked at his ranking too. And the rankings of others are also revealed. Itoshi Rin is actually still number 1. So this ranking is based on the results of the previous test, not the previous goals. Ashin Shiba continued, the people who can stand here now are all people who can turn 0 into 1. The collision and running in between the strong and the strong can further let you experience the cruelty on the court. As for which team can emerge the fastest, I'm very much looking forward to your performance. The screen turns off. The atmosphere in the entire hall became tense again. Bing Jiang took a look at the rankings of Ito Shiren and the others. They were 1, 3, and 4. There is no doubt that these 3 people are the strongest among all the teams. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu's ranking. 2. Sure enough, it was similar to what he had guessed. This guy's strength was also a monster among monsters. Nagi Saishiru nodded. To put it simply, as long as we can rob the team to 5 people, we will pass the level. This condition is not difficult. But, if the subsequent testing will be conducted as a competition, we must snatch strong teammates. That's right. Ye Liangqiu looked at Itoshi Rin. If you just beat the weak team, then this test is meaningless. If you want to challenge the strongest. Nagi, Hayuori, what do you think? Nagisa Shiro nodded. I think so too. Seeing the 2 people's unanimous opinions, Iceweaver Sheep sighed helplessly. Sure enough, teaming up with monsters was exhausting. However, he was also interested. The auras exuding from these two teammates are similar to that person. Chapter 53. Who are you looking down on? Mainly, Ye Liangqiu still wanted to attack this arrogant Itoshi Rin. Of course, Ishi Rin is not weak in strength, this is an unchangeable fact. The reason why I chose Ice Weaver is because Jieshi and Urtzi, as well as this damned Sundara, all have this skill. They must have some countermeasures, otherwise they have such perverted overlooking abilities. It will only be uncomfortable to play football on the field by yourself. However, this does not mean that Ye Liangqiu will lose. His current improvements in almost all aspects have reached professional standards. For these people who have just touched the professional threshold, it is still a dimensionality reduction blow. Ito Shiren had already stood up before. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with a dead fish face, want to compete. The two had already met once before. Obviously, everyone has this plan. Ye Liangqiu took a step forward. I'm very happy, just so I can see how big the gap is between you as the number 1 and me as the number 2. The eyes under the long hair of the ants are also looking at Ye Liangqiu's ranking. Second. He glanced at Haiyu Ziyang and Nagi C's hero again, and they suddenly showed disappointed expressions. I thought it was 2nd, 5th, 6th. I didn't expect to be so far behind in the rankings. It feels so cool to beat you. As he said that, he paused and looked at Ye Liangqiu. But if I win against you, I should be considered cool. Chow, it should mean fashionable. Nagisa Shiro looked calm. They are all a bunch of weirdos. Bing Jiang muttered quietly. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. The figures inside were familiar to Ye Liangqiu. Jieshi, Feng Luo, and Ma Lang actually walked out of it. Even Ye Liangqiu was a little confused that these three people could become a team. Horse Wolf. How could it be him? According to his prediction, Kyosei would wait for the national god or Chikiri after he selected Nagi Saishiro, but now it turns out to be Ma Lang, the king of the court. It can be said that enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. After Ma Lang saw Ye Liangqiu's face, although his expression was a little calm, he could clearly see the veins on his neck and forehead. Qiu, as expected you are here. Feng Lu pounced directly on Ye Liangqiu. Why did you run away without waiting for me? There seemed to be a little blame in his tone, but it was more of a fighting spirit than a complaint. Ye Liangqiu clearly felt that Feng Lu was here to challenge him, so he skillfully pulled him down. Advertisement. Okay, I won't wait for you. Don't I want you to challenge me? You should all know the rules now, which is to steal teammates. But now, I'm afraid it won't work. We've already committed to another team. Jieshi looked at Itoshi Rin. This guy was the first person to enter the hall before. He took another look at his ranking, and he felt bad. Number 1. And he looked at Ye Liangqiu's ranking, 2nd. A competition between a first and a second. Although he was not the one playing, the smell of gunpowder made his blood boil. Okay. Feng Lu sighed, looking at Bingji Sheep. A memory seemed to flash in his head. It turns out it's you. That's no wonder. Iceweaver Sheep is a little confused. Feng Lu shrugged. Qiu, then I'm waiting to snatch you back. Wait for me at the next level. His words seemed to have confirmed that Ye Liangqiu could not lose. For a time, the smell of gunpowder became even stronger. If Jieshi hadn't quickly blocked his mouth, Itoshi Rin's eyes would have killed them thousands of times. Ma Lang stood aside and said nothing, looking at Ye Liangqiu with cruel eyes. Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, Don't look at me, the subjugated king. You have already experienced the taste of failure, and the next game has just begun. Hayuri, Nagi, let's go. It's time to go meet them for a while. Ito Shiren snorted coldly and walked towards the passage. The first game of snatching teammates is about to begin. On the other side, in the monitoring room, Huishin Shiba's smile became increasingly weird. The strongest players have already started the first round of competition. This has just begun. How interesting a game will you bring me? Ye Liangqiu, Ishi Rin, two extreme egoists. Advertisement. The game has not yet started. The radio is constantly chanting the rules. Iceweaver Sheep asked, What are your weapons? In other words, what are your characteristics? Don't we need to assign tactics? After all, the game started out of nowhere. This game is also about going to the next level, so it is necessary to understand the weapons of your teammates before starting. The moment Ye Liangqiu stood on the court, his whole body seemed to have changed. He looked at the three people opposite him as if he had caught a prey. Kick, you will know. In this game, when it comes to tactics, there are none. After all, there are only three people. No matter how precise your tactics are, it also requires personal strength. So, take advantage of the only chance you have to score a goal. At this time, when the opposite person saw the aura coming out of Ye Liangqiu's body, except Ito Shiren who was still so calm, the other two people had also frowned. It's so scary, so scary. What if I lose? No, no. Shiguang whispered, not knowing what he was talking about. Yanxing looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, sure enough, there are still damp people. It's this kind of smell. Shut up, everyone. Ito Shiren's eyes were cold, the game has begun. The moment he heard the whistle, Ito Shiren's eyes suddenly changed, and his body subconsciously moved a few steps in one direction. However, in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, these afterimages were like turtles moving. There was a bang sound. Before anyone could react, Ye Liangqiu had already kicked the ball out. No one reacted to this heavy artillery blow. The ball flew past Itoshi Rin's body and into the goal. The pupils of Bing Jiyang shrank violently. Who would have thought that this guy would actually volley with great force, and wouldn't he be afraid that the ball would be blocked? At this moment, the scarlet light in Ye Liangqiu's pupils seemed to be swallowing up everyone. He calmly watched Ito Shiren and slowly said, who are you looking down on? Are you so arrogant? Do you think you are the strongest with this blue lock? Sorry, maybe not now. The little boy who only makes his brother cry. Chapter 54 The Caged Bird. The air seems to be frozen. The veins on Itoshi Rin's cheeks bulged, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to be real. It seemed that he was completely angry just because of these words. Very good, very good. Your name is Ye Liangqiu. From now on, I will crush you. Really? Ye Liangqiu showed no sign of weakness, and the scarlet in his pupils became stronger and stronger. Then it depends on whether I crush you or you defeat me. F****************** G arrogant. See the exchange of greetings between the two. Bing Jiyang was still immersed in the ball just now, and the world he saw was different from others. He obviously noticed. The moment Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball, no one reacted, but Itoshi Rin did, and he subconsciously wanted to block the ball. Unfortunately, Ye Liangqiu seemed to have noticed it too. So the ball path was changed. In other words, in just a moment, the reactions and actions of the two people, no one present thought or observed it. This is the first head-to-head confrontation between the two of them. Ye Liangqiu won the first game. Are they all gods? Bing Jiyang couldn't help but murmured twice, thinking that he would definitely not be able to kick a ball like Ye Liangqiu. The most important thing is that he is not that courageous yet. He actually shot straight from the start. His cute eyes couldn't help but look at Ye Liangqiu, who was still exchanging greetings with Itoshi Rin. This guy is really ridiculously strong. However, soon the whistle sounded again. The ball came into the hands of Itoshi Rin. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with disdain, as if he controlled the entire court. The next moment he was moving, dribbling the ball directly towards Ye Liangqiu, as if facing a head-on confrontation. In just the next second, he passed the ball to Shi, who was about to confront Hing Ji on the left. Haiyuzi has not yet reacted. After receiving the ball, Guang Guang muttered something in his mouth, and drove the ball directly towards Bing Ji. Haiyuori wants to use an arm block. But the moment it touched Shiguang's body, it was like touching a stone. There was a bang sound. Hing Ji was directly shaken away by the strong force and almost fell to the ground. He looked at Shi, who was running with the ball, a little confused. This guy, his body is so heavy, like a ball of water. There's no way to stop it. Advertisement. Ito Shiren sneered, and directly relied on his dexterous movement to pass over Ye Liangqiu. Everything was within his exquisite budget, and he clearly knew how powerful Time was physically. Facing anyone, I am afraid it will be difficult to break through his defense line or stop his attack. What's more, this is a three-person competition venue. Maximize the advantage of Time. With him cutting into the infield, This ball. Suddenly, his thoughts were broken. Ye Liangqiu's eyes that exuded a dangerous aura stared straight at Itoshi Rin. Hey, you damned tsundere, you don't want to enter the penalty area and receive this pass, do you? I'm afraid your idea has failed. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu also roughly understood what was going on in this guy's mind. After all, if his team encountered such a physical monster on the opposite side, he might be the only one who could deal with time. But, he also figured out a little bit of what was going on in the head of this arrogant Ito Shiren. In an instant, after images appeared on everyone in front of Ye Liangqiu, including Itoshi Rin, who was trying to get rid of him with small movements. Ye Liangqiu grinned. It didn't matter who scored the goal, he was going to fight this arrogant person today. Looking down at the entire field, or anticipating where the ball will land. The premise of all shots is whether the person can reach the place where the ball lands. However, although my demon king's eye cannot look down on the movements of everyone in the audience, it can deal with a person alone, as long as he is targeted. Unless you can use your excellent physical fitness and skills to beat yourself head-on. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape. Ye Liangqiu's whisper sounded in Ito Shiren's ears. Do you know what a caged bird is? At this moment, you can't move even an inch. Don't tell me other people passed the ball to you. Even if you catch the pass, you can't escape my grasp. Damn it. The violent aura in Ito Shiren's pupils became more and more turbulent. He tried his best, but he couldn't break through Ye Liangqiu's defense. Why couldn't he be deceived? Could this guy's eyes be able to predict his own actions? At this moment, he wanted to tear Ye Liangqiu into pieces. And here when two people who love each other confront each other. On the other side, Iceweaver Sheep had already reacted and quickly returned to defense. Ansei and Nagi Saishiru also rushed towards time. In terms of speed alone, the two are equally matched. At that moment when time shoots, Nagi Saishiru stretched out his foot first and kicked the ball away. Ah. Screwed up. Shiguang was still muttering, but his eyes were fixed on the flying ball. Advertisement. At the same time, Yanxing grinned. Look, this is the most gorgeous goal that's coming. Taking advantage of the moment when Nagi Saishiru's body was unable to maintain balance because of the kick, the next moment, he rushed out. Just catch the ball bouncing off the wall. In front of everyone's eyes, Yanxing made a movement of turning around. The moment the ball is approaching. Just listen to a bang sound. A gorgeous powerful volley. The arc of the ball was just right and it rushed into the goal. Yanxing jumped up excitedly. Gorgeous, perfect. I am the strongest. Haiyu Ziyang and Nagi Saishiru also stopped in front of the goal, wiping the sweat from their faces. It had obviously only started less than 10 minutes ago. Their physical energy was actually consumed faster than usual during games. Iceweaver Sheep could feel his heart beating faster and faster. Was he excited because he was with these monsters? You can see it in his sight. These people here are terrible monsters. At this time, Nagi Saishiru patted Hiyori's shoulder to bring him back from his thoughts. That guy's body is so flexible. But, I should be able to do it to this extent. Smiley face a ice-weaving sheep. Itoshi Rin snorted coldly. It was originally his perfect shot, but he didn't expect to be stopped by this red-eyed devil. His mood was getting worse and worse at the moment. As soon as I see Ye Liangqiu's face, I want to step on it. Ye Liangqiu also sneered and looked at his back. See if your prediction is good. It's still my ability to see the future. Give it a try. The game has just begun. Haiyu Ziyang touched his chin and kept observing Ye Liangqiu and Nagi Saishiru with his big eyes. He needed to integrate into this team. He has now become a flaw in this team. If he cannot integrate, you will be worthless. Even if he loses to this group of monsters on the opposite side, I'm afraid he won't be selected. Moreover, if the breakthrough point is on oneself, the opponent's target will definitely be directed at oneself. Just like Wu, it stares closely at a weakness and slowly destroys it. It seems that Haiyu has discovered the configuration of the teams on both sides. Although it is not clear why Qiubao chose him, he seemed to have mentioned in his heart before that this guy has the same spatial perception ability as Jiabao. His role will not be small. Don't listen, stocks will soar. Shut up, Qiugu, who is upstairs, is stable so far, and will soon suppress those traitors who are turning against Qiu Fu. Chapter 55, Your arrogance makes me feel sick. The barrage was extremely noisy. As the third game begins, the aura on Ye Liangqiu's body became more and more terrifying. He looked at the ball at his feet and smiled. Perhaps for Ito Shiren, the arrogance in his eyes just made everyone present feel like a half-hearted person, but this arrogance it will also cause Itoshi Rin to be dragged into the abyss that has been buried for a long time. Hee, let me train you, a tsundere who can only cry. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu's eyes narrowed and he quickly started running with the ball. Ishi Rin stared at his figure and ran forward. He knew that perhaps the only person on the field who was threatening to him was this guy in front of him. But with the ability to perceive space, I have an extremely broad field of vision. Unfortunately, all prerequisites require the collection of information. Just as Ye Liangqiu was thinking, this extremely arrogant Itoshi Rin never cared about the strength of other people in Blue Lock. He had absolute confidence and used his strength to crush other people and join Team Z with himself. Same, weak people don't need to care. However, Ye Liangqiu was not what he had in mind. From the collision just now, he already knew that this person needed to be taken seriously. However, as Ye Liangqiu kept approaching, Itoshi Rin's eyes were looking at Haya Ziyang and Nagi Sishiro, and his mind was constantly thinking about who would pass this guy to. At this time, Ye Liangqiu said directly, "You arrogant child, you are not thinking that I will shrink back when I see your defense, right? I'm going to crush you here." In just a short moment, he had arrived in front of Ito Shiren. Nagi Sishiro stopped and said, "Time is moving in the direction of the two of them." In the unguarded corner, Bing Wayang was like a shadow, already entering the penalty area. His eyes were full of desire, as if he was sending an extremely dangerous signal. As long as Ye Liangqiu passed the ball to him, he could score. Itoshi Rin seemed to have discovered that this cute little Haiori was running without the ball and came into the penalty area. But at this moment, for some reason, his brain was telling him to keep an eye on Ye Liangqiu. This guy's goal-scoring aura was the strongest on the field. Ye Liangqiu can't pass the ball. Advertisement. It's impossible to pass the ball, this guy wants to have a duel with him head-on. Itoshi Rin stretched out his hand to block Ye Liangqiu's right side, giving him a great sense of oppression. He pressed his hand on Ye Liangqiu's chest, trying to slow him down. However, it was like he was holding a ferocious beast, and his own speed was also increased. Time is on Ye Liangqiu's left side, constantly looking for opportunities to steal the ball. While running, Ye Liangqiu's voice reached Itoshi Rin's ears. "Itoshi Rin, sometimes I have to admire you, such an arrogant person, for being able to do this in order to chase after a brother who abandoned you. But your arrogance makes me feel sick. What does it mean to chase your brother? It's better to say that I want to completely break this false friendship." "Shut up." Itoshi Rin's eyes were blazing, and he stretched out his legs to try to kick the ball away. However, although Ye Liangqiu looked tall, his ball control skills and the stability of the bottom plate were excellent, and he always controlled the ball within a certain area around the feet. Unless someone is hard. Just like this moment, when he saw the opportunity, he rushed forward and wanted to steal the ball. But he found a hand blocking his face. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his two arms to block the two of them tightly. His sight was also wider than ever at this moment. "Do you know, Hell Fisherman? What I'm waiting for is the moment when you come up and grab the ball." Shi Guang's expression was a little sluggish. His own strength couldn't break through Ye Liangqiu. Itoshi Rin's pupils contracted. In this extremely unbalanced state, this guy, does he want to shoot? Are you kidding me? At the same time, while fighting against two people, his mind is actually on shooting instead of passing the ball. Bing Jiyang is also rushing towards the goal. He seems to be able to smell the shot. It's right here. Yes, it's right here. Ye Liangqiu, you will pass it to me, right? But when he turned to look at Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes, his whole brain froze for a second. Ye Liangqiu is like an evil ghost, dragging Time and Itoshi Rin forward. His legs were wrapped around bones, as if to prevent him from kicking the ball. This. Bing Jiyang suddenly couldn't smell the shot. At this time, Ito Shiren also noticed an extreme danger, which came from Ye Liangqiu, and saw him raising his left foot. Advertisement. Boom. The ball flew out in an extremely tricky arc. World wave. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose, like an evil ghost that has successfully preyed, compared to you guys who are born with a sense of ball and have the potential to become the best in the world. Sometimes, some of my strengths will become your puppets because of your weapons. But since I came to this blue lock, I have discovered that the world is not what I imagined. People are always human. Everyone will have a moment to think for a short time, and I will not give you time to think. Because I am strong in the field of shooting. Enough to crush everyone in blue lock. Be happy. This is a feast of extreme pleasure. Itoshi Rin's pupils contracted violently. This red-eyed freak is actually a bipedal. Xuanli football can be said to be a weapon in the world. It also has extremely terrifying suppressive power on the court, especially the shooting range of the penalty area. Xuanli football players are like equipped with 2 cannons. The score came to 1-2. It's so scary. Shi Guang held his chin in his hands, showing a timid state. Shut up. Ito Shiren covered his forehead with his hand and raised a strand of hair. A dark flame seemed to burn in his green eyes. For some reason, his heart seemed to start beating violently for a long time, a bunch of ignorant trash. Losing means death. But I won't let my life be in other people's hands. This is a fight until the blood is drained. Feast. Then I want to see your feast or my home and banquet. Bing Jiang walked up to Ye Liangqiu, praised him, and then asked, actually, you could have scored if you passed the ball to me just now. There is no need to take such a big risk. Ye Liangqiu's boiling blood seemed to calm down. He looked at Bing Weiship and grinned, risk. I don't care about risks. Even with huge risks, I also have the opportunity to enjoy the attention of the world. On the field, the one who scores the goal is the most dazzling. Chapter 56 Blood is flowing upstream. Huixing Shiba has been paying attention to this game. Regarding the configuration of the players on both sides, the quality of the game here may be the best in the entire prison. The corner of his mouth curled up. Yes, these are the rules of Blue Lock. Self-interest, the ultimate egoist. Only by scoring goals can you enjoy the attention of the world. Only on the side rolled his eyes helplessly. By the way, Mr. Huixing, your instant noodles will get cold if you don't eat them. Huixing laughed, picked up the cold noodles and started eating. The game continues. The atmosphere on the field has been completely stirred up by these two people, and the strong smell of gunpowder and blood seems to be wafting at the tip of the nose. Two troublesome guys. Nagisa Shiro's expression was a little calm, and he looked at Ye Liangqiu. The kick just now was indeed very difficult. It was originally just a 3-on-3 game. As a result, this guy used his violent kicking skills to break open a hole. Undoubtedly, the opponent must have a headache now. Ice Jiang also looked at Itoshi Rin. Even so, the person on the other side didn't seem to intend to overturn the situation and discuss tactics. Is this why Ye Liangqiu said Itoshi Rin was arrogant? The arrogance in his bones made him disdain others to discuss football tactics. Even if you might lose. No. Maybe in his eyes he can't lose. Although Shige and Yixing noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere, if their team wanted to integrate together, Itoshi Rin would need to lead all of this. Unfortunately, he didn't take anyone seriously at all. There's something wrong with my brain. Yensheng couldn't help but complain. As the whistle blows. The fourth ball is about to begin. The kicker was Itoshi Rin. After the first 3 rounds of confrontation, he had already formed a complete goal route in his mind. This route was also specifically aimed at Ye Liangqiu. The next moment, he ran with the ball towards the ice weaver. Ye Liangqiu sneered. Although he didn't know what was going on in this guy's head, he knew that Ice Weaver Sheep was the breakthrough point for the entire team, so Ito Shiren would definitely show his hand from this place. Advertisement. Seeing Itoshi Rin's movement. Time's reaction was not slow and he rushed directly in front of Ye Liangqiu. His physical fitness was extremely good. Even if Ye Liangqiu collided with him, he was still able to keep his footplate stable and reach out to stop Ye Liangqiu. Damn it, are you trying to contain me? Ye Liangqiu understood the purpose and looked at the Ice Weaver Sheep and Ito Master Rin who were about to confront each other. Both of them moved as close to the ball as possible without giving the other side a chance. Itoshi Rin sneered disdainfully, "You are the flaw in his team." As long as he passes you, this game will be over. Bing Jiyang didn't hear his disturbing words at all, her eyes were fixed on the movements of his body. This man moves so fast. Skilled skills, next step, what will he do? Ishi Rin's face was expressionless, and the indifference in his eyes seemed to tear the person in front of him into pieces. Your vision is too narrow. The next moment, he suddenly stopped. There was a bang sound. The ball flew directly to the penalty area with a high-altitude pass. Ice Weaver instantly looked back at the penalty area. In that direction, Nagisa Shiro and Yisheng were confronting each other. The two physically refused to give in to each other and saw the flying ball. Nagisa Shiro wanted to jump high into the sky. However, in the next second, Yisheng's thick arm used Nagisa Shiro as a pressing board. He charged up with force, and his long black hair rushed high into the sky like a disheveled ghost, and he quickly launched another header. There was a bang sound. The ball goes into the net and scores. Yansheng landed in a matter-of-fact manner. Master, it's really too trendy, but this high-altitude pass is also very trendy. Nagisa Shiro also looked a little surprised. This person's jumping height is actually so high. The score returned to equality at 2-2. Ito Shiren looked at Ye Liangqiu provocatively, as if to say, did you see it? Knock you out easily. However, this ball gave Ye Liangqiu a different reaction. At this moment, he gradually calmed down. What the Demon King's eye is most afraid of is the kind of person who can see the entire court, although he can defeat the opponent's team with his personal ability. Advertisement. But all it takes is contact with the ball. Without the ball, everything is in vain. But Itoshi Rin seems to already know this weakness of his, so he would rather take huge risks and try to pass the ball at a tricky angle instead of scoring a goal himself. It seems that he is still afraid in his heart. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ishi Rin with an increasingly aggressive look. Although I resist disgusting guys like you in my heart, if you can become my teammate on the court, maybe my probability of scoring goals will be greatly improved. Sure enough, the ability to perceive space is a weapon that serves me. You're so arrogant, I want you to be my slave. Let you be willing to be my shadow and pass the ball for me. At this time, Bing Jiyang walked back to his station. He was a little frustrated and said, sorry, I didn't stop him. I didn't expect this guy to pass the ball directly. After all, neither side understands the other's weapons. In the first few balls, both sides were testing each other. Looking at the bowed head of the Ice Weaver sheep in front of him, Ye Liangqiu put his palm directly on his furry head, but the scarlet look in his eyes made the hairs stand on end. No need to apologize, do you see clearly? His eyes, his movements. Itoshi Rin has the same weapon as you, but his skills are better than yours. Hayuzi, your weapon is not weak, but if you just want to be a coward on this bloody battlefield, then all that awaits you is death. Understand? Bing Jiyang looked at Ye Liangqiu's eyes, a little timid, but nodded, I understand. Ye Liangqiu was silent. It seems that the current Ice Weaver sheep has not yet awakened. At least in his opinion, after these few games, this guy is a marginal figure and has no effect at all. Compared with the opponent, a chemical reaction has begun to occur. My family seems to be more divided. If this continues, you may lose. This was also the first time he felt threatened when he came to Blue Lock, and the source of the threat was Itoshi Rin. Returning to his position, Ye Liangqiu covered his heart with his hand, looked up at the scoreboard, and murmured in a low voice. The fire burning in his eyes became more and more turbulent, the heart is beating faster and faster, and the blood seems to be beating faster and faster. Swimming against the current. The happy mood seems to be improving. Then let me crush your hopes. Chapter 57 Taking the Bait. This time the Ice Weaver kicked off. He recalled Ye Liangqiu's words just now. Itoshi Rin is a person who has the same weapon as him, which means spatial perception. Although he didn't see it in the confrontation just now, he can also know that Itoshi Rin's skills are very good. Good. The ant's jumping ability and body flexibility are exaggerated. The last thing is time. Although this guy didn't make any outstanding moves, he was able to compete with Ye Liangqiu in terms of strength, and when he grabbed the ball in the third game. This guy's instinctive reaction was very strong. All the information was now being put together into pictures in Bing Jiyang's mind. The route of the goal seems to have been determined. Ice Weaver opened his eyes and looked at the opponent's goal. Here, all I can do is have a wonderful showdown with these monsters. If Wu is here, he should have the same idea as me. Ito Shiren seemed to have sensed a hint of danger and raised his brows. Here comes another one. At this time, Hayuzi Yang seemed to hear Nagi Saishiro's voice. Football is really interesting. Ye Liangqiu, you seem to be right. There are many geniuses in this world, but there are even more geniuses. A powerful genius. Thanks to you, Ye Liangqiu. Next, I will make it more interesting. As the whistle blows, Bing Jiyang played with the football, thinking about how to score a goal. His eyes were watching everything on the field, including the movements of his teammates. He clearly knew that there was an absolutely powerful humanoid weapon on his side. As long as he is given a little chance, Ye Liangqiu cannot lose the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. Then this game is simple and clear. As long as Ye Liangqiu creates a shooting opportunity, then the goal will be scored. Itoshi Rin sneered. Of course he also knew what others could know. The most dangerous person on the field was Ye Liangqiu. Sometimes the roles between hunter and prey could be interchanged at any time. Sure enough, seeing these players with space-aware weapons, I can think of one thing, that is, Qiubao is truly a harvester of space players. I'm joking upstairs, don't think about it. In Blue Lock, our Qiubao has players with world-class talents as teammates or opponents in almost every game. I'm afraid the only one who knows them best is this one. A court demon. After all, these players are born to be his nemesis. But if they become his teammates, which one will not subconsciously regard him as the team's main offense? The scoring ability must be my Qiubao. Advertisement. The barrage discussion is a joy. The movements of everyone on the court are ever-changing. Ice Jiyang confronted Ito Master Rin once, and the two refused to give in to each other. At this time, Nagi Cease Hero, who had been left open, rushed out. He hooked the ball away with one kick, left the confrontation between the two with extreme flexibility, and then quickly rushed to the penalty area. The ants were also quickly attacking in his direction. Nagisa Shiro's eyes were calm. I have seen through you. You can't stop me. Yixing stretched his arms and pressed against Nagi Saishiro's body, slowing him down. I only need to stop you for a moment. I saw Ishi Rin and Bing Jiyang rushing over. Damn it, you idiot, can you get out of here? Ye Liangqiu's eyes almost overflowed with murderous intent. At this time, time was like a blood-sucking insect clinging to his body, constantly hindering his progress. No, no. If I let you go, everyone will say that I am useless. Sure, Liangqiu's constant muttering made Ye Liangqiu feel bored. If he hadn't been afraid of getting a red card, he would have punched him. However, at this time, Nagisa Shiro was extremely calm. He can clearly see the goal path, but this path is full of uncertainty. At the moment when he hesitated, Yixing's slender thighs tried to penetrate Nagi Saishiro's crotch to kick the ball away, but the two of them were about the same height, and his advantage in legs and feet was almost flattened. I feel the breath of inspiration. Suddenly, Nagi Saishiro looked at the ice-weaving sheep. At some point, when Itoshi Rin was running and unable to watch the movement behind him, he took the first step towards the restricted area. Does he think he will pass the ball? Itoshi Rin seemed to notice Nagi Saishiro's eyes and understood everything immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. There was a bang sound. As if in response to the previous game, Cease Hero Nagi threw a high pass into the penalty area. Advertisement. Iceweaver Sheep looked at the ball flying towards him and smiled, but suddenly his body froze, and he seemed to feel waves of terrifying aura coming from behind him. There seemed to be a dark fire in Ito Shiren's pupils. Do you really think I didn't see it? I know everything you can see. All of this is to lure you into taking the bait. Suddenly, Bing's Hyang's stunned expression disappeared, and he looked like he was succeeding. His eyes became extremely sharp. Took the bait. Who took the bait? Itoshi Rin, you are not the only one who has control over the trends on the court. That's right, the Demon King who has been restless for a long time. I saw Bingji predicting the trajectory of the ball in advance, and lightly kicked it to the left, and the ball drew an arc in the air. At the same time, a figure that seemed to rush out of hell had already arrived in front of the ball. The moment before the ball hits the ground, there was a loud boom. There was a sound as if the ball was about to be kicked and exploded, and the football was distorted. The speed was so fast that even the auxiliary goalkeeper did not react and the shot was successful. Ye Liangqiu stood there with his arms open but revealed a terrifying smile. Itoshi Rin was already confused. Wasn't he blocked? Why does it suddenly appear here? At this time came here gasping for breath. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ito Shiren and slowly said, "Stop it. You're so arrogant, do you think I don't know what you think? Isn't it too naive to rely on time to stop me? Use your pig brain and think about it carefully. In the face of absolute strength, all your calculations and predictions are just guesses. In the face of reality, they are all bubbles that I can crush at will." Only Ansei and Nagisa Shiro, who were moving towards the goal the whole time, saw everything. The explosive power and speed increased to a new level in an instant. The moment everyone was staring at the ball, Ye Liangqiu had already escaped from the control of time. He was approaching the goal as fast as lightning, as if he smelled the smell of goals. This monster is more fashionable than me. Chapter 58, Flirting. Ito Shiren glanced at the time and roughly understood the situation. Ye Liangqiu's speed was far from being as slow as he imagined. Instead, it was ridiculously fast. Perhaps it was a flaw that was deliberately exposed, so he didn't have any additional information. Under the premise, he was finally fooled. But the most important thing is not Ye Liangqiu's goal, but the blue-haired men in front of him. He had already predicted the movement of the entire field from the beginning. Relying on Ye Liangqiu's destructive power on the field, even he misjudged it, but this guy sensed it. Is it intuition? Or luck? The veins on Ito Shiren's cheeks bulged. Every one of them makes me feel sick. At this time, the score came to 2-3. Ishi Rin closed his eyes, as if feeling the movements of the entire stadium. I probably understand. It turns out that this is what happened. Luck and intuition finally cooperate with execution. Luck ball? Maybe not. Are you praying to heaven? Yan Qing glanced at the countdown screen and saw that Ito Shiren still had his eyes closed and couldn't help but ask. Just the next second, Ito Shiren opened his eyes, exuding an extremely cold aura. "Shut up, you can just be a tool in this game. I kind of understand how to kick. This is the first time I have entered this state after Itoshi Sae, and it is also the first time I want to completely tear someone into pieces. Red-eyed freak, defeat you." The aura he exuded in an instant made everyone stunned. The smile on the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth became more and more weird. If a group of people fighting alone gradually become one person's puppet, then this game will be much more interesting. What everyone has shown so far is their own power. That is, the power of a single individual. As for linkage. When you are strong enough, the so-called linkage is like playing house. Ye Liangqiu understands it, and naturally Shi Rin also understands it. But the chemical reaction between Ice Weaver and Ye Liangqiu just now made Shi Rin understand it. If this continues, the rhythm on the court will be completely off track. You can't win like this. As the whistle blows, Ishi Rin raised his left foot, and others thought he was going to pass the ball. However, in the slow-motion afterimage of Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eye, he had already captured a different meaning. This damned Sundara wants to shoot. Advertisement. Start at 0 frame and shoot directly. Sorry, I can see it. Ye Liangqiu's body reacted in an instant, and he took a step back, but did not start running, because he saw Itoshi Rin's pupils shrinking slightly, and pressed his foot on the football again. His action was obvious to other people. It's very abnormal. But it was very inconsistent in front of me. Lie to me. The two of them took a step back, then took back their foot in preparation for shooting. Very tacit understanding. Ha, have you discovered it? I feel that Itoshi Rin must have discovered that Qiubao's eyes are rulers. He must have been thinking about shooting directly, but he saw Qiubao taking a step back and was frightened. Others may not have seen the game between the two, but those of us know that these two guys have already started a psychological game the moment the whistle blows. It depends on who reacts slower. However, it is obvious that both sides clearly know the other's intentions. No matter, stocks are soaring. You fart. Itoshi Rin cursed secretly, as if he noticed something unusual, and immediately started running with the ball. After a head-on confrontation with Ye Liangqiu, he knew clearly that this red-eyed freak's physique was as good as time, and even slightly stronger, is the purpose of hiding your strength before just to give yourself a surprise. This guy has too many hidden weapons. The information surface is incomplete, and there is almost no way to ensure the best goal-scoring route. At this moment, a figure had already arrived in front of him, and the thoughts in Ito Shiren's head suddenly stopped. Ye Liangqiu had already arrived in front of him, looking at him with those red eyes that looked like snakes and scorpions, and said slowly, "Compared to your brother's wise decision to take control, I don't think it's euphemistic because it's the right choice." It seemed that he had hit a sore spot in Itoshi Rin. "Shut up, you are all people who make me extremely sick. Is the person who only looks for brother's trash so weak in endurance?" Ye Liangqiu's pupils reflected his expression at the moment, and the veins on Ito Shiren's face popped out, and his face became ferocious. Like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. As soon as Itoshi Rin ran a few steps, he was chased by Ye Liangqiu. Their arms were extremely flexible and they continued to provide resistance to each other. "Shut up, I tell you to shut up." Unable to bear it any longer, Itoshi Rin kicked the ball away. He found the landing spot very well, and time was just rushing to that position. However, in this impatience, a person was given a chance. He was like Itoshi Rin's shadow, always watching everything in the darkness. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, Bing Jiang set the ball in the air, then quickly ran towards the goal and successfully intercepted the ball. But time's intuition and speed also passed quickly. The reaction is so fast. Hai Ziyang muttered, and immediately passed the ball to Nagi's hero who was running towards the goal. However, the high pass was very tricky, and ordinary players could not even catch it. Yanqing also saw the ball and prepared to jump and head the ball away. However, the reason why it is so tricky is that this pass actually floats and is extremely unstable. Even the moment when Yanqing's head was about to touch the ball actually turned a corner and naturally slipped down. However, with this goal, at this moment, Nagi Saishiro's mind has begun to predict countless shot trajectories. Inspiration seems to have exploded. The next second, Nagisa Shiro seemed to feel that the ball was falling. He pushed the ball with his back heel and lifted the ball into the air, and then his body rotated greatly. There was a bang sound. A flak volley fired. The ball goes directly into the net to score. Bing Wang ran over directly, good shot. He didn't expect that the ball could actually be saved. The robot's body was far more flexible than he imagined. Yixing also raised his eyebrows and looked at Nagi's hero. In that ball just now, this guy didn't look behind him. How did he know that his header failed and the ball was slowly falling to the ground? Body sensation. Is it that outrageous? While he was thinking, there were waves of greetings coming from not far away. I saw that Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin had grabbed each other's collars, and kept saying all kinds of obscene words, and even raised their hands. Warnings came over the radio. Only then did everyone react and quickly pull the two away. I'm afraid there will be a fight. Chapter 59, Calm down, calm down. Bing Jiang hugged Ye Liangqiu's waist, barely holding him back with his hands and feet, and kept mumbling. Calm down, calm down. This is a competition. When the competition is over, let's start. I think it's okay. Nagisa Shiro nodded expressionlessly, and even wanted to buy some snacks to eat here. On the other side, Ishi Rin's expression was almost like skinning Ye Liangqiu alive. The two of them were determined to start a war. I can't imagine how happy it would be if Lin Bao and Qiu Bao became a team. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid I won't even dare to sleep. After calming down, Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly and returned to the venue. The score now reached 2-4. Itoshi Rin was trying to adjust his emotions not to be affected by this red-eyed freak. He couldn't lose the ball because he was throwing the ball. But thinking of the scene just now, the veins on his cheeks couldn't help but bulge, and he wanted to tear this guy apart right now. Yanqing couldn't stand it anymore. He ruffled his hair and his expression was still a little lazy. I think if this continues, we will lose. Are you just going to keep fighting with that guy? I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose. Shi Guang also muttered to himself. Ishi Rin clenched his fists. Shut up, you two, you are a bunch of losers. Obviously, their team is not as harmonious as imagined, or it may be said that they feel more separated than Ye Liangqiu's team. Same position, same stance, played 6 games in a row. Itoshi Rin clearly smelled the smell of scoring a goal, but every time it would be cut off in the middle, the cut-off breath came from Ye Liangqiu. He had just discovered that his idea of shooting directly was actually noticed by the red-eyed freak in front of him. He obviously just raised his foot back, and, in these few seconds, why was he so sure of himself? Can you shoot? Eyes. Ye Liangqiu's vision seems to be different from his own. Is it prediction? Or reflection? But if Ye Liangqiu tells him, maybe he will open his eyes wide, because he is seeing the future. This is not a reflection, but a fact. In Ye Liangqiu's eyes, the movements, positions, and confrontations of this group of people, in fact, he already had a vague concept in his mind. He probably understood the use of the Demon King's eye. 1 or 25 seconds is not long, but short. It's a bit short, but it's enough for these players. Advertisement. He only needs to watch the confrontation between everyone in the audience. For example, the wonderful fight between Yisheng and Nagi's hero just now was actually a destined outcome in his eyes. Future's gaze made him understand that one side would win in the confrontation. So his options are endless. He can check who will win and who will lose among all the players facing each other on the entire court, so that he can pass the ball accurately, thus ensuring that there will be 100% no mistakes. But, the prediction of more than 1 second also needs to cooperate with the body's reaction nerves. You see, it does not mean that the body can quickly make movements to intercept, confront, pass, dribble. This is also something Ye Liangqiu wanted to buy based on his emotional value a long time ago, reaction power, champion level. The price is at a sentiment value of 1 billion. The most difficult thing to train in the human body is reaction. The reaction of any athlete is extremely powerful, but if you want to achieve this kind of reaction that makes people feel violated, unless you are a true genius, maybe the whole world is just like that. Hundreds of people have this ability. Want to improve further? Then you need to erase the moment of neural reaction and achieve the body's subconscious conditioned reflex. Both of them had more or less a sense of enlightenment during this game. Although Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu have always greeted each other, it can also be seen that the other's level in a certain aspect is completely higher than theirs. Regarding the use of weapons, Itoshi Rin was completely defeated in this match. Of course, the game is not over yet. Itoshi Rin tried hard to calm down his mood. The moment the whistle blew, everyone's nerves were tense for a moment. There was a bang sound. Itoshi Rin shot directly. His green pupils were like a python, staring at Ye Liangqiu's movements. It seemed that just as he had guessed, this red-eyed freak was not watching his own movements, but is it based on intuition? Prejudgment. But unfortunately, you are too far forward. Your teammates can't react to this shot. This world wave scored directly. The score came to 3-4. Ye Liangqiu grinned. Sure enough, this guy was still analyzing himself. Even though the game was almost over, Ito Shiren's curiosity became more and more prosperous. Advertisement. How dare you? Bing Jiang wiped his sweat. In this situation, you actually dare to shoot directly. I am so worried. Did you wake him up by greeting him? Fart. Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes. Why do you mean I'm greeting you when you wake up? He just needs to be dealt with. It seems that because of the score advantage, their internal atmosphere is still very good, but they are afraid that Qiu will suddenly fight with Lin. And after this ball, the ball came into Ye Liangqiu's hands. Itoshi Rin's team will be under tremendous pressure. Even Itoshi Rin couldn't help but tense up. He had never underestimated Ye Liangqiu, he just thought that this foul-mouthed red-eyed freak was sick. The position was also converted to a triangle defensive formation. Stepping on the ball, Ye Liangqiu's pupils were bright red and he looked at Itoshi Rin who was standing in front of the goal. The aura of the two of them seemed to be one red and one black constantly intersecting. You know what it means to follow me and those who go against me will perish. And you are so arrogant. You're just standing on this court and you don't agree with me. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu rushed out. His speed was so fast that before the ants in front could react, a scarlet phantom had already passed him by. Yanqing also tried to use his arms to stop it. However, I only touched the fleeting afterimage. The Eye of the Demon King was fully activated. Every second and every moment, the world seemed to slow down in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. He could clearly see the position and timing of Yisheng's hand blocking his own, and then he dodged and moved forward quickly. Keep running with the ball. Time tried to use his body to hit Ye Liangqiu to reduce his balance and slow him down. However, his actions have just begun. Ye Liangqiu's legs and feet moved faster. He first swept the ball aside with the instep of his outside foot, and then hooked the ball back at a very fast speed. Then he moved his right foot forward and passed the ball with his left foot in a bent posture. Kicking forward, the ball flew directly towards Shiguang's open crotch. The series of movements was extremely smooth. Time was deceived by his fake actions, and when he found out, it was already too late. Not far away, Hingji all saw it. Wonderful, so wonderful, the cow's tail plus a crotch penetration. He also didn't expect that Ye Liangqiu actually had a delicate side. At this moment, the eyes of Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin met. It's your turn, you damn arrogant person. Chapter 60, Flower Arrangement. The momentum between the two was tit for tat. Itoshi Rin was like a green python wrapped in black mist, observing the charging Ye Liangqiu. At this moment, a memory seemed to flash through his eyes. The same scene, except it was snowing that day. Idashi's eyes and different face seemed to be replicated on Ye Liangqiu, who was rushing towards him. There is still such a strong sense of oppression. Obviously so much time has passed and he has become stronger. But this feeling still makes Itoshi Rin panic, suffocating. The uninterrupted memories are constantly washing his thoughts at this moment. In an instant, his brain seemed to wake up countless times, his facial expression was ferocious and terrifying, and his pupils seemed to be swallowed up by darkness. I will tear you to pieces. I must tear you to pieces. At this moment, the pleasure brought to Ye Liangqiu's body became more and more intense, as if countless dead bones were wrapped around his body, and one arm after another on his legs was tearing at his muscles, trying to slow him down. However, his smile became more and more weird, pursuing the ultimate pleasure and enjoying the feast brought by himself. The pain from the continuous tearing of the muscles in his legs was like a stimulant, making his speed increase even more. Accelerate. At this moment, he was like a dangerous bullet rushing towards Itoshi Rin. Itoshi Rin, do you feel it? 1 vs 1, this is a head-on confrontation between the two of us. Itoshi Rin took a step forward, opened his hands, and his pupils kept predicting which direction Ye Liangqiu would attack. He knew that this guy would try his best to break through his last line of defense. After all, after getting to know each other for so many times, he may already know this difficult red-eyed freak very well. It was this idea that he was sure Ye Liangqiu had in mind to defeat him. But in the next second, his pupils gradually shrank and his body subconsciously moved forward. But it's too late. I saw that Ye Liangqiu started to slow down when he was only a few meters away. When he was the last meter away, his left foot stopped in place, his right foot bent into an arc, and he kicked the ball directly. A ball that slowly flew high into the sky flew over Ito Shiren's head in an inclined arc. Flower arranging feet. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Ishi Rin froze on the spot. When he looked back, the ball had already entered the net and slowly slid down. A voice sounded in his ear, game over. Advertisement. At this moment the score came to 3-5. Ye Liangqiu's team won. Bing Jiang was also so excited that he jumped up and hugged Ye Liangqiu's neck, almost spitting out the breath he had just taken. Stop it, I'm going to die. Only then did Bing Jiang let go. Nagi Saishiro wiped his sweat, still replaying the last scene in his mind. Everyone thought that Ye Liangqiu would break through Itoshi Rin with speed, but at the most critical moment, he actually stopped. Even Itoshi Rin didn't expect him to do this at all. Nice shot. After praising him, Nagise Shiro looked at the panting Anqing and Shiji, while Itoshi Rin sat on the ground without saying a word and lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Bing Jiang also looked over. If he had to choose, it would definitely be Ito Shiren. Nagi Saishiro's thoughts were very different. The two of them looked at Ye Liangqiu at the same time to see what he would choose. After all, this guy was the real scoring leader in this game. Ye Liangqiu walked up to Ito Shiren with a somewhat indifferent tone. Why are you still sitting on the ground? Do you want me to ask you to get up? F************** G arrogant. Tisk. Ito Shiren's teeth were almost broken, but he finally stood up, but the ice-weaving sheep soul who looked at him with murderous eyes was almost frightened. I dare not think, if Itoshi Rin joins the team. Ye Liangqiu and this guy had to fight many times a day. Most importantly, Iceweaver can understand that the mood he felt after losing the game just now was not a bad mood, but a desire for revenge. But now Ye Liangqiu directly chooses Ito Master Rin, which is equivalent to cutting off his desire for revenge. Instead, he wanted to bring in a guy who was full of resentment and eager for revenge. Bing Wei Sheep felt cold all over. It's quite interesting. Nagi Saishiru touched his chin, curiosity flashed in his pupils. He actually wanted to see what effect Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin would have if they were in the same team. After all, he was his opponent just now, and he fully understands the power of this on point 1. But now, can these two people together overthrow the entire Blue Lock? Who will challenge next? Advertisement. Nagi Saishiru's curiosity could no longer be suppressed, and a smile appeared on his lips. Bing Jiyang was completely speechless. Is he laughing? He is actually still laughing. Ito Shiren stood up and looked at Ye Liangqiu, and asked slowly, "Why did you use flower arranging legs just now?" He had many questions in his mind at the moment, but the arrogance in his heart only allowed him to ask. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, "Because I want to see your desperate expression." Ito Shiren's face darkened, and he turned around and left. "Red-eyed freak, just wait for me, sooner or later I will defeat you." "Then I'll wait," Ye Liangqiu said slowly. It was his idea to choose Ishi Rin. A player who can pass, attack, and have spatial awareness is a weapon created for him. As long as Ito Shiren is under control, his dominance on the court will be even more terrifying. Of course, Ishi Rin, who had already walked into the passage, did not know what Ye Liangqiu was thinking. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and the veins on his face were bulging, like an evil ghost. "Ye Liangqiu, I will definitely tear you apart." After a fierce competition, Ye Liangqiu was lying comfortably in the hot spring. He had forgotten that there was a hot spring in the bathhouse at this level. Phew, feel relieved. Now it would be nice if I had another cup of milk tea. Do you like to drink milk tea? Bing Jiyang blinked with a scarf on his head. Ye Liangqiu opened his eyes a little. "What's the problem?" Bing Jiyang smiled, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He thought that this kind of guy would usually drink blood. At this time, Ye Liangqiu complained, "And you so arrogant, can you stop staring at me with your appraising eyes? Do you think I'm a model? Come here to do a show? Is it for you to see?" Sitting in the corner, Ishi Rin put his hands on the rocks. "I just wanted to observe your body structure and see who could have given birth to such a freak like you." "What did you say? Say something more." Suddenly, there were bursts of noise throughout the bathroom. Chapter 61 Coward. After a day of competition. In the cafeteria of the 4th level, it seems that only a few teams have advanced. But the team that advanced the fastest was undoubtedly Ye Liangqiu and his team. First and second, and 1 or 2 people ranked very high. Many people's eyes are observing Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin. The number plates on the two of them are really daunting. They want to challenge them, but they don't dare to challenge them. After all, it's not easy to get to this point. If you fall, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to climb up. Ye Liangqiu was eating steak rice bowl and observing some of the teams around him that had just advanced. There are quite a few teams. I just don't have any acquaintances. He didn't expect that Jieshi hadn't come here yet. The original plan was to have a game with Jieshi. After all, as the male protagonist of the entire Blue Lock, this guy's strength should have improved very quickly. It was not so obvious when he was in the same team before. But it will become clear just by playing a game here. Just as he was thinking about evil thoughts, he was interrupted by a voice. "Red-eyed freak, are you sure other teams here dare to challenge us?" It was Itoshi Rin who spoke, and he was eating Chizuki rice with a spoon. His expression was very cold. Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly. "What can you do? How about you go dance? Or use your charm to seduce a team to challenge us?" Immediately, the veins on Ito Shiren's forehead bulged out, and the hand holding the spoon stopped in the air. Now he regretted it very much. Why did he agree to compete with this guy at that time? He would rather find a random team than hide. Looking at this red-eyed freak. Ha 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 ha, I guessed it would be like this. These two people are in the same team, like two negative magnets. Stay as far away as possible. I am curious, who dares to challenge the two of them? Stop being curious, the clean stock market next door has plummeted, and you have already lost a game. Ah. Lost. Who did they lose to? Their team is very strong. After looking at the barrage, Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. He remembered that Jie Shi's team included Feng Lu and Ma Lang. Who would lose? Could it be those monsters? After all, it has been so long that the memory has become very blurry, but there are indeed many strong people in this prison. One of them he clearly remembers is called Shido Longsheng. This appearance makes people feel extremely coquettish. But a person full of male hormones. If it were him, it would be really interesting. Advertisement. Here is Wu Traveler, the guy that Ice Weaver often talks about. No matter who he is a strongman in this prison. If this guy is also included in his team, it is not impossible. But now he is very curious about who defeated Jie Shi's team. And who did they snatch away? As the day passed, the number of teams in the fourth level became smaller and smaller. On the contrary, they, the first team to advance, waited for a whole day but no one challenged them, or in other words agreed to challenge them. After all, both parties must agree before the challenge can begin. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but want to ask, couldn't their team forcefully arrange the game? At this moment, a figure came to Ye Liangqiu. Feng Lu said hello and waved to Ye Liangqiu. "Qiu, why should I think you lost?" However, Ye Liangqiu responded, but looked at the people behind him, and the corners of his mouth gradually cracked, which seemed to be similar to what he thought. Sure enough, after he destroyed the original rhythm. The butterfly effect is already growing in this prison. Bilu was also snatched away by an unexpected person, and the person who defeated Jie Shi's team was none other than Shido Ryusei. Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin looked in a direction at the same time. There was a tall man with a skin similar to black wheat and yellow and pink hair. He looked like a male succubus. Shido Longsheng seemed to have noticed who Feng Lu was chatting with, and walked over with a plate in hand, exuding a sense of oppression. However, in the eyes of Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin, this sense of oppression is almost equivalent to nothing. So you guys are the first and second. Shido Longsheng showed a smile, and without any scruples, he pulled out the chair next to him and sat down. "Are you interested in a competition? I will kill you as slimes." For a time, the atmosphere became a little solid. At this time, Ye Liangqiu suddenly laughed, and a scarlet aura emitted from his pupils. "Really? Let's have a competition and see who is the slime on the court." Ito Shiren sneered and ignored these two people. Advertisement. Instead, he opened his mouth and calmly took a mouthful of food. Looking at the sudden appearance of his opponent, Nagisa Shiro blinked. He didn't seem to feel so bored anymore. Competition. The little monster Feng Lu also showed an excited smile. He was very much looking forward to the match with Ye Liangqiu. After all, wasn't that restless heart beating because of the monster Ye Liangqiu? At this time, the rest of their team came over. Except for Bilu. Ye Liangqiu also saw a familiar figure called Chestnut Head, the monk who had been crying and calling his mother. Almost the moment he saw Ye Liangqiu, his whole body felt bad. In addition, I subconsciously looked at the rankings, and at a glance I discovered Itoshi Rin's first place, Yabaraki's second place, and Nagi Saishiro whom I met before. The monk's lips were trembling, and he couldn't imagine how strong Ye Liangqiu's team was. But it seems that Shido Ryusei has agreed to the competition. The monk said directly, "No. Can I refuse? I know them well. In fact, there is no need to fight to the death in this game. You can go to some unknown people and compete. Let's all enter the fifth round together." Shido Longsheng raised his eyebrows before he could speak first. Feng Li's eyes became a little cold. "What are you talking about? What does everyone mean? If we say we know each other, then why didn't you say these words during the last game? Is it because you saw Qiu's ranking? And their lineup? Are you scared? Coward." He asked 3 questions in a row and blocked the monk's mouth. Seeing that he stopped talking, File returned to his normal state, like a face-changing master. As for the last one, the black name Rancher has pink hair. His eyes are very calm, and he seems to be indifferent to this game. Shido Longsheng picked up a mouthful of uneaten rice and stood up slowly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Well, everyone, slimes, see you tomorrow." Chapter 62 Shadow. There is still half a day before the new round of snatching battle begins. In the lounge. Lying in bed, Ye Liangqiu didn't know what he was thinking about. It had been a while since the blue lock started, and he always felt that something was missing. Every round of battle passed before my eyes. Winning seems to be a matter of course, but in the end, I seem to be missing something, and this feeling has been there since I started this battle. Pleasure. Pleasure. No. Not at all. Ye Liangqiu stared at the ceiling and fell into deep thought for the first time in a long time. On the contrary, Ye Liangqiu was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at Nagi Saishiro playing games on his mobile phone, and then at Itoshi Rin who was resting with his eyes closed. He touched his chin and started thinking hard. Brother Joy, arrogant man, boring brother. Then what am I? Itoshi Rin opened his eyes slightly, seemed to glance at Ye Liangqiu, and snorted coldly. This team is really strange. The next round of competition is about to begin, but it seems to be more relaxed than expected, with no sense of tension at all. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "You damn arrogant person, let me ask you a question. Do you have an absolute love for football, or are you just pursuing the #1 ranking in the world? Or is it because of someone that I came here?" Itoshi Rin opened his eyes, and although his tone was a little cold, he still answered, "What else? If you can't even have a basic love for football, do you think I would be here? Besides, I still have things I have to do." Really? Ye Liangqiu's tone seemed much calmer. "I thought people like you came to Blue Lock just because of revenge. It seems to be much different from what I imagined." The corner of Itoshi Rin's mouth twitched and he forced himself to calm down. He was afraid that if he had a word with this weirdo, he would not be able to help but kick him. But then, Ye Liangqiu continued, "It's great. Sometimes I actually envy you. At least you have a reason for revenge and pursuit. I ask you, if you really get to be on the same platform as that person one day, in the same arena, I completely defeated him, how would you feel?" "What do you mean?" Itoshi Rin raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand, but the scene of defeating Itoshi Rin came to mind. Maybe he would be happy. Excited. Advertisement. But it should be more of a temporary joy, right? Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly. "That feeling may remain fresh in your memory, but it can also make you instantly panicked." Hearing this, Itoshi Rin snorted coldly, "I want you to take care of it." Ye Liangqiu closed his eyes again, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "I'm just kindly reminding you. If one day does come and you are confused, just hide in my shadow, and maybe I will give you something. The most comfortable environment to play football in. After all, I won't care if someone weaker than me stabs myself in the back. Including you." He understood it, but Itoshi Rin only felt that the guy in front of him seemed to be completely different from the one on the court. "What about you? Coming to Blue Lock, are you just chasing the world's #1? Ye Liangqiu shook his head. "My idea of being #1 in the world is just because I want to use this name to make my life better. Football does bring me unparalleled pleasure. And I only pursue newer things. Maybe I really became the best in the world that day, but when the novelty wears off, I will turn around and leave. My love for football is no less than yours. But only insofar as it's making me try more new things. Just like you players." Itoshi Rin looked up and down as if it was the first time he met Ye Liangqiu. Instead, I heard the two chatting. Bing Jiang listened silently, and his pupils sometimes shrank and sometimes dilated, as if he had heard something incredible. Although Nagi Saishiro was playing the game, the screen on his phone was always suspended at the death interface. Until the chat ends. Ice Weaver Sheep suddenly asked, "By the way, are we sure we don't want to discuss the tactical arrangements for tomorrow? Their team seems to be pretty good." Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin spoke at the same time. Their tone was a bit arrogant. "No need." Ye Liangqiu looked at Nagi Saishiro, but it turned out that this guy was already asleep. What kind of teams are these? However, tonight seems to have been spent peacefully. Monitoring room. Advertisement. Rows of data floated before Ashin Shiba's eyes, and replays of various competitions flashed on the screen, with a slight smile on his lips. The final battle is about to begin. A night of silence. Ye Liangqiu rubbed his somewhat fluffy hair, got up, and found that he was the only one left in the whole room again. He couldn't help but complain, the young man is really strong. Walking to the cafeteria, other people came here early. It's really slow. Ito Shiren glanced at Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, yeah, how can you be a self-disciplined genius like you? You still have to practice and cultivate your body and mind every day. Are you afraid that you will get rusty? After greeting each other, Ye Liangqiu looked at Bing Jiyang, who was sipping miso soup, and asked, are they here? Bing Jiyang pointed to the 4 people not far away. It was earlier than us, especially the pink-haired whipman among them. Oh. It seems that he is quite motivated. Ye Liangqiu looked at the 4 people over there. Feng Le seemed to have noticed his arrival and waved to say hello. The battle to devour each other began. It seems that the violence in Itoshi Rin's pupils cannot be hidden anymore. After the failure in the last game, he will prove his worth in this one and completely defeat this self-righteous red-eyed freak. Come to the playing field. The positions of the 4 people are 22 respectively, with Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin standing at the front, and Hai Ziyang and Nagi Sishiro standing in the penalty area. After all, the stadium has shrunk a lot. The opposite position is the same, with Shido Ryusei and Feng Le standing at the front, and Monk and Black Name Rancher at the back. Ye Liangqiu said softly, say hello. Let them see your number 1 strength. Shut up. Ito Shiren stepped on the ball and looked at the 4 people in front of him, his concentration gradually rising. The next second, the so-called greeting flew out. I saw that almost at the moment the whistle sounded, Rin raised his foot and volleyed directly, and the ball drew an arc in the air. Black Name Launcher showed his shark-like teeth and grinned, awesome, I knew this would happen a long time ago, and I was fully prepared. In an instant, he rushed out at an astonishing speed. He was obviously very short, but his concentration, speed, and reaction made his body move almost instantly. That moment before the ball even hits the net. He jumped up and stopped him with 1 foot. Chapter 63 Jealousy. TSK. Seeing that the ball did not go into the net, although Itoshi Rin looked calm, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. There was a hint of surprise in Shido Longsheng's eyes, but there was obviously a hint of ridicule in the words he spoke. Is this the strength of number 1? It does seem like there's been a bit of an explosion. The Blackman Rancher who received the ball had an extremely calm look in his eyes. He was observing the court and seemed to have a plan in his mind. At this moment, all the players have started running. Feng Le has reached the front court without the ball, and the excitement in his eyes can no longer be suppressed. Is this what it feels like to compete against the monster in your heart? The monk stared at Ye Liangqiu, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. He is very familiar with Ye Liangqiu. After all, he was in the same team before. If Ye Liangqiu is kicked off the field, what kind of shocked expression will he show? Thinking of this, the fear in the monk's heart seemed to disappear completely. You must win, and you must win by any means necessary. Watching the movements on the opposite side, Hai Ziyang and Itoshi Rin started to move at the same time. The 2 of them observed, and their information processing abilities were ridiculously strong. Almost in an instant, they knew that the Black Name Rancher who was running with the ball on the opposite side would most likely do it. Who to pass the ball to? Bing Jiyang quickly defended Feng Le, who was cutting into the infield. Black Name Launcher suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Sorry, you guessed wrong. The person I want to pass it on to is him. There was a bang sound. The ball crossed the midfield and flew directly to Shido Ryusei on the other side, who was being intercepted by Nagisa Shiro. From this extreme angle, it was almost impossible to shoot. However, Shido Ryusei grinned, his expression seemed a little distorted, and he could already smell the smell of scoring a goal. He swung around, matched up with Nagisa Shiro's blind spot, and rushed forward madly. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a black mist, with only his frightening pupils exposed. The football cells in my body seemed to be awakening little by little. Sure enough, playing football with you guys makes me happy. Blow it up and let you all enter my world. However, at this moment, a scarlet figure passed by him, so fast, like a black lightning, that it was no exaggeration that Shido Longsheng was stunned. Advertisement. The path of the ball reflected in Ye Liangqiu's pupils. After images, the world slowed down in his eyes. He was not afraid of anyone who was faster than him. Even the guy Chinchia didn't dare to say in front of him that he was faster than himself. Pleasure. Perverted pink hair, it seems you have the same lunatic cells as me. Football is life. Then today I will let you experience how life explodes. The moment the ball hit the ground, Ye Liangqiu's pupils reflected a running figure, and he kicked it out, but it was not a shot. After all, he was not a god. The ball was almost brought into the penalty area. It spans nearly half of the court, so this ball is a pass. By the time everyone reacted, it was already too late. No one thought that Ye Liangqiu, who had just gotten the ball, would pass the ball out. And a figure seemed to already know everything. Ito Shiren stood at the same angle, the same position, where the opening shot failed, and the flames in his eyes ignited. The ball flew from his side in an arc. The next second, he started running and shot directly. Before the ball even hit the ground, he volleyed hard. The ball rushed out like a black bullet. The entire stadium fell silent. The score came to 0-1. Good shot. Iceweaver took the lead to break the silence. Ye Liangqiu looked at Itoshi Rin, who let out a breath of disgust. You are so tsundere, how come I passed the ball? Not bad, right? Ito Shiren's eyes were cold. I didn't see it. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. Fart, you clearly saw it, otherwise you wouldn't have run away. Do you really think I'm blind? I didn't see it. Ito Shiren turned around and returned to his station. Okay. Ye Liangqiu's expression darkened, as if he was planning something. On the contrary, when the opponent stepped down with this kick, his momentum did not drop, but rose instead. Feng Li's pupils shook violently, and he looked at the figures of Ishi Rin and Ye Liangqiu, and murmured, this is the first time I have seen Qiu, who can actually pass the ball. After that game, Qiu, what happened? On the other hand, the veins on Shido Longsheng's face were already bulging, and he showed an exaggerated smile. What a pervert. That B************** D has red eyes, saying that I am a pervert. Advertisement. My cells are screaming, kick him to pieces. B********** D red eyes. In an instant, the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. The monk shrank his head aside, fearing that someone would just hit him. Kurenai Rancher also looked at Ye Liangqiu. The most critical part of the ball just now was not Itoshi Rin, but Ye Liangqiu. He seemed to have predicted that he would pass the ball to Shida Ryusei and had already ambushed him. Okay, just wait for the moment when you pass the ball. Relying on his own weapons, he defeated Shido Longsheng. So the moment I catch the ball, this guy has thought of everything. And Itoshi Rin even guessed that Ye Liangqiu would do this, so he just ignored it and rushed towards the midfield. He thought that this ball would be 100% won by Ye Liangqiu. Damn, these two people have such a good tacit understanding. Don't you think the other party will make a mistake? After all, in his opinion, the goal just now was perfect. As long as Shido Ryusei could catch the ball in the penalty area, this guy's probability of scoring was almost 100%. The whistle is about to sound again, and everyone is back in place. Ye Liangqiu licked his lips. The first ball was just an appetizer. He wanted to taste the pleasure and freshness that this group of people brought to him bit by bit. He looked at Shido Longsheng. The aura on this guy's body was indeed different. There was something about it that made him want to taste it. The kicker was Feng Lu, and there seemed to be a sense of excitement in his pupils, which seemed to be because of Ye Liangqiu's changes, or because Itoshi Rin changed Ye Liangqiu's kicking style. He seemed to be jealous. This jealousy made him feel crazy, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. His goals are getting clearer and clearer. Seeing Feng Lu running towards him with the ball, Ishi Rin raised his eyebrows. This guy, what's going on? Why does it feel like the entire stadium is hostile to me today? However, Feng Li's movements were very fast, his pupils seemed to be wrapped in black, and the speed of his legs was extremely flexible. He kept dribbling the ball, making his eyes dazzled. Number 1, are you the one who wants to snatch Qiu away? Chapter 64 Bait. It seemed that he heard the thoughts in Feng Li's mouth. Who are you snatching away? Ito Shiren was stunned. In a dazed moment, Feng Lu seized the opportunity and passed Itoshi Rin with a Marseille spin. His steps were very light and he continued to rush forward. The next target is the Ice Weaver sheep. But at this moment, Everyone has been noticed by his sudden advance. Shida Ryusei has directly passed Nagi's hero and entered the penalty area. The aura exuding from his body seems to say that his position is the best scoring point. However, Feng Lu ignored him. At this moment, there was only a figure in his eyes. And you? Looking at Feng Li's eyes that were almost immersed in darkness, Bing Jiyang's expression was tense. Does this guy want to rely on his own ability to defeat everyone? Is this too arrogant? We can't let him pass so easily. Too slow, your movements are too slow. Feng Lu grinned, riding a bicycle with skillful skills, passing the ball constantly under his feet, but his eyes were observing how far away from the goal it was and whether he could directly take a shot. At this time, a frightening breath came. Ye Liangqiu actually relied on speed to tear through the interception of the monk in black named Rancher, and was rushing towards him. Feng Lu bit his teeth, looked at the Bingji sheep in front of him, and finally chose to pass the ball out. After Shida Ryusei, who was waiting in the penalty area, missed the best scoring opportunity, Itoshi Rin and Nagi Saishiro were already on defense, and the three of them were involved in each other. Watch the ball fly across an arc. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes were bloodshot, and his smile could not be suppressed. As long as I am within the restricted area, I am the strongest creature. In an instant, he bent down, stretched out his hands to push Itoshi Rin and Nagise Shiro to his side, and jumped up with amazing power from his legs. There was a bang, and a loud noise came from Ito Shiren's head. The ball rushed out with an unparalleled breath. Shido Ryusei's smile was a little crazy, his tongue licking his lips. Life lies in explosion, and scoring a goal is equivalent to fertilization. This is my goal. Advertisement. See. World. Itoshi Rin couldn't help but say, TSK. He is indeed a pervert. Nagi Saishiro nodded aside. The score is now 1-1. Shido Longxing looked at Feng Lu, his tone seemed a little unkind. I said, why couldn't you pass the ball earlier? My cells are screaming for a goal, don't you see me? Feng Lu was a little absent-minded. I saw it, but I didn't want to pass it. I originally planned to score the goal alone. Haha. Shido Dragon Saint sneered, you have to fight for what you want. I know what you are thinking. But this is a stadium. It's not the cradle of your emotions. You stupid Kappa little monster, put away your off-field emotions and enjoy this game now. Otherwise, why would I choose you? I understand. Feng Li's eyes gradually became colder, but his eyes were always looking at Ito Shiren. Itoshi Rin, who returned to his station, frowned. He didn't know what happened today. He always felt like there was a pair of eyes behind him looking at him. However, Ye Liangqiu didn't seem to notice the changes on the field yet. He was thinking about one thing in his mind. As a self-centered playing style on the field, it seemed that the restrictions were too great when facing the pass. It seemed that the opponent deliberately strengthened the interception on yourself. Wherever he goes, this monk follows him. Moreover, he also did some small tricks behind the scenes. Although the surveillance could not see it and could not impose penalties, Ye Liangqiu knew what the monk was thinking. Maybe it's time to change your scoring formula. Reinvent yourself. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose, so now the boss starts the second stage. When the opposite monk saw Ye Liangqiu smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his body. It could be said that he was now the weakest person in the field. He had no characteristics at all. His weapons were useless in front of this group of monsters. It can even be exploited. What he can do is to restrain the most terrifying enemy on the opposite side. The right to kick off came to Ye Liangqiu, but he chose to pass the ball to Ishi Rin. Ishi Rin was surprised, this guy can really pass the ball. Advertisement. Just the next second, his pupils saw the direction of Ye Liangqiu's running, and he understood the meaning. The veins on his cheeks bulged. Treat me as bait. Did you think I was going to pass the ball to you? Yes, the thoughts in Ye Liangqiu's mind have begun to materialize. He clearly knows that he has someone who can understand his movements, and he also understands the meaning of the word use. Everyone on the court is a pawn. The weapons you possess form a scoring formula. My weapons are shooting, speed, breakthrough. I believe you should have seen it, right? Itoshi Rin, I brought you into my team, not just to let you experience my strength. But I want you to be a sharp knife in my hand. Help me create the most clearly visible shooting path. Everyone's attention is on Rin because he is carrying the ball. However, few people pay attention to Ye Liangqiu, who is running without the ball. This is where the greatest use of spatial perception is. Strategist on the field. While Bing Jiyang was running, he also noticed that Ye Liangqiu was quickly touching the opponent's penalty area, but he was a little confused. It was a bit difficult to pass the ball at such a distance, and it was possible to deliver the ball. Will Rin pass the ball? Rin looked at Shido Longsheng and Feng Lu who were rushing in front of him. His expression seemed a little angry. This was the first time that he was used as a tool by others. At this time, Feng Lu had already arrived in front of him and tried to intercept the ball. However, it only took a moment for Rin to react. Making a fake move with his left foot, Feng Lu subconsciously took a step back, thinking he was going to shoot directly. However, he saw Rin kicking the ball towards his side at an extremely fast speed. The moment Feng Lu reacted and wanted to stop him. Rin said disdainfully, "You can't restrict me as a person who can't even follow the basic path of the ball." The next second, he kicked the ball back, and his figure went straight through file. At this time, Shido Longsheng had also rushed over. Rin still had a cold expression, but he seemed to be hesitating in his heart. At this moment, a strong smell of a goal came. He looked through Shido Ryusei and saw Ye Liangqiu who had entered the penalty area, although the monk and Karinai Rancher in front of him were defending at the moment. But that extremely strong shooting aura impacted Rin's mind. Chapter 65, This is what it feels like. Here. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Haiyu Ziyang and Nagi Sishiro, who had been unguarded, asked for the ball at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. Now, the best option is to pass the ball to the teammate next to you. Shut up, everyone. Ito Shiren said coldly and raised his right foot. Under the gaze of Shido Dragon Saint. Boom, sound. A high and long pass flew to the court behind him. Shido Dragon Saint yelled, "Number 1, are you stupid?" He turned around and looked back, only to see Ye Liangqiu being stopped by the black name launcher and the monk at the same time. When the monk and Kuroming launcher saw the ball coming, they were also surprised. Ye Liangqiu was already restricted like this, but he still wanted to pass the ball. Ye Liangqiu seemed to feel the hot gaze behind him. "I know you are looking forward to it, and I won't let your expectations be disappointed. After all, you're poor passing. I'm afraid the grandma next door can pass it better than you. Although it sucks, I want this ball." At this moment, the blood in Ye Liangqiu's body seemed to be restless, his eyes seemed to have completely turned red, and the veins on his cheeks kept popping up. This was a state he had never experienced before. The afterimages of the ball and the person in front of him, it seems that they are overlapping, and my body reacts subconsciously. You don't even need to use your brain, your body is driven entirely by instinct. There was only one ball in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, and the afterimage of the ball flashed across his eyes. The blood in my body is roaring like crazy and noisy. You're shouting at me to defeat everyone. Oh world, scream. The monk gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead popped out, and he even restrained Ye Liangqiu's body directly with his hands. But that explosive force forcefully pushed Kuroming launcher and the monk's bodies away. The two looked back and saw that Ye Liangqiu's body had jumped up, and the ball was still spinning and flying in the air. Only a bang was heard. Advertisement. The huge force even turned the ball that was supposed to spin into a straight ball. At this moment, the monk was frozen in place and could only watch the ball hit the net. The score came to 1-2. Ito Shiren snorted coldly, "Treat me as a tool, but you are still the number 1. Feng Lu, who rushed back to the stadium, saw Ye Liangqiu who was completely different from before, and the excitement that should have been scattered all over the place. What has Qiu experienced after the last game? Will the change be so big? Good shot. Bing Jiyang ran forward and almost jumped up and hung on Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu was looking at the ceiling at this moment, feeling that his condition was better than ever before. His body still seems to be feeling hot. What on earth is wrong with me? Is it because of the freshness? Or is it because I found the missing thing? Monitoring room. Huixin crossed her fingers, and the video played back the scene just now. He just entered the flow state. Flow. Anli was holding a notebook and taking notes. Mr. Huixin, in this state, will the players enter an explosive state? Huixin Shiba smiled slightly. No, to be precise, this state is similar to the adrenaline surge, but it is different. In the flow state, the world in front of the player's eyes will become particularly clear. It is a state of selflessness, and it is also players at their best. Players who can enter this state can already touch the threshold of a career. Ah. Li didn't understand, but he still took notes. Ashin Shiba watched the playback. People enter this state only when they find an emotion that excites them to the extreme. So, Ye Liangqiu, what made you enter this state? After all, it was just a simple pass. What are you thinking about in front of the goal? Ye Liangqiu returned to his position, still savoring the feeling just now, and the thoughts in his mind were also rushing. He seemed to have found his best scoring formula. Before entering Blue Lock, or after entering here, you don't feel this way in every game. Is it because the opponent is too weak? Advertisement. No. It's not, because every time it's like fighting against the entire opposing team. If he enters the opposite penalty area and is intercepted by several people, everyone including his teammates will use him as a bait to pass the ball to other players. However, this time it was different. The ball did fly in front of him. Someone knows he can score this goal. From fighting alone, he finally became surrounded by everyone around him. Everyone was watching them. They knew clearly that they would catch the ball. This kind of attention from the whole audience was focused on them. The feeling made Ye Liangqiu feel obsessed. Ye Liangqiu chuckled. Sure enough, I can't cooperate with the weak. I can't fit into their world. This is what it feels like to receive a pass in the penalty area. He looked at Ishi Rin, and sure enough it was a good choice to snatch this guy over in the last game. However, Ye Liangqiu's sight made Ito Shiren frown. He just scored a goal. Why did he feel like he had lost his parents? At this time, Ye Liangqiu's praising voice sounded in his ears. The ball you passed just now is not bad, just a little better than my grandma next door. The veins on Itoshi Rin's forehead swelled, and the fists in his hands were clenched. He really knew how to praise. If he had known that this was the case, he might as well have passed the ball to Bing Jiyang, and the two of them could have scored if they cooperated. Not far away. Shida Ryusei is a shooter who specializes in shooting and can smell goals in the penalty area more accurately than anyone else. He may be the person who understands Ye Liangqiu the best in the game. After all, no one would believe that a person who is intercepted by several people in the penalty area has a high probability of scoring a goal. Therefore, the average player's idea is to find the goal path first, and then pass the ball to a player who has not been intercepted. The players in the penalty area become bait. A bait to contribute your energy and time to this football match. But if this kind of person is allowed to get a goal, he will try his best to shoot, because he knows that it is a hard-won goal. If he dare not kick it, then his only value in this stadium will be gone. The corners of Shido Longsheng's mouth cracked. That shot just now made me excited. This guy is exactly what I thought. He is the same kind as me. Hol Hong Yen, I seem to be a little interested in you. Chapter 66 is over. However, at this moment, there was a dull look in Feng Li's eyes. The arrogance just now had actually dissipated. He only felt a little tightness in his chest. Looking at the ice-weaving sheep beside Ye Liangqiu who was praising him, he still Itoshi Rin had a disdainful expression on his face. There seemed to be a voice in his heart constantly reminding him. My monster, seems like it's almost no longer mine. He's leaving. Time goes back more than 10 years ago. Under the sunset, a group of children bullied a petite figure on the football field. Feng Lu hugged his head back, trying to minimize the damage he suffered. His eyes were full of doubts. Why, do you think what I said is wrong? As long as I integrate with football, wouldn't it be good? Strange. I'm not surprised, it's them who are strange. Suddenly, he felt as if no one was beating him. A cold voice came from his ear. Hey, you guys, how about I practice with you? Feng Lu carefully raised his little head and saw that the three people who had beaten him just now were all looking in the same direction. At the edge of the football field, a boy wearing black clothes and black pants walked over. The scarlet red in his pupils was particularly eye-catching. It seemed that someone was coming. The three little boys snorted coldly, and then they ran away immediately. Feng Lu obviously noticed the red-eyed boy approaching. There seemed to be a flash of disdain in his eyes. You're still lying on the ground. Do you like to hug the ground? Feng Le stood up quickly. His face was covered with marks from the debris on the ground, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he thanked him first. Thank you. Thank me. The red-eyed boy was a little surprised and chuckled. No need to thank me, I just can't see this kind of thing happening in front of me. My name is Ye Liangqiu. Feng Le hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. I'll call Feng Le back. Ye Liangqiu nodded and kicked the football on the ground in front of Feng Le. Do you still have the strength? Advertisement. I happen to still have some time to play football with you. There seemed to be some struggle in Feng Le's eyes, looking at the football. Thinking of his strange face that his partner had just said about him, his eyes became a little dim. At this time, Ye Liangqiu seemed to notice something, shook his head, turned around and prepared to leave, but before leaving, he looked back and said, only the weak will question the words of the strong, just be yourself. Football is a sport that some people like and some don't. But if you like it, follow through. Other people's gossip has nothing to do with you. Feng Le suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure who had walked out of the football field. He wanted to step forward, but in the end he stopped where he was. For the next few days, he played absent-mindedly on the football field alone, looking in a certain direction from time to time. Because after that incident, no one wanted to play football with a strange person like him. While drinking water, he seemed to sense something and looked in one direction. He saw a figure standing there in that direction and looking towards him, and their eyes met. Feng Le didn't know what was wrong with him, so he subconsciously stood up and kicked the ball in front of Ye Liangqiu. Play football with me. Ye Liangqiu did not refuse, but just smiled slightly. Okay, buy me a cup of milk tea, and I will play football with you. Milk tea. Since that day, Feng Le only felt that his life seemed to have been changed by this person. The monster's figure seemed to overlap on his body. The two gradually became familiar with each other, and even often went to each other's homes, and even junior high school and high school are all in one college. This was also his happiest time. It turns out there is such a thing, I thought. Qiubao and he just met each other not long ago. After all, they wanted to eliminate each other during the previous ghost arrest. Unexpectedly. Feng Le's past was actually like this. Forget it, aren't you curious? If Qiubao wins this game, will he really choose to snatch Feng Le over? What if not? Time returns to the present. The black in Feng Le's pupils seemed to be getting darker, and the smile gradually disappeared. But now someone wants to take his monster away. Am I a strange person? Advertisement. I'm afraid that no one will understand me, and I'm even more afraid of playing football alone. But Qiu, you pulled me out of the abyss, and now you want to send me back. The whistle sounded again. Everyone returned to their stations. Ye Liangqiu could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Feng Le, who was holding the ball, or that his eyes were completely different from what he usually saw. He seemed to have guessed something, and sighed softly. At this time, the bees were excited. This time, his expression had no expression at all. Itoshi Rin, who was running forward, seemed to feel an extremely strong dangerous aura. He saw that Feng Le had come to him like a ghost, with an expression without any emotion, and his legs were swinging rapidly, more smoothly than before. Ishi Rin wanted to predict Feng Le's next move, and moved his right foot forward to directly intercept the ball. However, Feng Le's foot seemed to be stuck with the ball. He stepped on the ball with his left foot and pushed back. Then he made a Marseille spin and easily passed Ito. His eyes turned to Nagisa Shiro, who was running over. His expression was neither happy nor sad, and he continued to run forward. Not far away, Haiming Launcher is asking for the ball. He is in a good position and there is no one to defend him. Now is the best time to pass the ball. But Feng Le ignored it, and the black in his pupils became more intense. There seems to be only one idea in his mind, to kill all the people who stole his monsters in this game. Nagi Saishiro put his hand against Feng Le's left shoulder, trying to control the distance, and then stretched out his right foot directly, trying to intercept the ball. But Feng Le seemed to have predicted it, and directly took the ball and took a step back. He picked up the ball with his instep and took the ball high into the sky, just in time to pass in an arc past Nagi Saishiro, who just wanted to grab the ball. And Bile continued to move towards the goal. Seeing this scene, even the black name Rancher sighed, wonderful. No wonder the Shido Dragon Saint will snatch this guy away. But it's time to pass the ball now, right? Feng Lu passed 2 people in a row and directly dispersed Ye Liangqiu's team. Now as long as he passes the ball, the opponent's formation can hardly stop the goal. After all, there were only 8 people on the field. With 4 people as the core of the team, there is actually only one goal: to score goals. Shido Longsheng has arrived at the restricted area with an exaggerated expression on his face. Although he did not speak, his meaning was already very clear. Little monster, why don't you pass the ball over? Chapter 67, is this the promised cooperation? Feng Lu acted as if she hadn't seen him. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, who had already moved in front of him. He could not match him in terms of speed. The two looked at each other, and the emotion on Feng Li's cheeks finally changed, and she whispered, "Qiu, are you going to give up on me?" Ye Liangqiu was silent. The devil's eyes in his pupils had already seen through Feng Li's movements. Every step and every calculation he made was invisible to him. Even if he doesn't use the Demon King's eye, Ye Liangqiu knows Feng Lu very well. He clearly knows where this guy's limit is and what his next move will be. The 2 men moved very quickly, and the monk could not understand their meaning at all. Ye Liangqiu stretched his legs to steal the ball, but retracted his legs very quickly the next second. Feng Lu seemed not to be afraid of these actions at all, obviously knowing that Ye Liangqiu was completely deceiving him. The 2 people were fighting each other, which seemed very inconsistent, but it was just a superficial phenomenon. In fact, it was an undercurrent. If you are not careful, one party will be intercepted or passed by the other party. Bilu knew not to delay. Itoshi Rin snorted coldly after being stunned for a moment, and was already heading towards the goal, while Nagi Saishuru rushed over quickly with his own flexibility. It can be said to be a 3-sided attack. Feng Li's pupils stared at Ye Liangqiu's eyes full of violence. At that moment, he made a move that surprised everyone. In this case, he put his left foot against the ball and slammed his right foot. Use force to clip the ball directly. The next second, the ball flew out from his side. The rainbow is extraordinary. However, Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eye had already clearly seen his movements, took a step back, and even saw clearly where the ball landed. However, an afterimage suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Shido Longsheng arrived at the melee area between the 3 of them for an unknown amount of time. His jump height was ridiculous, and his whole body was like an open bow. There was a bang sound. The ball was still in the air, and a heavy shot was fired out. All the players around the ball could even hear a violent roar. Shido Ryusei fell on the court, but his eyes were shining with excitement. No one thought that this monster could actually do this. It was indeed an inhuman creature in the restricted area. The score came to 2-2. Ito Shiren looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, "You just let the water go, right?" Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu shrugged, "I can't stop this ball." "I'm not talking about this ball." Itoshi Rin frowned, "When you were confronting the Kappa just now, you had at least 5 opportunities to grab the ball, but I only saw you grab it once, and that time you took it back. Go. I don't think you're going to back down. So, you let it go, right?" Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Ito Shiren. "I just want to see if he has made any progress in such a short period of time. However, it is much higher than I expected." Saying that, Ye Liangqiu grinned and said, "Next, they won't even think about scoring a goal. Cooperate with me, will you?" "Cooperate?" Ito Shiren looked disdainful. "It's better if you cooperate with me." Veins appeared on both of their faces at the same time, and they wanted to punch each other right now. Shido Longsheng rubbed Feng Li's head and laughed, "Ha ha ha. Sure enough, you, a stupid Kappa little monster, have a strong sense of ball. You can actually do this in that situation. Action. Do you smell that goal?" Feng Lu was silent, turned around and walked towards his seat. Black Name Launcher also noticed that Feng Lu seemed to be a little absent-minded since the beginning of the game, and then asked, "What's wrong with him?" Shidao Longsheng raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't know. Perhaps I am relieved by my extraordinary heroic appearance." Sigma Sigma, Winky Face, whose black name is Launcher, turned to look at the monk again. "You seem to be on the same team as him before, right? What happened to him?" The monk touched his head. "I don't think Feng Lu has ever been in such a state, but that was all when he was with his opposite party, Ye Liangqiu. Omega, black name launcher seemed to understand something. However, the game continues. The kicker came into the hands of Ye Liangqiu. It seemed that after entering the state of flow, the fusion degree of the Demon Kings I had reached 50%. The time has also been increased to 1.75 seconds. The afterimages behind everyone in the audience are getting longer and longer. I can clearly see everyone's next move, and sometimes I can even see the trajectory of the ball flying in the air. The next second, he moved. Ye Liangqiu rushed towards the goal with the ball, his speed was jaw-dropping. Advertisement. At the same time all the players started to move. Shido Longxing had long wanted to confront a guy as crazy as himself. However, when he really got close to Ye Liangqiu, he seemed to feel that his body seemed to slow down a lot. No. It's not that he has slowed down, it's that the other party is too fast. Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes seemed indifferent to his approach. The afterimage in his pupils tried to see everything through. He casually flicked the ball and quickly made a pass. Before Shido Longxing could react, he could only see Ye Liangqiu running behind him, and immediately followed him. In terms of explosive power, he is not weak. At the same time, Feng Lu and Haiming Launcher also stepped forward to fill their positions, flanking Ye Liangqiu on the left and right like guardians, but what they did not expect was Ye Liangqiu suddenly passed the ball. A figure suddenly appeared in the front from the blind spot of the two people's perspectives. Itoshi Rin looked disdainful. Cooperation. Is this what you call cooperation? But his body was very honest and he caught the ball directly, and then quickly ran towards the goal. The monk on the other side was also in place to defend. Seeing the terrifying arrogance on Ito Shiren's body, his expression became more and more tense. At the same time, Ziyang and Nagi Cease Hero also came to the restricted area. Showing a triangle surrounding posture, this scene is very similar to the scene where Feng Lu entered the restricted area just now, but he became a monk. However, compared to the speed, Haiming Launcher also quickly put the defense in place. Itoshi Rin chuckled lightly, looking at the black name Launcher who suddenly jumped in front of him like a small shark, and slowly said, "Sure enough, you don't understand anything. I can't even use my eyes." The next second, he kicked the ball to the right with the back of his foot, and the ball drew an arc and flew towards Kuroming Launcher. At this moment, a figure seemed to be entangled with countless dead bones, rushing out from the gap between the two people. In the unbelievable shock of black name Launcher, Ye Liangqiu directly raised his leg and fired a heavy shot. There was a bang sound. The ball goes directly into the net and scores. Black name Launcher's expression was a little frozen, which was equivalent to grabbing a piece of meat in front of him. "Did you just take a look at it and then disappear?" Ye Liangqiu gasped and looked at Ishi Rin's arrogant look. Unexpectedly, he thought he had just passed a good ball. In fact, if he hadn't been fast enough, the ball would have been passed directly to the opponent. Is this what you call cooperation? Chapter 68. You are the challenger. Not far away, the corner of Bing Jiang's mouth twitched. Sure enough, the cooperation he saw before was all fake. The two of them played football based on their own ideas, playing in an extremely self-centered way. It looked like they were indeed cooperating, but in fact they were just using each other as tools. I always thought this guy would only charge alone. It turns out that someone will still pass the ball to him. In the last game, Bing Jiang actually thought about passing the ball to Ye Liangqiu, but every time his position made people feel subconscious fear, just like he was encountered by several defenders in front of the goal. This kind of under such circumstances, the Ice Weaver will definitely not pass the ball. However, Itoshi Rin dared to. Maybe his eyes are different from what he sees. But I definitely don't have that kind of courage. Or perhaps, my lack of understanding of Ye Liangqiu allowed my reason to take over. He looked at the backs of Ye Yoshiaki and Itoshi Rin in front of the goal, as if he saw two monsters hovering above their heads and devouring each other. The score came to 2-3. Standing next to Ye Liangqiu, black name Launcher felt such pressure for the first time. When the ball flew toward him just now, he could have reacted, but in the end he kicked it in. This person's speed and body balance are too strong. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, weren't you afraid to reach out and stop the ball just now?" Ye Liangqiu, who was exchanging greetings with Ishi Rin, turned around and asked, "Stop. What are you trying to stop? How long are your hands, how wide your sight is, and how you can block your hands without fear of them being kicked off. Black name launcher blinked. Does this person always talk like this? At this time, the whistle sounded. Ye Liangqiu glanced back at Kuroming launcher. To be precise, before he kicked out that kick, through the afterimage of the Demon King's eye, he actually noticed the movement of Kuroming launcher's body and consciously blocked himself, and even wanted to rely on fouls to block the ball. However, Ishi Rin's movements made his mind go blank for a second. So without reacting at all, Ye Liangqiu had already scored. Even the monk in front of the goal has jumped high and is ready to win the ball. Unfortunately, since the time for predicting the future has increased, Ye Liangqiu has completely figured out how to use his eyes, squeezing himself continuously. In the prediction, the monk will take off in 1.75 seconds, and then he will shoot the ball. Stop. Advertisement. Then he will shoot within 1.75 seconds. As long as you take one step faster, no one can catch up with you. The kicker came into the hands of Shido Ryusei. He licked the corner of his mouth and seemed to be completely excited. He rushed out with the ball like a wild beast. Ye Liangqiu stopped directly in front of him, with cold eyes. Don't forget, you are the challenger. Shido Ryusei reacted, stepped on the ball with his left foot, and continued to rush forward. Although this guy looked tall and strong, his body was extremely flexible, which is why he was able to create miracles in the penalty area. And the aura of his sensing ball is very special. He seems to be able to clearly smell the route of the goal. But now when he faced Ye Liangqiu, the goal path that was clearly visible just now disappeared in an instant. Shido Ryusei could only see an abyss behind Ye Liangqiu. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu's figure approached directly and cut off his right leg forward. Shido Ryusei pushed the ball backward with his left leg to avoid being robbed. Suddenly, he saw the smile on Ye Liangqiu's lips. I'm so sorry. I stole the ball from you and hardly had to use any skills. All it takes is a pair of eyes. Anger appeared on Shido Longxing's cheek, but when he reacted, Ye Liangqiu's right foot happened to be in a running posture. The most important thing was that this guy's left foot actually bent down. Sweeping, he hooked the ball directly and brought it to his feet. However, before this set of grabbing the ball was over, he rushed directly to the penalty area with the ball at extremely fast speed. Seeing that the ball was robbed, Haiming Launcher and Feng Lu directly returned to defense. It's a pity it's too late. The moment he got the ball, the afterimages of countless shots were reflected in Ye Liangqiu's pupils. This is also one of the abilities he developed with the Eye of the Demon King. Since it is to predict the future, then I will predict the chance of my own shot. Future. At this moment, as long as his foot touches the ball, countless shooting routes emerged before his eyes. Until you choose exactly one. Final shot. The monk in front of the goal seemed to sense the danger and ran towards the other side of the mechanical goalkeeper in an instant. Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile and said, "It's too late." There was a bang sound. Ye Liangqiu used all his speed, strength, and eyes. At this moment, the ball's path was just like the trajectory he saw, showing a curved angle and rushing towards the goal. Boom. Something unexpected happened. Feng Lu jumped up, and was replaced by a dull impact. The ball was directly blocked by his crossed legs, and the ball could even be seen spinning on his legs. Nice. He Minglin Shidu couldn't help but praise loudly, it was too extreme. The monk was dumbfounded. He didn't even react. The moment the ball was about to hit the net, he was actually saved. Shido Longxing also seemed to be about to be kicked out of his eyes. What are you waiting for? Counterattack, counterattack. Flow state. Ye Liangqiu looked at the aura emanating from Feng Lu and knew that at this moment, he should have entered the state he had just been in, completely releasing his body functions. In other words, Feng Lu relied on instinct to block the ball at that moment. Seeing Feng Lu running towards him with the ball, Ye Liangqiu sighed, can't this game end quickly? How about being stopped? What about flow status? In an instant, Ye Liangqiu moved. He rushed towards Feng Lu like a black and red lightning. The moment he approached Feng Lu, before he could react, he predicted the direction of his move and lightly hooked the ball with his left foot. He returned to Ye Liangqiu's feet again. Can predict the future for 1.75 seconds on the court. Whether he is grabbing the ball or facing off head-on, unless Ye Liangqiu breaks a leg, it is impossible for even the world's #1 player to win in front of him. Feng Le froze on the spot. Was this a prejudgment? Did he anticipate that he would take the ball backwards? Stretching out your foot in advance directly interrupts the dribbling action and steals the ball. No one expected such a result. The newly acquired ball returned to Ye Liangqiu's hands again. The monk didn't even leave the penalty area, but this time Ye Liangqiu's position was even further forward. Chapter 69, Your Eyes. In an instant, a ball flew past his head. Ye Liangqiu's face was calm, as if this shot was bound to go in. The reality was the same as the future he saw. The ball slowly slid down the net. The score came to 2-4. Itoshi Rin praised, the kicking was a bit bad, but it's still passable. #Van, a hash mark appeared on Ye Liangqiu's forehead. Don't talk if you can't speak. You don't need to praise me. Ito Shiren raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Bing Jiyang also came over. It's a pity that the ball didn't go in directly, but how did you know that the person just now would make a mistake while dribbling? Yes, in his eyes, the scene where Ye Liangqiu snatched the ball just now. Obviously Feng Le made a mistake, so the ball was taken away. Mistake? Who told you that he made a mistake? Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. Lo, there was no mistake. He even tried his best to protect the ball in his own hands, but I am very familiar with his habits. All I can do is steal the ball easily. Although he explained it this way, only Ye Liangqiu himself knew that he was so relaxed because he relied on the eyes of the devil to see the future. Otherwise, with Feng Le's free dribbling and dribbling skills, it would be easy to pass by his past self, but the past was the past and the present is now. It's the last point. After this point is over, who will Qiubao choose? I guess it's a little monster. After all, the two have been playmates since childhood. It would be unworthy of a split because of this incident. Upstairs, are you afraid that you have forgotten that the last person who said these words has been abandoned? Ling Wang, behind my back, I silently give you a thumbs up. That's so good. Have you not noticed that Qiubao's movements seem to be getting more and more capable? Whether it is grabbing the ball, shooting, or in a head-on confrontation, he seems to be able to predict the opponent's movements in advance every time. The barrage scrolled faster and faster, and it seemed that everyone was looking forward to Ye Liangqiu's final decision. Did you choose File for Friendship, or did you choose someone else to become stronger in Blue Lock? Itoshi Rin also seemed to have discovered that Ye Liangqiu was unusual. His predictions were different from his own. Any information on the court could change the original rhythm, so he needed different fake moves to deceive the opponent and lure the opponent to steal the ball. But the premise of everything is prediction. That's right, by looking down at the whole field in your mind, you can judge what the opponent's players will do next, but these are only limited to your own correct predictions. Advertisement. However, to achieve this level, a large amount of information needs to be processed. This is what Itoshi Rin finds strange. In his opinion, Ye Liangqiu's movements are so perfect that no flaws can be found, as if every step must be done. There is no absolute perfection in the world. Once something makes everyone think it is perfect, it is bound to have fatal flaws. Although the two were in the same team, Itoshi Rin was constantly observing Ye Liangqiu's kicking style, trying to find a way to completely defeat this red-eyed freak. So far, he hasn't found a way to defeat this guy yet. His eyes were different from his own. Ishi Rin touched his chin and looked at Ye Liangqiu's figure, his brows furrowed as he was thinking about something. As the whistle sounded at once, Shida Ryusiai's team seemed to have discussed tactics for the first time during the break just now. Black Name Launcher and the monk looked at Ye Liangqiu from time to time, which actually showed that they were ready to fight against Ye Liangqiu. After all, in an 8-player game, it is almost impossible to completely restrict one person. This is why Huixin said that this is a process from 1 to 100, because in this kind of game, the player's own creativity and their own value are fully reflected, so that they can survive in this game. It seemed to be the most desperate moment. Bing Jiyang could clearly see that the momentum of the 4 people opposite seemed to be getting more and more surging. Here we go. The battle for the final point. The kickoff team gave him a name. He was extremely calm and his position was very forward. However, compared to before, he seemed to have a complete understanding of what the current stadium was like. Dribbling the ball directly towards the goal, even deliberately avoiding Ye Liangqiu. While avoiding it, his little shark intuition could feel that there were two pairs of eyes that seemed to be staring at him all the time. Now the pass is very likely to be intercepted, and cannot be passed. At the same time, Feng Lu and Shido Longsheng had also rushed towards the restricted area. The two of them were running without the ball, and Nagi's hero and Haiori sheep were also close to them. Only in this way, they could intercept the ball at the moment of passing the ball. The monk stared at Ye Liangqiu closely. Advertisement. But the next second, he was stunned. His speed was completely unable to match the normal running of Ye Liangqiu. Across more than half of the stadium, Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin rushed directly towards Kuroming Rancher. Force him to pass the ball. Otherwise, the ball will be intercepted. Haiming Launcher gritted his teeth and passed the ball into the penalty area, which was in the hands of Feng Lu, who was restricted by Bing Jiyang. The corner of Itoshi Rin's mouth rose, as if he had anticipated this scene, and quickly turned around and rushed in the direction of Shido Longsheng. Feng Lu appeared to be at ease when facing Ice Weaver Sheep's defense. He looked at Haiming Launcher, and Bing Jiyang thought he was going to pass the ball back. At this moment, Feng Lu picked up the ball between his legs and kicked it. Pass without vision. The moment Bing Jiyang reacted, the ball had already flown high into the sky and flew in another direction. Monk. Itoshi Rin was stunned. He never expected to pass the ball to a person who had northwest effect on the court. That's right, that's their tactic. Monk has been looked down upon by everyone from beginning to end, so naturally no one wants to mark his position, and the off-ball running of Feng Lu and Shido Ryusei is to tell others that if they don't stop them, they will score. So the monk became the airman on the court. Although the monk got the ball, he was extremely hesitant to take his shot when he saw Itoshi Rin already rushing towards the goal. A roar came out, and Shido Ryusei almost ate the monk with his eyes. Bald guy. If you don't know how to shoot, just kick the ball over, right? The monk gritted his teeth, looked at Ito Shiren in front of him, and finally withstood the pressure. There was a bang sound. Shoot directly. However, his shot was seen through by Ye Liangqiu. The moment he hesitated, the outcome was decided. The moment the ball reached the goal, the figures of Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu appeared at the same time. The two took off, but because they did not notice each other, they bumped into each other. However, the ball was bounced away directly because of the two bodies. Are you sick? Chapter 70 is over. The two exchanged greetings. The monk who shot the shot was dumbfounded. How come in an instant, these two people appeared in front of him, and didn't they block my shot? However, at this time, the game is not over. Ye Liangqiu didn't want to argue with this arrogant person here. Looking at the ball that bounced out in front of him, he immediately stabilized his body and rushed out. At the same time, almost everyone moved in the direction of the ball. Get away. Shido Ryusei looked ferocious and supported Nagise Shiro with his hands. Can't you find someone else to stop you? White hair. Nagi Saishiru's eyes were calm. You are the only one in the whole audience that gives me a sense of crisis, which is very similar to the smell of Ye Liangqiu, so I am very curious whether you can get past me easily like him. But, it seems like you're not good at it. What did you say? Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened. Comparison. You're comparing me to that B************** D red eyes. Nagi Saishiru nodded honestly. Ha 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 ha, man, I'm laughing to death. King Ray next door is having a crazy losing streak, and this side has been winning continuously. Why is it that Nagi Saishiro's curiosity has begun to expand? A moment of silence for Prince Ling first. I'm smiling. At this time, with his quick reaction, Ye Liangqiu was the first to grab the ball in front of everyone, while Ishi Rin seemed to have anticipated everything and rushed towards the opponent's goal. If there is nothing wrong with your mind, pass the ball over now, immediately. I'll score the last goal. Ye Liangqiu ran with the ball and sneered, that's a good idea. Do you really think I'm your tool? Just watch me score goals. The two figures rushed towards the penalty area. Return to defense. Return to defense. Because Kuroming Rancher was always in the midfield, he returned to defense early. However, facing Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu who had already rushed out, his body the pressure can be described as huge. Especially after experiencing a joke just now, he clearly knew that the cooperation between the two was not as chaotic as it seemed, but rather an extremely tacit understanding. Itoshi Rin's green eyes stared at Ye Liangqiu. I said, pass the ball to me, and this game is over. Advertisement. Is that what you think? Continue to compete with these weaklings. Promoting early is what we should do now. Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes exuded a murderous look. Why should I pass the goal to you when I can score it? In an instant, his speed increased again, directly surpassing Itoshi Rin, and he looked directly at the black name rancher standing in front of the penalty area. Little shark, you have too many flaws. I won't let you shoot. Black name launcher's eyes gradually became sharper. Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his feet. Forced shot. Black name rancher stepped forward subconsciously, perfectly predicting Ye Liangqiu's next move, making Ye Liangqiu, who should have a shooting route, look completely blocked and unable to shoot. The next second, Kuroming rancher made a sliding tackle to intercept the ball. However, in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, all this was something that had been predicted. He took the ball with his right foot and avoided this thrilling sliding tackle. TSK. Itoshi Rin said nothing. As expected, they are all brainless guys. Come forward if you show any weakness. Ye Liangqiu chuckled and looked at the empty goal in front of him. At the moment when he was about to kick the shot, his eyes glanced at the monk who had already rushed over. His eyes were not about the ball, but about the ball. It's myself. The monk kept saying sorry. He looked at Ye Liangqiu with some fear. Obviously he was planning to commit a foul, but he had to stop the shot. However, Ye Liangqiu only had contempt for his approach. He slowly raised his right foot and said, you are already too late. Honestly, let's sink into Blue Lock slowly. This is not a place for people like you. There was a bang sound. There was no blockage or any surprises in this shot. The score came directly to 2-5. The monk collapsed on the ground. It was over, the game was over. Advertisement. Shido Longsheng's expression was a little speechless. On the contrary, black name launcher wiped his sweat and looked at Ye Liangqiu. He couldn't help but think that there was such a strong person in this prison. Only Feng Le stood in front of the goal not far away and looked at Ye Liangqiu's body, not knowing what he was thinking. It's time for selection. Itoshi Rin was the first to speak. He looked at Ye Liangqiu. I choose the black name rancher. As a person who overlooks the whole scene, his information concept is very strong. Now, Ye Liangqiu's team has two people with strong spatial perception ability, plus the two heavy cannons of Ye Liangqiu and Nagi Saishiru. Now what they lack is a player who can defend and support on the wing. As for the others, Itoshi Rin was not even on his selection list for Shido Ryusei. After all, this guy was very destructive on the court, but it also brought certain side effects to his teammates. It was called a double-edged sword in short. As for Feng Lehui, Itoshi Rin saw in him extremely flexible dribbling, passing ability, and breakthrough ability. But in Itoshi Rin's eyes, both Ye Liangqiu and Shido Ryusei can do this. Rather than choosing him, it would be better to choose Shido Ryusei. There is no need to consider the last monk. This guy was sleepwalking throughout the whole performance. Itoshi Rin couldn't even imagine how this kind of garbage got to this level. Ye Liangqiu didn't say much. He naturally knew that Itoshi Rin was preparing for the next round of testing to select better teammates, but he knew that the next step was to compete with professional players. If you choose black name launcher, the team will indeed become stronger as a whole. But this strength is built on the team. What he wants is not overall strength, but personal strength. Facing opponents whose strength far exceeds his own, they have almost no preparation time or running in time in terms of coordination. Instead of doing this, it's better to go crazy once. Ye Liangqiu looked at Shido Longsheng. You are now a member of our team. Come here. Shido Longsheng raised his eyebrows. He still thought that Ye Liangqiu would choose Feng Lo. After all, the relationship between the two was already not simple before the game started. Now you choose yourself. Shido Longsheng grinned and said, you are discerning and I admire you very much. Why don't you give me your mobile phone number? I'll go to your room. Ye Liangqiu ignored him. Itoshi Rin on the side raised his eyebrows. It didn't really matter if he chose Shido Ryusei. After all, these two people were the ones he was considering. But, why would this red-eyed freak directly choose Shido Ryusei? Is it because of the next level? Chapter 71 I Know. Seeing Shido Ryusei being chosen. Instead, the monk breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Le stared directly at Ye Liangqiu's back. The two of them didn't talk to each other after the game, as if they were strangers. At this moment, he felt that his heart seemed to be half a beat slower. My fingers couldn't help but clenched so tightly that they turned white. Black Name Launcher looked at the 5 people leaving, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he still showed a small shark smile. Forget it, this group of monsters together makes other people feel a lot more relaxed. After all, they have entered the next level. You have to start over again. He suddenly looked at Feng Lu, who said nothing. Feng Lu, aren't you happy? I know you have a very good relationship with Ye Liangqiu, but this is Blue Lock. If it was because of friendship, he chose without you. I feel that he is irresponsible for his dream. I know. Feng Le suddenly showed a big smile and responded. Sigma, Rainio, isn't this kid going crazy with excitement? At this time, I just walked into the passage. Ye Liangqiu glanced back and sighed softly. Sometimes he couldn't understand what he was thinking. He was dull when it came to friendship, but he knew that if Feng Le was chosen away now, it would be harmful. After all, if he stays in this state, Blue Lock will eliminate him. I can't protect him for the rest of my life. This battle for the #1 spot in the world has just begun. Ye Liangqiu does not want Feng Le to be buried here because of his own reasons. Instead of doing this, it's better to be a villain for once. To force Feng Le to grow up. Just like when I first came to Blue Lock. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile, turned around, and continued walking towards the dark passage. Chase it. Only if you stand on the same playing field with me can you have a chance to compete with me for the #1 spot in the world. Shido Ryusei hooked Ye Liangqiu's shoulder and asked, the kicking style you used in front of the goal is a bit similar to that guy Noah. Noah. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows, don't compare me with other people. I hate this kind of statement. Because there is no competition, so who can know who is stronger and who is weaker? Shido Longshan grinned, I just like your personality. Advertisement. As he said that, he took out a mobile phone from somewhere. The main thing about the mobile phone case was that it looked creepy. There were white tadpoles one after another, which was a bit disgusting. Quickly, give me your mobile phone number. I'll add you. Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at this guy. It turned out that this was Shido Ryusei's character off the field. It was just as Don Mugoose said, there would be a sharp contrast between the characters of all players on the field and off the field. This may be the reason why this anime was so popular in the previous life. At this time, Itoshi Rin, who was walking at the front, suddenly asked, aren't you going to explain it? Why did you choose this perverted man? Abnormal. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened, he stepped forward and spoke aggressively, do you have the ability to say it again? Ito Shiren raised his eyebrows, just as he was about to say something. Ye Liangqiu spoke, if my guess is not wrong, the next test will still be a competition between teams, but do you still remember the rules Xin said before? As long as you enter the 5th level, you will have the opportunity to spend the night with professional players. That's the game. For this reason, my idea is to prioritize personal strength. After all, there is still a gap between professional players and us players. Natural cooperation must be better than ours, so why not show the characteristics of our Blue Lock, a feast for egoists? Rely on your own strength to compete with these top players. Ishi Rin's tone seemed a little dissatisfied, is this why you chose this perverted man? Shido Ryusei barely managed to grab Itoshi Rin by the collar. If Shiro Nagise hadn't been holding him by the side, there would have been a fight. Ye Liangqiu nodded, our current team can almost walk sideways in the entire prison. And the next test will definitely not tip the balance too far. I believe that Aishin Jihachi's brains should be better than those of us players, and naturally he would not make such a low-level mistake. I can even guess that this guy is holding a big move behind his back. Just wait until this test is over. Suddenly, Huaxin Shiba's voice sounded from the radio in the channel. Hello, rough stones that contain extraordinary potential. Congratulations, you passed the 3rd round of testing. The chemical reaction you produced in this test has been perfectly presented before my eyes. Just as I said before, you are about to undergo intensive training with the world's top players. Advertisement. Let's have a competition with these 5 people selected from all over the world. It's time to get to know the world, you frogs in the well. In the lounge. Ye Liangqiu looked at Shido Longxing lying on his bed, and his eyes twitched. He really regretted choosing this guy. If he was given a chance, he would never do such a crazy move. Get off to your own bed, okay? Don't let me do it. Ryusei Shida crossed his legs, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and turned it over. The player we are about to face is Leonardo Luna, who is known as the national football player. Goal-scoring maniac, Adam Blake. The world's top free kick master, Pablo Cabassos. The hungry heavy tank born in the slums, Dayton Sherba. And prodigy Julian Rocky. Looking at the messages on his phone, Ye Liangqiu wiped the water droplets from his hair. It's really luxurious. A lineup of only 5 people can probably hang everyone in this blue lock. Haha. Ito Shiren's pupils exuded a strong fighting spirit. On the other hand, Ice Weaver Sheep had already laid down on his back. He was thinking about one thing in his mind. Did he join this team to play football, or did he watch these 3 people fight every day and just enjoy the melon on the sidelines? Nagi Hero was playing the game and seemed completely uninterested in the upcoming game. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Ye Liangqiu's mind. All main tasks have been completed. Start advanced tasks. Advanced Mission 1, the monsters who are about to step onto the court are suffering the most painful time, and becoming stronger is the only thing. Requirement, score 2 goals against a team of professional players. Reward. Professional level. Advanced Mission 2, the future number 1 in the world, enjoy the victory now, maybe you will face the first defeat later. Requirement, before the upcoming U20 game, you are not allowed to lose a game. Reward. Professional level. Advanced Task 3, under the eyes of the whole world, bloom your colors wantonly, and let the whole world be immersed in your shock. Requirement, score the most gorgeous goal in the U20 game. Reward. Championship level. The personal data panel will be expanded soon. Chapter 72, Emerging from the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. Personal panel. Ye Liangqiu was stunned. Has it been opened now? He discovered that his system might be even more stupid than himself. Personal panel has been expanded. The latest results based on player physical fitness and various data measurements. Speed, 94s. Shoot, 94s. Attack power, 92s. Dribbling, 72b. Pass, 86a. Defensive ability, 80a. Comprehensive rating, 86a. Looking at the data panel, Ye Liangqiu frowned. Is there only 86a? This actually refers to 6 items, the basic items of a player, but it does not include individual talents, such as Itoshi Rin's spatial perception ability and his own future vision. Then this comprehensive evaluation is reasonable. After all, the lower scores above are indeed your own weaknesses. And through this data, Ye Liangqiu also had a trace of doubt in his mind. What is the difference between professional level speed and championship level speed? 94, this value is already very scary. So is the championship level speed above 95 points. Ye Liangqiu rubbed his chin and thought about it. As for the advanced task this time, it was clear that he wanted to do his best in this game with professional players, and it could even be said that he wanted to win. But how is this possible? Based on his current comprehensive data alone, it is possible to have a game with those players. But none of my team members have experienced transformation. Unless we can squeeze out their potential, how can we win? Even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but start to wonder if the system was deliberately creating this advanced mission. It's not that he doesn't believe there is no chance of winning. After all, the current lineup is probably the strongest in the entire blue lock. At this time, a voice sounded in my ears. Why don't we go practice? After all, it's a game against the world's top players. If we don't show some cooperation, the opponent may be able to kick our mentality to pieces. Advertisement. Bing Jiyang looked at everyone, but he knew that since joining Ye Liangqiu's team, he had not practiced coordination for a day, and the competition was purely due to strength, or maybe it was Ye Liangqiu and Ito Shiren. It's too strong, that's why it's so simple. But, we are about to face the world's top players. Perhaps in the eyes of those people, the strength of these 2 people is just that of dominating the blue lock. Itoshi Rin opened his eyes, although I don't really want to practice with this perverted man, the red-eyed freak, but I am about to face the world's top players, so I need to be fully prepared. What did you say? Shido Longxing glared. Hole, who are you calling a pervert? Are you going to fight? I'll accompany you. Bing Jiyang sighed helplessly. He could not understand at all how this team would lose when they met a professional team. I'm afraid if it wasn't the end, our side would start fighting directly on the court. At this time, Ye Liangqiu said calmly, stop arguing. I think this suggestion is good. Let's go practice. I just want to see your true strength and see if it's worth bringing you into my team. For a moment, the lounge became quiet. Ito Shiren snorted coldly. Shido Ryusei admired his fingers. Bing Jiyang breathed a sigh of relief and finally calmed down. But in the end, even though they were training, it still looked disorganized. Bing Jiyang looked at the three people fighting for the ball with each other, and looked up at the ceiling. Is it really possible for such a team to contact professional players tomorrow? On the contrary, the eyes of Nagisa Shiro, who had been silent, seemed to be getting more and more curious about these three people. His movements are also improving little by little. After all, he is a real novice in football. He has been able to get here after playing for half a year. There is no doubt that everything is novel in his eyes, or can be learned. Obeying Jiyang began to doubt life. Shido Ryusei wiped the sweat from his face and suddenly asked, hey, what's going on with your vision? Why can you tell the direction in which I hit the ball? Are you sure? Is it just a prediction? Ito Shiren stepped on the ball and looked at Ye Liangqiu with some curiosity. He was actually confused about this question. Maybe ordinary players couldn't see it, but people like them could tell at a glance Ye Liangqiu's eyes, or maybe it's because the way of thinking is different from that of myself and others. Every time Shido Ryusei had a head-on confrontation with Ye Liangqiu, he always had the feeling that the red-eyed B*** D in front of him seemed to know his next move completely, and thus made precise interception movements. Is this possible for humans to do? Anyway, Shido Ryusei knew that he could not make such an action. Advertisement. Secret. Ye Liangqiu narrowed his eyes slightly, like a fox. He would not tell anyone about his Demon King's eye. After all, his weapons were used to deal with enemies. Although the group of people in front of me are teammates now, what will happen next? What next? No one can predict the changes on the court. You may be a teammate 1 second and an opponent the next. Telling others about your own weapons is equivalent to surrendering. I still feel defensive. Besides, even if I tell this group of people about my vision of predicting the future, will they believe it? I'm afraid only that little fool Feng Lu can believe it. The training of several people lasted for a while. Although the effect was not very good, it was at least much better than the previous chaotic team. The only drawback is that these three people. Everyone must be the vanguard. Bing Jiyang was completely speechless. In a team of 5, 3 people wanted to be forwards, and most importantly, one wanted to be a fullback, which meant that he was the only defender in the penalty area. Eventually he came to a conclusion. Offense is defense. What kind of defense is needed? There is no need. Monitoring room. Huixinchiba is always paying attention to the changes in the entire blue lock, and he sees the transformation of every player. Unli asked from the side, Mr. Hui Xin, those top players can take away 1 million if they score 1 goal. Isn't this too exaggerated? Do you think the players we have trained are capable of beating them? Win. Huixin Shiba shook his head, this is just a lesson. You may not have found some important data. In this blue lock, a large number of players have made great progress, but they also got what they wanted. But it's still far away from the world number 1 I want. However, this time, allowing them to have close contact with the world's top players is not only to broaden their horizons, but also to bring them closer. When an average player appears on the field with top players, does he think about winning or learning? All this requires judgment in one's own mind. How far am I from being number 1 in the world? The weak will completely lose confidence in this game, but there are always some players who will break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Chapter 73. The 4th round of testing begins. 30 minutes are left until the first group takes on the best players in the world. In the lounge, Ye Liangqiu is adjusting his condition. This is his first time competing against world-class players. It is also time to examine how far he has evolved in Blue Lock. The mood seems particularly calm. Maybe it's because I know there is a high probability that I will lose this game, but what if I win? Itoshi Rin is also making full preparations. The atmosphere in the lounge was extremely quiet until the radio sounded. Everyone stood up. Ye Liangqiu walked at the front, glanced back at everyone, and said slowly, I don't like losing. Even if I am facing professional players, what I can do is to narrow the gap between the teams as much as possible. Don't go into the game with the idea of learning. What I want is to crush this group of professional players on the opposite side. Shido Longshin grinned, with a strong sense of excitement exuding from his pupils. Ito Shiren snorted calmly. Nagisa Shiro stretched his arms, and his pupils also exuded fighting spirit. Only Bingji Sheep twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed heavily. What else could he do? Kick it. Ha 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 ha, a world where only the lamb is injured has been achieved. Why do I look like a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing with a sheep mixed in? By the way, Qiubao and Lin Bao are both so strong, how scary can real professional players be? As the barrage scrolls faster and faster. Everyone has also arrived on the court from the passage. The door opposite happened to open. Advertisement. Led by the child prodigy Loki, everyone behind him exuded a lazy aura. It seems that this game is not regarded as a real arena at all. Instead, it seems to be leisurely. Are these the first batch of players that we need to test? Adam Blake smiled. Although he was tall, he looked like a simple and strong man, but it could be seen from his eyes that this guy was not. His face looks like that of an honest uncle. On the contrary, it is extremely destructive. Carbasis, who had fluffy flowing hair on his head, also looked at the leader Ye Liangqiu and the people behind him. It's a little different from what I imagined. Luna also observed the player to be tested, and suddenly said, is that Itoshi Sae's younger brother, Itoshi Rin? Ito Master. Upon hearing this name, all the top players were stunned for a moment. Luna smiled slightly. I heard from Huaxin that a very talented person came to the Blue Prison. That person is Itoshi Sae's younger brother, Itoshi Rin. He must have a very high talent. There is another player that Huaxin pays special attention to. It seems that we are deliberately told not to be careless, otherwise we will really lose. Really? Prodigy Rocky looked at Ye Liangqiu. He could also see that the players on the opposite side had unimaginable plasticity. Only Silba smiled and said, hurry up and finish it. I have other things to do later. But it is obvious that the words spoken by this group of people are actually not meant to be ridiculed. After all, the enemies that this group of top players encounter every day are much more terrifying than players like Ye Liangqiu and others who have just come into contact with world-class competitions. A few people chatted quietly. But it was crystal clear in this empty stadium. Ye Liangqiu could clearly feel the murderous aura coming from behind him. He chuckled. Of course he understood Itoshi Rin's character. The doubter who was heartbroken by his brother had completely turned into a black man. Of course when I heard this name, I wanted to beat him up immediately. At this time, the broadcast sounded, Blue Prison, the fourth test, 5 versus 5, the rules of the world selection are the same as the third test, the first to score 5 points wins. The game is about to begin. Listening to the sound, several people stood in the positions they had trained before. Ye Liangqiu, Itoshi Rin, and Shido Ryusei all stood at the front. The kicker came to Itoshi Rin, who exuded a murderous aura. The next second, he started running with the ball. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu and Shido Ryusei also started running without the ball. Advertisement. Luna's light green pupils flashed with unknown meaning. Oh. A head-on confrontation. It just so happens that I also want to test your level. After all, Master Ito is well known in Royale's subordinate organization. You are his younger brother, so there shouldn't be much difference in strength, right? Undoubtedly, these words completely touched Ito Shiren's nerves. He gritted his teeth and the veins on his face bulged. In an instant, he rushed forward. Ye Liangqiu was also paying attention to this guy while running. As expected, he was finally angered, and then used the Eye of the Demon King to judge who would win this confrontation. He can also intercept and catch the ball in advance. At this time, a voice sounded in his ear. You must be the Ye Liangqiu that Huixin said. He asked me to take special care of you and test your level. Ye Liangqiu turned around and saw that the child prodigy Loki had arrived in front of him at some point, looking at him with a smile. Prodigy Loki continued, your speed and burst are very good. Very talented. But the focus was too much on the ball. Use your eyes more to pay attention to the movements of the slow world. What do you mean? Ye Liangqiu didn't understand at all what this guy was talking about. At this time, Shido Ryusei had already run into the penalty area without the ball. Ito Shiren seemed to notice this scene, snorted coldly, and fired a heavy cannon in that direction. Seeing the ball coming, Shido Ryusei's mouth slowly cracked with excitement. No. That's not right. Ye Liangqiu's pupils contracted violently, and the Demon King's eyes were fully activated. After 1.75 seconds, the afterimage of the ball will be captured by the person in front of him. I saw the prodigy Loki in front of me rushing directly towards the ball. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu also moved. The two of them were like lightning, one red and one blue, flying across the court and rushing towards the penalty area. Shido Ryusei looked at the flying ball, jumped up high, and wanted to directly use the diving to score. However, Silba grinned, and like a truck rushing over, he jumped directly on the spot and caught the ball. However, the direction in which his head pointed the ball was exactly the direction in which the prodigies Rocky and Ye Liangqiu were rushing. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened and he sat down on the ground, a little unbelievable, this guy can jump so high. Chapter 74 Interception, Fake Shooting. At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on the two figures rushing towards the ball. Ye Liangqiu looked at the child prodigy Loki who was not weak at all below him, and looked a little excited. Is this the top player in the world? Developed its own weapons to the limit. Suddenly, the voice of prodigy Loki came to his ears, your speed and burst are really good. But, the technique is too stiff. Experience the world from slow motion. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu felt that Loki running beside him was actually speeding up. This kind of speed was not something that could be detected with the eyes at once, but was slowly surpassing him. An afterimage appears from the prodigy Loki. Ye Liangqiu looked at his leg movements, trying to find something that he couldn't understand, why he could still accelerate. As long as he could find this movement, he might be able to break through to the championship level. It's just a shame, in this case. His heart couldn't calm down at all. Faced with such a provocation, Ye Liangqiu couldn't contain his excitement. His thigh muscles were jumping for joy. The child prodigy Loki was a little faster than him. His heart was beating faster and faster, and the world in his eyes seemed to be going backwards. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, the ball will be in Rocky's hands, and he will immediately turn around and move towards his own goal penalty area. In this case, there is no need to compete with him for the ball. Why not steal the ball directly? Right, steal the ball directly, move now, immediately, Ye Liangqiu, this is a goal that countless people will notice you. Truncate. The child prodigy Loki smiled and found that Ye Liangqiu's speed seemed to be unable to keep up with him, but the next second he seemed to smell a dangerous breath. Where did this breath come from? Could it be the person behind you? No. He is not as fast as me, so why can he still transmit this kind of aura? Not him. Advertisement. However, the moment he touched the ball, stepped on the ball with his right foot and wanted to turn around, he saw Ye Liangqiu coming in front of him like a ferocious beast, wrapped in black arrogance. Even the child prodigy Rocky couldn't help but be stunned for a second, trying to hook the ball with his right foot and take it behind him. The ball was hooked right into the air. Everyone guessed that Ye Liangqiu wanted to shoot directly, including the prodigy Rocky. However, Ye Liangqiu saw all of this. The trajectory, route and afterimage of the ball seemed to be reflected in his pupils. He grinned, raised his right foot and made a fake move to deceive everyone. The moment he couldn't react, the ball was already in midair. Rocky, the prodigy, tried to hook the ball with his left leg again. However, Ye Liangqiu raised his right foot once, so fast that it was hard to imagine that he had to adjust his movements twice in this short period of time. There was a bang sound, a heavy shot. The ball rushed towards the goal like a black bullet. The score came to 0-1. Everyone on the entire court fell silent. Ye Liangqiu gasped for breath, but the excitement in his pupils could not be concealed. He competed with the world's top players for the first time, and he won. The child prodigy Loki looked at the slowly sliding ball and smiled slightly. Sure enough, you need to pay special attention to this guy. Hui Xin is right. Your potential is incredible. Nagisa Shiro wiped the sweat from his face. Is it a god? In that situation, he resisted not shooting. If it were me, I should have kicked him. Well, it's worth learning. Bing Jiang was also a little shocked. The reaction of the three people just now, if he didn't guess wrong, it should be the chemical reaction Hui Xin mentioned, right? Each brought their own weapons to the table and tried their best to force the world's top players to lose a goal. The strength of these three people is indeed terrifying, but what is even more terrifying are the monsters on the opposite side. In this case, it seems that they are understatement. Kicking is okay. Even Ito Shiren praised him, but his tone was a bit unpleasant. Shido Ryusei glanced at Itoshi Rin. What do you mean a good kick? Such a cool goal, it's so cool, okay. Is it so shameful to praise other people's goals? Advertisement. Arrogant men, if you can't speak, just be a mute. Shut up. Ito Shiren's face darkened. Shido Longxing was right, why do you want to fight? Seeing that the situation between the two was about to escalate, Ye Liangqiu reached out and patted the two on the shoulders. Enough is enough, now our goal is to defeat the professional team opposite. Shidao Longxing snorted coldly, crossed his arms across his chest and looked unconvinced. Ito Shiren turned his head, sneered, and said nothing. Ye Liangqiu sighed helplessly. Although he had known for a long time that his team would be divided due to the personalities of these two people, because of his own existence, the team formed a tripartite force. As the saying goes, the most stable relationship is a tripartite confrontation. This is something he has thought about before. The cooperation between himself and Itoshi Rin is far from perfect, but they can work together. However, the selfishness of the two cannot resonate at all, which leads to the fact that most of the goals are due to individuals rather than cooperation. This is one of the reasons why Ye Liangqiu chose to let Shido Longxing join the team. Because of his presence, Itoshi Rin will subconsciously have a sense of crisis, and he will always feel that his goal route is blocked. In addition, the two people's personalities are inherently discordant. Therefore, Ye Liangqiu in the gap will become the link between the two. Once the two of them get the ball and pass the ball, the first thing they will think about is themselves. A faint smile flashed across the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth, and he was more playful than these two single-celled football organisms. As expected of an extreme egoist, so this is also part of your plan. I thought I didn't choose Feng Lu just because the Shido Dragon Sage was stronger, but there is still such a reason. Isn't our Qiubao plotting everyone in? Then Xiaoyang and Brother Boring are about to play their role. Upstairs, in a competition of this level, Boring Brother and Xiaoyang may just be able to watch the gods fight from the sidelines. After all, they can't even keep up with the moves. Bing Jiang, I think you are offending me, but I won't say it. On the other side, although a goal was scored, the atmosphere among this group of professional players was still relaxed and happy, and they were even teasing the prodigy Rocky. Silba grinned widely, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you could steal the ball from him. The child prodigy Loki did not respond. Instead, he looked at Ye Liangqiu, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 75 The Gap Between Weapons. The ball comes to the professional teams. The kicker was the prodigy Rocky. Looking at Ye Liangqiu in front of him, he always felt an inexplicable sense of danger. This feeling was the same as when he usually played against some professional players. However, he actually felt it here today. As the whistle blows, his speed increased sharply, like a stream of light. However, Ye Liangqiu was able to keep up with him. The devil's eyes in his pupils had already predicted in advance where the prodigy Loki would want to break through in the next second, and directly intercepted him one step ahead. The child prodigy Loki raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, your eyes are just like theirs. You can predict my next move, right? Guess. Ye Liangqiu raised the corner of his mouth, and in the next second, he stepped forward with his left foot to grab the ball. As if Rocky's body reacted subconsciously, he kicked directly with his right foot and passed the ball to the midfield. Cabassos is very flexible and has good stopping skills. He stopped the flying ball directly on his toes with one foot. At the same time, Shido Dragon Saint pounced on him like a wild beast. Don't be so fierce. Cabazos's expression was calm, his pupils were turning wildly, looking for opportunities to pass the ball. This is right. I saw a figure already running into the penalty area without the ball. When Adam Blake saw the ball flying, his face was neither happy nor sad, and in front of him, Itoshi Rin and Nagi Sishiro had already blocked him. I have no interest in men's bodies. Itoshi Rin didn't listen to these words at all, and looked at the flying ball. The ball was passed perfectly, very perfectly, but there was a slight spin. If you wanted to shoot directly, it should not be possible. So he changed his movements, leaned forward, and stretched out his legs to intercept the flying ball directly. However, these small actions did not cause any shock in Blake's eyes. As the ball got closer, his thigh muscles bulged. Nagi Sishiro used his hands to resist his progress, but what he felt at the moment was as if he was fighting against the original time. No. Heavier than time, this man's physical fitness is too terrifying. It can't be stopped at all. Ishi Rin's eyes shrank. Did he really plan to shoot directly? Just the next second, a violent roar was heard. Before the ball completely hit the ground, Blake, under the pressure of the two men, lifted his foot and kicked the ball directly with a heavy shot. The score came to 1-1. Advertisement. Does this allow him to get in? Shido Longsheng yelled. In his opinion, it's not easy for two people to guard one person. And this guy relies entirely on physical strength to move. Wouldn't it be better if Itoshi Rin just steals the ball? Why do you need to predict the direction of this guy's shot? Isn't this a disease? However, Itoshi Rin didn't know what he was thinking, but the ball hadn't hit the ground yet and he couldn't touch it, so how could he intercept the ball? Moreover, this guy's physical fitness is there. If he stretches out his foot and wants to directly intercept the ball, I am afraid that he will be the first to foul. I made a mistake in predicting this ball. This guy actually dared to shoot directly, and there were two people in front of him. Ishi Rin bit his lip, so, this person didn't even notice them, and didn't even think that the ball he got would fly out. Nice, good shot. Cabazos praised not far away. Shido Longsheng glanced fiercely, TSK. B********************* D, how dare you spread this? The reason why he scolded Ishi Rin was because this guy's pass was obviously going to a more dangerous place, where Blake shouldn't have a chance to shoot, but in the end they still got a point. Obviously, this short man with colorful hair knew that Itoshi Rin and Nagi Sishiro could not stop Blake. Just one goal made them realize the gap between themselves and professional players. Bing Jiyang stared at this scene blankly, thinking about what he would have done if the ball was in his hands, but his option was definitely not to pass the ball to a person who was surrounded by two people. Then he smiled bitterly, is this a world-class player? He has such precise control over other people's strengths, and even passes the ball so abnormally. Can you win? The confidence I had just scored was completely shattered by this goal. Suddenly, Ito Shiren spoke, his eyes seemed to be radiating with fire. I made a mistake in judgment. The ball just now should have been intercepted even if it was a foul. It's just that I thought this guy didn't dare to shoot. Hearing this, Shido Longsheng's eyes widened. Was he right? This guy actually apologized. Advertisement. Brother Tsundere, have you taken off your disguise? Iceweaver Sheep was also stunned for a second. Ye Liangqiu, who was walking towards a few people, raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he took the wrong medicine today? Just the next second, Ishi Rin's expression told them that this was all a dream. Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. I just admit that I made a mistake in my judgment just now. Not apologizing. I want to win this game. It was just this pale explanation that made him laugh in the eyes of Shido Longsheng. Okay, proud brother, for the sake of your apology just now, I will use my full strength. Ye Liangqiu grinned. He had just been thinking about how to regain his momentum, but he didn't expect that all he needed was an apology from Ito Shiren. On the other side, the professional players saw that their atmosphere was not as desperate as expected, and they were also confused. The child prodigy Loki said, "Don't be careless, the red-eyed boy opposite has the ability to fight against me. His eyes are special. Face-to-face confrontation, pass the ball as directly as possible." Ah. Silba's mouth opened slightly. Are you kidding me? These little guys have such strength. So what else do we need to do here to test? Loki stared directly at Silba. I only care about one person, not everyone. I have no interest in them. Leonardo Luna smiled slightly. Since Loki has said this, I should get serious, and it's almost time to end this game. After all, I have already figured out how to write the test report. As the whistle blows. Kickoff party, comes the blue prison team. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and stared at the 5 people in front of him. The child prodigy Rocky was fast. Pablo Cabazos was a midfield commander with excellent passing and ball control skills. As for the weapons of the other 3, they were different. It's physical confrontation, jumping, and dribbling. It can be said that for this test, the team invited by Huixin was an all-round lineup. All weapons will be suppressed. Thinking of the actions of the prodigy Loki just now, Ye Liangqiu kept replaying it in his mind. The Demon King's eye is indeed abnormal, but, if it cannot keep up with this kind of monster in terms of basic strength, the effect will be minimal. I may understand how you increased your speed just now. At this time, a voice sounded. Congratulations to the host, speed, professional level, has been successfully advanced, championship level. Chapter 76 Invitation. Ye Liangqiu was stunned for a moment, but then the corners of his mouth began to rise. Is this what happened? If you want to increase your professional level speed to championship level, the reason is actually skills. Just now, Ye Liangqiu was thinking about how the prodigy Loki managed to be so fast, so he naturally noticed his movements. Rocky's running posture is very special, or in other words, every step he takes is very large. This effectively increases the speed. Although it is difficult to change one's own movements for a while, as long as you know the method and have a certain talent, then, you can achieve the same speed as Loki. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and had never experienced this feeling. He actually learned knowledge from world-class players. He even used the knowledge he had just learned to defeat the people in front of him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be excited. The whistle sounded. Boom, sound. With his feet on the court, he made a real sound. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's figure rushed out like a red beam of light. This familiar scene, Ishi Rin looked at Ye Liangqiu with a somewhat surprised expression. He clearly felt that Ye Liangqiu seemed to have changed just now, and this speed was actually a bit like Loki. No. Not kind of like, at all. This guy swallowed up Loki's abilities. Seeing Ye Liangqiu rushing towards him, Silba, who was clamoring to get off work quickly a second ago, now looked serious. Hey, isn't this a bit outrageous? Loki, your weapon has been copied by someone else. Just when he took a step forward and wanted to intercept Ye Liangqiu, I only heard a whoosh sound coming from my ears. Ye Liangqiu had already surpassed his big guy, with the devil's eyes and championship-level speed. In his eyes, this group of people seemed to be in slow motion, and he could see every move. Silba's pupils dilated, and he could vaguely hear Ye Liangqiu's whisper, but when he reacted, he immediately became furious. You look like an orangutan, but I think your little head is probably as mentally retarded as an orangutan's. But when he turned around, Ye Liangqiu's people had disappeared and rushed directly towards the confused Cabazos. In his eyes, he was constantly anticipating Ye Liangqiu's movements. But in the next second, a voice sounded in his ears. Advertisement. Colorful hair, are you ready to be a chameleon? Cabazos' pupils widened, and when he reacted, Ye Liangqiu was in front of him. Boom, sound. There was another roar of feet hitting the ground. Ye Liangqiu was like a beam of light accelerating at once, and Cabazos was froze in place, with his head tilted. This guy. At this time, the entire professional team finally understood the seriousness of the matter. The prodigies Loki and Blake rushed forward to block Ye Liangqiu's attack, one on the left and one on the right. Loki, who could keep up with Ye Liangqiu's speed, directly stretched out his hand to touch his shoulder, trying to slow him down. Blake, on the other hand, was staring at the ball, ready to intercept the ball at any time. However, Ye Liangqiu had indeed just learned how to use championship-level speed, but with his adrenaline soaring crazily, he felt like the blood all over his body was boiling. Now he has the capital to compete with world-class players. This kind of pleasure is unimaginable. The moment he stepped into the penalty area with his right foot, Blake wanted to directly extend his foot to steal the ball. But the next second, his brain froze for a second. At this speed, Ye Liangqiu hooked the ball with his left front foot and lifted it directly, and the ball flew into the air. Blake moved his feet quickly, trying to kick the ball out directly. However, Ye Liangqiu smiled slightly, and his pupils seemed to be shining with scarlet light. It turns out that world-class players can also be deceived. I thought you were any different. It turns out that even with absolute power, he is still a toy to be played with. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's thigh muscle swelled, and before any professional player could react, he exerted force with his left foot again. A roaring sound of bang sounded. The ball was like a long knife that penetrated the chest and directly passed through the right side of the mechanical goalkeeper and rushed into the net. Ye Liangqiu opened his arms and assumed a goal-scoring posture. Advertisement. The joy in my heart completely exploded at this moment. Cool. Sure enough, only playing football with strong players and seeing their surprised expressions is the novelty that one should experience in life. There is no doubt that Ye Liangqiu did what Loki failed to do. Although these professional players did not exert their full strength, and were even just playing in this game, but at this time because of Ye Liangqiu's goal, the atmosphere of the professional team changed. Especially Silba, his expression felt as if he had eaten shit. Their professional team was actually broken by one person. Ye Liangqiu. Damn it, you are raising voodoos in Blue Lock, do you think we are voodoos too? On the contrary, Leonardo Luna walked up to Ye Liangqiu, stretched out his hand, and spoke a string of fluent English. Ye Liangqiu had made preparations before, so he bought an English directly with his emotional value. Combo. Hello, my name is Leonardo Luna. Although you are still in Blue Lock, now, I sincerely invite you to join my team. If you agree, someone will pick you up and go to Spain immediately after today. Ye Liangqiu's eyes widened, now he started to invite. Leonardo Luna stared at Ye Liangqiu with his light green eyes, and continued, a talent like yours should not be buried here, but should receive systematic training. This is how you can reach your greatest potential. Even other professional players were watching the show, and no one thought that Leonardo Luna would poach someone directly in front of Ye Liangqiu. Monitoring room. Anli was a little angry when he saw this scene. Mr. Huixin, don't you say a few words? These players were trained by us. If they are poached like this. Without waiting for her to continue, Ye Liangqiu showed a meaningful smile and interrupted, that means our experiment was successful, doesn't it? Blue Lock itself is something that exists to create the world's best player. If the players we trained cannot even be valued by professional players, then Blue Lock should have been disbanded long ago, and now is the time to accept the results. Whether I want to stay or go, I never force anyone. At least it proves that Blue Lock has a good ending so far. Chapter 77, The Future of the Restricted Area. Ishi-Rin could understand the words in Leonardo Luna's mouth and gritted his teeth in silence. On the other hand, the Shido Dragon Saint on the side frowned. What are they talking about? Arrogant man, you look like you can understand. Can you please explain? But Itoshi-Rin ignored him. Instead, Bing Jiang stared blankly in that direction, and said with some shock, that person wants to poach Ye Liangqiu and join the Spanish team. What? Shido Dragon Saint raised his eyebrows, so fast. Hearing this, Bing Jiang glanced at his expression and said, aren't you surprised? Even professional players have come to invite Ye Liangqiu to join the team. That means that Ye Liangqiu's current level has surpassed us by a lot, and he can even compete in the team. Play in the professional arena. Shido Longxing shrugged, I've felt this way for a long time. If someone can defeat me, how bad can he be? And with his level of strength, he can't even enter the professional competition. I'm afraid not many people in the entire Blue Lock can enter. After all, he is the person I like. But at this time, Ye Liangqiu listened to the words in his mouth and finally chose to stay in Blue Lock. Ye Liangqiu slowly said, sorry, I don't have any ideas to join a professional team for the time being. Now Blue Lock is my best choice and the place where I taste freshness. Okay then. Leonardo Luna was a little disappointed, but still smiled, I welcome you here at any time. Ye Liangqiu nodded and walked towards his home. I have a lot of thoughts in my mind. Joining a team of professional players will indeed make you progress faster than in Blue Lock. After all, the people you come into contact with are all top players in the world. But, improvement is improvement, and if he wants to improve, he can do so in Blue Lock. After all, the emotional value provided by that illusory audience can also help you improve. In addition, the opponents that Blue Loc will meet in the future will only be strong, not weak. Ye Liangqiu naturally has a reason to refuse such a good thing. However, it is different in the eyes of others. Itoshi Rin gritted his teeth and remained silent. Shido Longxing touched his chin and was thinking, should he show off too? If he was also invited, would the arrogant man be P**********D to death? Advertisement. For a time, the atmosphere on both sides changed subtly. Silba was extremely angry. Loki, are you having an affair with that kid? His actions just now were almost exactly the same as yours, right? Don't ask me, I don't know. The child prodigy Loki shook his head. He really didn't know what Ye Liangqiu had done to be able to perfectly replicate his own rhythm, movements, and skills. After all, he has been training his speed all year round. My running is all done subconsciously. If ordinary people want to achieve this state, they must first eliminate the previous instinctive movement defects of the body. It requires long-term training. But Ye Liangqiu just looked at it and started to imitate it, and it was perfect, this situation. Loki can only say that in the field of speed, both of them have unimaginable talents, so they resonate. This can explain why Ye Liangqiu understands his own running posture and technical issues in an instant, so as to reach your own field. Your own weapons have been copied by others. Loki smiled instead. He also wanted to know which one was stronger or weaker compared to Ye Liangqiu's current speed. Only by standing at the top of a field can one understand that sometimes there is a lack of speed. Not an opponent, but a person who is the same as myself. Because only in this way can we continue to make progress. Weapons need to constantly evolve, and those who are unwilling to destroy themselves cannot reach the top. Many people don't know this simple truth. As the whistle sounded at once, the kicker came to the professional team, and the score was now 1-2, with Blue Prison temporarily taking the lead. It seems that because of Ye Liangqiu, the entire professional team has become serious. The person who kicked off the ball was no longer Rocky, but Leonardo Luna. His dribbling and passing skills are also very famous in professional games. Faced with his pressure, Itoshi Rin stepped forward to confront him head-on. The ball under Luna's feet seemed to be stuck to his shoes, and he pedaled the bicycle at an exaggerated speed. He even mocked, "Your field of vision is not wide enough." The next second, Itoshi Rin took a shot directly, trying to intercept the ball forcefully. However, Luna had already expected it. There was a bang sound. The ball was passed out, and when the other side saw the flying ball, Cabasso's lazy expression became serious in an instant, just when he was about to take off and catch the ball. A figure rushed over directly. Advertisement. Shido Ryusei grinned, leaped high, caught the ball with one headbutt, and spoke arrogantly, "Colorful little dwarf, I've been eyeing you for a long time." At the same time, the moment Shido Ryusei caught the ball, a scarlet figure running without the ball has rushed towards the professional team's penalty area. Prodigy Rocky followed closely behind. "You are being marked by me, no one will pass the ball to you." "Really? I don't think so." Ye Liangqiu looked at the goal not far away. Seeing that Ye Liangqiu had reached the direction of the penalty area, Shido Ryusei put all his strength into his body. The moment he landed, his right foot exploded with amazing force, trying to shoot the ball directly. However, a figure and a precise sliding tackle blocked the ball that was about to be kicked out. The ball was kicked away right in front of Shido Ryusei's eyes. Silba laughed loudly, tilted his body weight quickly, stood up, took the ball and started running, shouting as he ran, "I knew you would do this, I'm just waiting for you." Ha 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 ha. Shido Ryusei was speechless, with an angry look on his face, and the veins on his face popped out. This is the perfect goal direction. Even Ye Liangqiu, who was not far away, was frowning. The child prodigy Loki smiled slightly, "Don't you understand yet? Your teammates are not qualified to compete with us in a head-to-head match. Just a little flaw is enough to defeat your team." "Really?" Ye Liangqiu was not angry, but responded very calmly, "Although they are indeed not qualified to compete with top players like you now. I don't expect them to be able to beat you, but now they are the ones who want to win the most on this court. The ball hasn't been shot yet. The game is not over yet. What makes you think we will lose?" The child prodigy Loki was about to speak. Suddenly, his eyes looked at a blue figure. The ice weaver sheep arrived at Silba's side in an unknown amount of time, with a blue flame burning in his pupils. I have seen the future of the restricted area. Chapter 78, A Sense of Anticipation. Silba's eyes shrank. How did this kid appear? What does he want to do? The moment he hesitated, the ball at his feet was directly intercepted by Bingwei Sheep's leg. Silba's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. How long did it take for him to appear? Vision. No. This kid, just now, consciously avoided my vision and hid on the court. The ice weaver sheep, who successfully got the ball, had no joy or sadness on his face. Idiot, although I am not as dazzling as them on the court, but I am not weak either. Silba gritted his teeth. He had been ridiculed by the group of brats opposite him countless times today, and he was furious. Iceweaver Sheep started running quickly. The world in his eyes seemed to be extremely transparent at this moment. He could see everyone's position and everyone's thoughts at a glance. A ray of blue flame rose in his heart, roasting him. Mind. I am always a life born in anticipation, and my life is not free. What they like is not me, but my talent, which is the first thing I can touch. I have always believed that only by getting first can we gain the expectations of others. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Although the competition on the court was extremely fierce, the Iceweaver Sheep's thoughts were constantly flooding at the moment. He vaguely remembered the scene when Ye Liangqiu reached out to ask him to join the team a few days ago. In fact, he had always wondered why he was allowed to join. After several games, everyone's glory and everyone's eyes were always focused on Ye Liangqiu. Including this one. So is he just here to make up the numbers? No. Ye Liangqiu has never placed expectations on himself. Maybe she is just a dispensable person in his eyes. But, he told Itoshi Rin that he was only chasing the world's #1 game just for the novelty. His freedom, his expectations, are given by himself. Although the Iceweaver Sheep was running, his momentum seemed to be much lower due to the scene that flashed through his mind just now. I'm so suffocated. I'm really suffocated. Why no matter where I go, I always think that my performance is to bring expectations to others. Advertisement. Do I really care that much about other people's smiles? At this moment, a voice seemed to ring in his ears. If you feel that the light is too bright, just hide in my shadow. Maybe I will give you the most comfortable environment to play football. No. For a moment, the flames in Bing Haiyang's pupils became more turbulent. Even so, I need to continue playing football, not only for my own expectations, but also for the expectations of my parents. I want to become the world's first. Only in this way will their expectations not be disappointed. His eyes immediately began to move around, taking in all the movement on the court. Itoshi Rin and Shidori Yusei have already launched a counterattack, and Nagi Hero is restricting the opposing Kabazo's midfield commander. Now is the best opportunity to counterattack. The ball at his feet has a very rich flavor of scoring goals. Directions, here. Bing Jiyang suddenly looked at Shido Longsheng, who was still more than 10 meters away from the restricted area. There was a bang sound. The ball flew past Shido Longsheng's ear, and his pupils trembled as he seemed to feel the smell of the flying ball. This feeling can't be wrong. I can feel the football cells in my body roaring. The corners of Shido Ryusei's mouth gradually cracked. Although it's not a restricted area, this ball is now the best shooting angle. Boom sound. Shido Ryusei jumped up before the ball could fly to him, raised his right leg, showed a ferocious face, and screamed, "Professional player. Please conceive them all for me." A roar sounded. The football was flying towards the ball at a rapid speed. Shido Ryusei actually kicked it with a precise kick while it was flying, directly tampering with the ball's original flight path. The football made a jaw-dropping arc toward the goal. World Wave. Advertisement. Are you in flow status? It's interesting. The prodigy Rocky showed a smile, and the shadow of the football hitting the goal was reflected in his pupils. The corners of Bing Haiyang's mouth gradually rose, so this is a chemical reaction with the monsters. The anticipation seems to be building. Shido Longsheng opened his arms, looked up at the ceiling, and roared out. Wonderful. Even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but explode. Sure enough, Shido Ryusei is a human-shaped shooting machine. He actually chose to shoot directly for such a tricky pass. As someone who specializes in shooting, his kick can even be named MVP for the longest shot on the court. Blake wiped his sweat, chuckled, and looked at Luna aside. It seems that we can't do it if we don't take it seriously. If we continue like this, we will really be hit by these little monsters. Luna nodded. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and then at Ye Liangqiu, and couldn't help but complain, EIXIN is really hiding it well enough. Blue Lock actually has so many good ideas. Although they are not yet world-class. But it won't be long before I'm afraid we will be able to see this group of people in the World Championships. Blake nodded. He knew that there was no exaggeration in Luna's words. This was the fact. The potential shown by these little monsters in front of him, in the eyes of outside scouts, were all treasures and could bring unlimited wealth. It can also add new blood to a team. However, several such people actually appeared during this game. The most important thing is that they are only testing the first team. What about the subsequent teams? When asked about this, Blake said solemnly, I'm afraid we all have to tell the club that Blue Lock deserves our attention. Maybe they will enter the world competition in the next few years. You have to prepare in advance. The potential of these people will be even more terrifying by then. As he said that, Blake glanced at the scoreboard, but now, we should get serious. After all, 5 professional players actually fell at a disadvantage in the Blue Lock confrontation. If those world-class players knew about this, they wouldn't even have to worry about it. The previous laziness of Carbasis has also disappeared, and the taunting words even sounded in his head. For a moment, his eyes became extremely cold. With 2 goals to go, this game is over. Returning to his position, Ye Liangqiu glanced at the scoreboard and then at the professional players on the opposite side, knowing that the real battle was about to begin. Chapter 79, Gap. At this moment, a voice sounded in Ye Liangqiu's ears. I saw Bing Jiang looking at me with big eyes and said, thank you. Huh. Underscore. Ye Liangqiu, have I done anything good again? Wasn't it the chemical reaction between him and Shido Ryusei when they played? How do you say thank you to me? Ah. Thinking of this, Ye Liangqiu frowned. Could it be that he fell in love with her? In just a moment, he shook this thought out of his mind. No, no, no. This is all false. But when you turn around, you can see the goose-like look in the Ice Weaver sheep's eyes, asterisk asterisk. Ye Liangqiu was silent. So what did he do to deserve his thanks? Until the whistle blows. The aura of the professional team has completely changed, and even Silba has almost no expression on his face. At the moment the whistle blows, Loki, who was carrying the ball, moved, and this time he barely gave anyone a reaction. Except for Ye Liangqiu, who could keep up with the speed with the eye of the Demon King, everyone else's attention had just shifted to Loki. But it was discovered that the ball had actually been passed to Cabezos. As a midfield commander, he got the ball and doubled the pressure on Ye Liangqiu's team. Itoshi Rin stepped forward directly, wanting to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. But in the next second, Cabezos passed the ball high. Luna in front of the penalty area was already in place. After stopping the ball with one foot, he immediately used dribbling flexibly and started to rush towards the penalty area. Shido Ryusei also wanted to grab the ball directly. However, Luna, who was completely in the state, hardly gave any chance. He pushed the ball forward with his right foot and passed directly through the crotch. Little monster, your stride is too flawed. Shidao Longsheng's eyes widened, his body turned around extremely flexibly, and he even wanted to try to struggle. But Luna smiled, hooked the ball with his left foot, and quickly dribbled towards the penalty area in front. As for Shido Ryusei, he fell directly to the ground because his lower body was unstable, and was played with by applause. ****. Advertisement. Seeing Ye Liangqiu coming up, Luna originally wanted to test his skills, but thinking of Loki's words just now, he immediately stopped this idea and directly chose a more secure way to score goals. There was a bang sound. The football was passed around. Luna frowned. It was exactly what Loki said. Can this guy predict everyone's thoughts? That's right. He was just about to pass the ball, and Ye Liangqiu was already rushing in the direction of the pass. Are you so sure that you will pass the ball? However, this is the fact, and he did pass the ball. Blake ran without the ball and came to the penalty area. He seemed to feel the arrival of the ball. His thigh muscles bulged before the ball landed. A heavy cannon kicked directly out. The score came directly to 2-3. Ye Liangqiu, who stopped in the middle of the run, was silent. The observation skills of professional players were indeed terrifying. After just a few balls, he thought of a way to limit himself, and combined with his skills and physical fitness to crush them. The goal just now seemed extremely simple. Moreover, the goals that he and others scored before were all short-lived, as Hui Xin said, without their sense of stability, or it could be said that they were goals that could be replicated at any time. This is the difference between them. But even if you see the gap, what can you do? Everyone knows the gap in the middle and tries to narrow the gap as much as possible. However, in fact, these inferior players are like children fighting with adults in front of professional players. Just because I gave in to you in the front doesn't mean I can't beat you. After this goal, the professional team recovered and evened the score very quickly, even by 1 point. 3-4. On the court, Ye Liangqiu gasped for breath. It felt bad to have everything about him completely seen through by the opponent. The Demon King's eyes could clearly see the opponent's movement trajectory and even the next move, but the opponent's movements were also fast. Ridiculous, it's not that I can't keep up. It's that the other party doesn't confront him head-on at all. As soon as you get close, just pass the ball away. In addition, Itoshi Rin and Shidori Yusei did not cooperate at all. Hayuri and Nagise Shiro were also completely suppressed in this game. Damn, is the gap really that big? Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but think of the appearance of Ertzi in his mind. I'm afraid this is how this guy felt when he carried the entire team forward. It's the last point. Bing Jiyang wiped his sweat. The gap between us and professional players is really big. Their cooperation is as if they have been trained countless times. Shido Ryusei complained, the ball passed by that colorful little man cannot be intercepted at all. Nagisa Shiro also nodded, I can't stop the uncle across from me. His body is too strong and he is even heavier than before. At this time, Ye Liangqiu raised his head, his eyes seemed to be wrapped in red, and grinned, this is fun, isn't it? Facing players who are stronger than us, we know the gap and even know where we lost. At least it shows that we can keep up with these people's movements instead of being beaten like other players. Only one winner on the court can get the cheers. Even if it's just a training match. But I can clearly feel that countless eyes are looking at us. WC, buddy, can you see me with your eyes? No, Qiubao, let's just say you can't really see us, right? Is there a possibility that he is talking about Huixin? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shido Ryusei burst out laughing. He pointed his finger at the opposite goal and gradually raised the corners of his mouth. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Even if you lose, you have to shoot with all your might. That's what you mean, right? Itoshi Rin pushed away the hair that was blocking his eyes. The desire to win in his eyes had reached its peak. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he was in a very good state. He was overwhelmed by anger just now. The reason gradually calmed down. Bing Jiyang licked his lips. It seemed that due to the influence of the monsters around him, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling and a slight change had occurred. Nagisa Shiro looked at his hands, wondering what he was thinking. He was very curious as to why these people became like this, but his body also became restless because of these people. In an instant, the auras of all of them seemed to condense into a dark evil ghost, staring at the professional team opposite. Monitoring room. Huixin's eyes were fixed on the screen, and she could feel the strong fighting spirit, and she chuckled. When you are pushed to the last step of the abyss, will everyone enter the flow state? Chapter 80 Upside Down Golden Hook. All members have entered the flow state. Anli was a little confused. Mr. Huixin, didn't you say before that this is a state that can only be entered when a person's emotions are high? The corner of Huixin Shiba's lips curled up. Yes, this state is indeed like this, but there is an absolute backbone in a team and instilling a winning concept, it is possible to cause this situation. Just like a general on the battlefield, he instills military morale in his soldiers. With natural morale, emotions will rise. I usually refer to this kind of person as a king, but after hearing Ye Liangqiu's threatening words just now, I think it's better to call him a bad devil king. Anli looked at the screen in front of him. You mean Ye Liangqiu made the team enter this state? No. Hui Xin shook her head. To be precise, he is not the only one who caused this situation. It's because the pressure from the opposing professional players is too much. This group of players who have won all the way are shaken in their hearts. It is precisely because they overcame this concept of losing that they emerged from the cocoon and became a butterfly. Enjoy it. This may be the only team in Blue Lock that can push professional teams into a desperate situation. The games after this may not be so exciting. Anli nodded, and then immediately sat down in her seat. Data flashed across the screen in front of her. It was obvious that even while watching the game, the assistant did not stop working. At this time, on the playing field, this suffocating smell has spread to professional players. Sigh, Silba cursed and said, they are all a bunch of little monsters. When we get back from this game, I must let that be ************ D Hui Xin pay more. Isn't 1 million for one ball enough? Rocky, the child prodigy, smiled slightly. You must know that this is US dollars. There are still a few teams that will test with us later. After a few games. Silba sneered, is money a problem? Hui Xin is threatening us with our careers now. If we lose to these little bastards. Advertisement. After that, if you let us return to the team, the loss will only be greater than the money earned here. Luna sighed, don't take money so seriously. This time we came to Blue Lock. For us, we not only made money, we also saw some incredible things. To be honest, these are already that's enough. No wonder Huixin made us sign a confidentiality agreement. It seems that it was already prepared to surprise us. At this time, Blake said solemnly, although they are still some players who have never entered the World Championship. But it's obvious that these little monsters all have this potential. Instead of thinking about these problems, now we should consider how to face the opponent's attack. If we lose this goal, we may really lose the game. Suddenly, the momentum of the entire professional team returned to form. At this time, the Blue Prison team has stepped into the abyss. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and rushed out at great speed the moment the whistle sounded. Rocky, the prodigy at the front, was the only one who could keep up with his speed, but it was only speed. Midfielder Cabassos also stepped forward to intercept. The two cooperated very well. Loki put one hand against Ye Liangqiu's body and slowed him down. Cabassos kept his eyes on the ball at his feet and was ready to intercept it at any time. Obviously, they had discussed this kind of cooperation a long time ago. After all, the two sides already knew each other's lineup and had been prepared for Ye Liangqiu before this. Even if the Demon Kings, I can clearly see their movement trajectory. But the goal path was perfectly blocked. Ye Liangqiu's pupils were red, he raised his left leg and passed the ball out with one kick. And Itoshi Rin has been observing. At the same time, the movements of Hyuzian and Itoshi Rin were surprisingly consistent, and the two of them ran in the same direction. But the ball flew to the other side. Nagi's hero jumped up, crossed his legs and feet, directly caught the flying ball with his calves, and then started running quickly. Advertisement. White-haired boy, do you want to compete with me for strength? Silba chuckled, his eyes like a fox staring at the ball at Nagi Saishiro's feet. In an instant, his thigh muscles swelled, and he rushed out, as if a spring. But Nagi Saishiro's reaction speed was faster, and he directly brought the ball to a Marseille roundabout. His figure broke through Silba like a ghost. The white fire in his pupils was burning fiercely. The aura on your body, let me raise it. Not interested. In an instant, he took the ball and left. Only Silba was left standing frozen. Runa ran forward and stood directly in front of Nagisa Shiro. Their eyes met, but Runa couldn't see a trace of emotion in his eyes, just like a robot. But the strength this guy showed just now is a bit scary. This guy reacted faster than before. No. The atmosphere of their team has completely changed. From fighting alone before, they have evolved into a collective. Cooperation, yes, cooperation. The corner of Luna's mouth raised. He didn't expect that after a few goals, he would kick these little monsters into panic. Nagi Saishiro's pupils were constantly moving, trying to find an opportunity to attack, but the next second, he seemed to smell an unusual smell, and he actually kicked the ball out with his left foot. I saw a murder exuding a violent aura coming out. Shido Longsheng's mouth opened, and his tongue seemed to be licking his lips constantly. His pupils could not hide his excitement, causing the male hormones in his body to explode. Come on, let's have a fair showdown. Let me see you guys. How strong are professional players? No one on this team loves competition more than me. Runa's pupils shrank violently, and the dangerous aura was constantly coming. His body subconsciously rushed towards Shido Ryusiai's position, trying to intercept him, but Shido Ryusiai rammed into him like a bulldozer. But there was no foul sound. A second before they were about to collide, a treacherous smile appeared on Shido Longsheng's lips. Only a bang sound was heard. The second before Luna fell to the ground, he saw Shido Ryusiai's body twisting. He directly hooked the ball with his right leg, and passed the ball out like an upside-down golden hook. No. This is how you play. Chapter 81 blank. At this moment, there are only two people on the field who can feel this ball. Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin seemed to have known for a long time that Shido Ryusiai would make exaggerated passes, but no one thought that this guy's pass was actually a super long-distance upside-down golden hook pass. Itoshi Rin couldn't help but explode. Everyone can calculate, but only this pink-haired pervert. The amount of calculations in his brain will increase a lot. Catching the ball is impossible. You can only see where the ball is going. Suddenly, a blue figure flashed in front of him, and Bing Xiang's whole body revealed an eye-catching aura. The moment he passed by Ito Shiren, his voice came out. Let me help you once. I saw Iceweaver actually starting to rush towards the penalty area. Shido Ryusiai's upside-down golden hook was ready to shoot directly, but the distance was completely insufficient and he could only pass the ball to the penalty area. Bing Jiang is in very good condition at the moment, and he can clearly see the ball flying in front of the goal. You can also see Blake and Cabassos rushing towards the ball at the same time as him. Cabassos's purpose is the same as his, and he obviously also predicts the direction of the ball. My current speed is completely insufficient. If you wait a second, the ball will be taken away by them. You must learn to use weapons. The moment Cabassos was about to touch the ball, he only felt his body being pushed away by something. I saw that Iceweaver's sense of distance was very good, and he resisted Cabassos's ball with one hand. Left shoulder, followed by a big hip step, and quickly turned around. His body didn't make any exaggerated movements, he just slowly raised his left foot. There was a bang sound. The ball was kicked directly in the direction of Ito Shiren, and under this set of actions, he immediately fell to the ground. Cabassos looked back at the ball that had been kicked away and chuckled. It's kind of interesting. I actually came up with a solution in such a short period of time. Bing Jiang grinned. Number 1, it's up to you. Looking at the flying ball, Itoshi Rin's pupils shrank. Left foot. You guy are actually left-handed too. He just didn't have time to think. The ball was about to fly in front of him, but at the same time, a suffocating breath came, and two air-tearing figures, one red and one blue, were rushing in his direction. The prodigies Loki and Yabaraki, who have always restricted each other, are like evil spirits approaching quickly. Advertisement. Ishi Rin looked at the ball flying towards him. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but his body reacted in a few tenths of a second and jumped into the air. That pass makes me sick. This is not my own strength. There was a bang sound. The roar sounded, and Ito Shiren's eyes seemed to be completely swallowed by the darkness, and he volleyed directly and successfully scored. The score came to 4-4. But Ito Shiren had a strong sense of resistance to this ball. He gasped for air, looked at Bing Jiyang, then looked at Ye Liangqiu and the other two people, biting his lip. A group of stumbling blocks. At this time, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded. He looked at the child prodigy Loki and was speechless. Can't you stop someone else? With your speed, no one can stop you. Why are you just staring at me? The child prodigy Rocky smiled slightly, because you are the core of this team and the only player I think is a threat. Ye Liangqiu clenched his fists and finally sighed. Is this a professional football match? Any hint of sharpness will be flattened. But, this seems to be a disguised admission that he is the strongest person in the team. Well, that's probably it. The final battle for the point came. When the kicking team came to the professional team, they were under a lot of pressure. After all, Ye Liangqiu and others had never successfully defended every attack they made before. And if there is no successful defense this time, then the game will be game over. Prodigy Rocky stepped on the ball and looked at Ye Liangqiu on the opposite side, slowly raising his hand. Are you ready? Then I'm going to start. The next second, his pupils were dyed black, and his speed actually accelerated again. Even Ye Liangqiu was a little surprised. This guy actually still has such speed. The game lasted at least 90 minutes. If it weren't for the conditions that required either team to score 5 goals before it was over, the Blue Prison team would have lost long ago during this period. And yet, so much time has passed now. Loki's speed was actually so fast. Ye Liangqiu was speechless. His S-level physique didn't recover so fast. He almost didn't have time to continue thinking. Advertisement. Loki has already rushed to Ye Liangqiu. I admire you very much, so I have been observing you in the first few rounds. Your burst and speed can be improved even faster if you receive formal training. But, right now, you rely too much on those eyes. Since you want to train, you must first train a weapon to the extreme. In an instant, there was only a whoosh sound. Ye Liangqiu reacted and wanted to reach out to stop him, but Loki's figure shot out from his side like a beam of light, leaving an afterimage. Other professional players also came over at this moment. Obviously, not going to give it any chance. Ye Liangqiu's brain seemed to be blank for a moment. It seemed that the game was about to be lost from this moment on. This was an unchangeable truth. He had actually guessed this result. After all, the gap is too big. Plus it's a test. The last words from Rocky's mouth also prove all this. These professional players have been testing their true level from beginning to end. To put it nicely, it's a competition, but to put it badly, it's a fake match. All of them are players who have played in world-class competitions. They naturally know how to suppress their own strength in a certain state. When Ye Liangqiu looked back, Loki's figure rushed towards the goal like a sickle. Itoshi Rin wanted to stop him, but he was passed by with almost no chance of resistance. The formation was completely broken up. Until a crisp shot came. On the big screen, the score came directly to 4-5. Even the barrage fell silent. There was silence on the entire court. The professional players looked at the group of little monsters who were hit and shrugged. The child prodigy Loki walked past Ye Liangqiu, but suddenly stopped where he was, looked back and said, "What you did is good enough. I look forward to the next time we meet, not here, but at the World Championships." At this moment, Ye Liangqiu looked up at the ceiling, his mind going blank. Advanced Mission 1, Challenge successful. Reward, Shooting Action, Professional Level. Due to the failure of the Advanced Task 2, the emotional system will automatically turn on the punishment mode. Countdown to penalty time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 82 The Consequences of Arrogance. The 4th round of Blue Prison testing is over. In the passage, Ye Liangqiu's breathing calmed down. He was not as sad as he thought about the failure of this game, or maybe he knew clearly that he would lose before. But, this feeling of only missing one goal really makes people feel unwilling. Moreover, the opposing group of professional players only showed their true skills in the end. There was a bang sound. Ye Liangqiu punched the wall with his fist, and his pupils couldn't help showing a sense of unwillingness. I am too weak. If I had been stronger, I might have won just now. Loki is right. I care too much about my own advantages, but I have forgotten that in front of some people, my advantage is just the power to straighten the sky. Arrogant, arrogant. Ye Liangqiu shook his head and opened the door to the lounge. It was extremely quiet inside, and you could even hear a slight snore. Obviously, after such a high-intensity game, even he was exhausted. This group of people did not have such a good physique as him, so they naturally lay down early. But Ye Liangqiu saw at a glance that Itoshi Rin was looking at something in the corner with his eyes blank. Ye Liangqiu joked, "Why, you haven't rested yet, are you preparing to be a panda tomorrow? Or is it that the game just now affected your soul?" As if hearing Ye Liangqiu's voice, Ito Shiren came back to his senses and looked over, mind. Shouldn't it be you who got hit? In the last game, the professional players on the opposite side invited you to join the professional team. You should have seen the strength shown in the result. Ye Liangqiu sat on the bed and chuckled, "It's not a big blow, I'm just a little unwilling to give in, but the game is over. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to break my teeth and swallow it. Itoshi Rin was silent. After a few seconds, he continued, I thought you wouldn't be able to think about it. After all, I heard the sound of some people smashing the wall just now. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere in the lounge ended abruptly. Advertisement. Sigma, Ye Liangqiu looked at the wall. It was not soundproof. The corners of Itoshi Rin's mouth curled up. This was the first time he felt that teasing was more effective than ridicule. At least for this red-eyed freak, it seemed to be true. However, Ye Liangqiu just smiled and shrugged. It seems that we Xin saved some materials by building this prison. At this time, another voice sounded. Why are you making so much noise? Why don't you guys take a break? Shido Ryusei poked his head out from under the quilt. Because he had taken a shower, his hair rarely stood up like that, and he looked even more charming than before. Then you haven't slept either. Ye Liangqiu looked at the lighted mobile phone in his hand, and he could also see that this guy was studying the video of the morning game. Obviously Shido Longsheng must be holding back a lot of anger in his heart. Shido Dragon Saint snorted coldly, 2 slimes are arguing here every day. Now it's starting to wrap up again. I just want to ask, when the prodigy Loki rushed past you two, why couldn't you both keep up with him? Was it that fast? Obviously, this guy had no intention of defending when he scored the last ball. So he never faced off against the prodigy Loki. Moreover, the child prodigy Loki has been staring at Ye Liangqiu, and he is probably the only one in the audience who has barely touched the monster. Slow. At this time, Ye Liangqiu uttered one word, his speed is not fast, but we can't keep up with the rhythm. To be precise, I can't keep up. The last ball was my problem. I shouldn't let him break through easily. After all, I am the only one in the field who can limit him. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened. Hey, are you blaming yourself? Or are you bragging? Ye Liangqiu shook his head and looked at Shido Longsheng. You have never been in contact with him, and you have no idea how terrifying the aura exuding from professional players is. That kind of suppressive force, if faced by ordinary players, can almost instantly crushing confidence. In the last game, the prodigy Loki was able to completely block Ye Liangqiu within a certain range, and he also tried his best. For the Blue Prison team, they felt that the prodigy Rocky was very weak. After all, he could only block Ye Liangqiu alone, and they never showed the overwhelming strength in the first few goals. In fact, it was not just Shido Ryusei who relaxed his vigilance. At that time, Ye Liangqiu could see that after their team scored 2 goals in a row, the atmosphere became a bit relaxed. Advertisement. It is precisely for this reason that the points were awarded. It is undeniable that what the red-eyed freak said is correct. Itoshi Rin rarely stood up to say a word for Ye Liangqiu. This group of professional players did not show their true strength in the first half, and they did not even adjust their state. Come over. But just like this, we can be defeated. The quality of this group of top players in the world is unfathomable. Shido Longsheng was dumbfounded and looked at the 2 people with some suspicion. They sang and harmonized each other. It was really rare. At this moment, another lazy sound sounded. I saw Bing Jiang rubbing his eyes. Aren't you up most of the night? Are you still talking about the morning game? Shido Longsheng shrugged. To be precise, it's still only the afternoon, and we can even go to have dinner. When he finished saying this, he saw Bing Ji Sheep turn over his feet, lie down on the bed and fall asleep again. This guy also exploded his own little universe in the last football game, and his physique is not as abnormal as the 3 of them, so he can't stand it long ago. Ye Liangqiu smiled. He was actually a little surprised that Bing Jiang actually sacrificed his life to help Ishi Rin score the last goal. If at that time, no one would step forward at that step. I'm afraid the game has ended long ago, right? Ishi Rin looked at the Ice Weaver sheep, pursed his lips and said nothing. Of course he knew that in the last game, he actually relied on this guy for his goal. You must know that on the entire court, Ye Liangqiu and Shido Ryusei almost all of his goals were scored by himself. However, he is the number 1. He actually had to rely on other people. That's why he felt the frustration of that ball. In the last game, he had absolutely no room to perform. Compared to these 2 freaks, I seem to be a marginal person. Shido Ryusei suddenly asked about Runa's invitation to Ye Liangqiu to join the professional team in the morning. By the way, when the professional team invited you, you didn't agree. Why? Chapter 83 Punishment. Whether it's Shido Ryusei, Itoshi Rin, or the entire Blue Lock, everyone knows one thing: they are here to join a professional team and enter the World Championship. However, Ye Liangqiu actually refused such a good opportunity. This undoubtedly did not make Shido Longsheng curious. Ye Liangqiu put his hands behind his head and looked up at the ceiling. Why? In order to become stronger. I came to Blue Lock to become stronger. I also wanted to test my own level and see where I can go. It's not that I don't want to join a professional team. But I know clearly that if I enter a professional team now, it may take several years to truly enter the World Championship. But I can't wait. I want to pass through here and enter that new world. Stupid. At this time, Itoshi Rin couldn't help but cursed. So your brain is so bad. Don't you know who Leonardo Luna is? He can invite you to join the Spanish team. It shows that your strength has been recognized. As long as you go, you can even be directly promoted to the second team. It won't take long before you can enter the main team. How many people don't receive such treatment as you, yet you are so picky? Ye Liangqiu was stunned. This was the first time that Ito Shiren actually said such words of concern. Although his tone was still a little cold, he could still tell that this guy actually felt sorry for himself. Did you take the wrong medicine? Shido Longsheng grinned and said sarcastically, I think you are just afraid that going to a professional team will dampen your confidence and dare not go. Listening to the two people's speech, Ye Liangqiu sneered, forget it, I tell you too, you don't understand. After all, two people who haven't even received an invitation, what qualifications do they have to discuss this matter here? Ah. Are you going to be a clown? I'd love to see this. In an instant, Shido Longsheng stood up from the bed. The veins on Itoshi Rin's face popped out. Later, the entire lounge became a battlefield. If we XIN in the monitoring room hadn't been observing from time to time, the entire lounge would have been demolished. Omega, ZZZ Nagi Cease Hero opened his eyes in a daze, saw pillows on the floor and people struggling, and closed his eyes again. Am I in a dream? The next second, he lay down again. After a long time. Advertisement. It was quiet in the lounge. The countdown in Ye Liangqiu's mind was about to end, but he was surprisingly calm. He had even thought of the worst outcome, which was to reduce his emotional value or take back part of his previous rewards. But, none of this really matters. After all, the reward has come to me, and I will definitely not be able to take it back. As the countdown gets closer. Until the last second. The voice of the system sounded in Ye Liangqiu's mind. The emotional value is deducted by 200 million. The host is about to enter the simulation space. For a moment, Ye Liangqiu felt as if his whole body was floating up. First, his vision went dark. The moment he opened his eyes, he came to a stadium. Successfully entered the simulation space. This punishment time, 30 days. Penalty for ending early, 10 goals need to be scored. Note, the time-speed ratio of the simulation space is 1 minute, 1 day. Ye Liangqiu looked around and saw a stadium similar to the Blue Prison. He was standing in the penalty area, and there was a figure opposite him. Up close, he almost looks like himself. Except for his white hair, he can be called the second Ye Liangqiu. After careful observation, the penalty time, as well as the requirements. Ye Liangqiu looked at the figure opposite again, a little confused for a moment. It's not difficult to score 10 goals, right? Is 30 days a bit exaggerated? Moreover, why was he regarded as a sparring partner? At this time, a football appeared in front of him. Ye Liangqiu just thought about it for a few seconds and decided to test it first. The moment he steps on the football. The scarlet eyes of the white-haired Qiu opposite him looked at Ye Liangqiu as if they were absorbing his soul, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Ye Liangqiu has not yet reacted. The figure had already rushed over, so fast that it was actually more terrifying than Loki. Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu's heart rang with alarm bells, and the Demon King's eyes opened directly. However, this small action seemed to have been predicted in advance in Bai Feiqiu's eyes. Bai Feiqiu reacted instantly, and the same small clock in his pupils began to turn, but the clock in his eyes turned faster than Ye Liangqiu. With a bang sound, he kicked out. Ye Liangqiu's ball was directly intercepted. The moment it was intercepted, the ball turned into data fragments. At the same time, Bai Feiqiu in front of him also turned into data and returned to the center of the penalty area, closing his eyes tightly. There was no panic as expected. Ye Liangqiu looked at Bai Feiqiu in surprise. Is this copy of him stronger than himself? That's right, he finally figured out what was going on. The so-called punishment is to confront yourself, but this self is stronger than yourself. In the brief confrontation just now, Ye Liangqiu is extremely convinced that the white-haired Qiu in front of him has speed, strength, and the eyes of the devil. They are all better than themselves. Although I don't know how strong it is, but it can make the system require only 10 goals. Ye Liangqiu gave a bitter smile. I see. I thought you were so kind, so you set a trap for me here. As he said that, Ye Liangqiu stared straight at Bai Feiqiu. He knew that this was not only a punishment, but also an opportunity. Now that a stronger self is in front of me, I should not be thinking about scoring goals. Instead, he defeated the self in front of him. Otherwise, there is no point in scoring too many goals. The most important thing is to be able to see from Bai Feiqiu where he is not good enough and improve. After Ye Liangqiu thought for a few seconds, he looked at the ball on the ground and rushed out with the ball in the next second. At the same time, the white-haired Qiu also opened his eyes and moved like his movements. But if you look down from a god's perspective, you can see that Ye Liangqiu is not as fast as this guy at all. Even at the moment when the two of them were fighting, Bai Feiqiu made various difficult moves. The ball was intercepted directly without any effort. The time in simulated space passes day by day. But the number of goals is always 0. I don't know how much time passed, but Ye Liangqiu was lying on the ground, not even willing to touch the ball. This was the first time he felt so helpless, or the first time he understood the horror of the Demon King's eye. I never felt this way when dealing with others before. Now retribution has come to him. Ye Liangqiu sat up, looked at Bai Feiqiu, and couldn't help but think, I need to see a further future before I can fight against myself. Chapter 84. The third phase of selection is over. A completely invincible existence. This was the thought that came to Ye Liangqiu's mind. He looked at himself opposite. No surprise. During this period, he understood a truth more than once. It turns out that he can become more terrifying. During the punishment, he clearly knew that the time in the future that he could see in front of him was definitely farther than his own. So far away that he can intercept his own ball in an instant. Skill, strength, speed, none of them can compete with this guy. It can even be understood that the me in front of me is stronger than myself when flow is turned on. There is no doubt that after more than 10 days of contact, although he understands his own limits, he faces an invincible opponent. Ye Liangqiu was also a little helpless, even if he found the problem. But, how can we defeat this guy? While thinking, he stepped on the ball and started running. The white-haired Qiu in the penalty area opened his eyes in an instant and rushed forward. The speed was jaw-dropping. But within such a long time, Ye Liangqiu also gradually keep up with his movements. However, he subconsciously protects the ball, showing that his desire to attack is completely exhausted. The prerequisite for attacking is to be able to create offensive opportunities first. And protect the ball under you from being snatched away by others. This is one of the most critical points in playing football. Ye Liangqiu has always remembered it. The devil's eyes in his pupils are constantly observing Bai Feiqiu's next move. However, in the afterimage, the future Bai Feiqiu saw seemed to be further away, and the movements he made were completely opposite to the future he saw. Arm distance usage. And running skills. And the most critical defensive skills. Every cell in Ye Liangqiu's body seemed to be working hard, and the devil's eyes in his pupils were turning faster and faster. He thought of what Loki had said before. If you want to exercise, then train a weapon to the extreme, so that you don't have to rely on messy weapons to attack. In this short moment, Ye Liangqiu's thoughts surged wildly. Eyes or speed, which is more important, vision or speed? Bai Feiqiu's movements became more and more agile. With one step, he was about to kick the ball away from his feet. Advertisement. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu's whole body froze, his pupils seemed to be wrapped in scarlet, he stepped on the ball directly, and forcefully removed the force of the kick. I want it all. The fusion degree of the Demon King's eye is 75%. The future that can be seen increases to 2 seconds. At this moment, in the outside lounge, Ishi Rin, who was lying on the bed, looked in the direction of Ye Liangqiu, and saw that the veins on Ye Liangqiu's entire face were popping up, and there seemed to be a terrible aura coming from his body. Is this guy having a nightmare? Did you dream about a perverted man? Thinking of this, he looked at Shidao Longsheng again and raised his eyebrows. Until the screen lights up in the lounge. The sound of the radio echoed inside. Ye Liangqiu opened his eyes suddenly, and his eyes were bloodshot. He subconsciously sat up and gasped for air. Some people who didn't know it thought he had a nightmare. Several people on the side woke up when they saw him. Bing Jiang clearly noticed that Ye Liangqiu seemed to be in a bad state and asked, "You haven't slept well?" Ye Liangqiu rubbed his head. He was still a little confused. To be precise, his mentality exploded. Even to the end of the punishment, he still didn't score a goal. He stayed in there for 30 days before coming out. Apart from playing football every day, the ball means kicking the ball. And then seeing my own evil face. Thinking of this, he became a little emotionally unstable. This kind of punishment. If I were to give him a 100-day package one day, it would be better to just let him die. But I think of the techniques I learned there and the actions I took to improve myself. This punishment is not a bad thing. Ye Liangqiu raised his head and glanced at the people around him who were looking at him with strange eyes, and waved his hand. It's okay. Ishi Rin did not tell what he saw last night, but silently glanced at Ye Liangqiu before continuing to watch the big screen. Advertisement. The sound of the radio continued to sound. This is the end of the third selection, and all the players who have advanced to the fourth round of selection have been announced. All qualified players are asked to change into their uniforms and quickly go to the central link room to assemble. Is it finally here? Bing Jiang was also a little impatient. He was finally able to play football with normal people. Although he still didn't know what the fourth round of selection would be like, but he probably wouldn't be playing with that group of professionals. Players play football, right? Everyone stood up, except Ye Liangqiu, who walked into the toilet and washed his face. He looked at himself in the mirror and wondered what he was thinking. After a while, he walked out. Just for a moment, Ito Shiren and Shido Ryusei looked at Ye Liangqiu at the same time, and they seemed to sense some kind of danger. But it only disappeared in an instant. Itoshi Rin couldn't help but murmur in his heart, what did this guy dream about last night? However, Ye Liangqiu didn't know that a slight change had taken place in him. Perhaps because of the month-long in-depth communication with Bai Feiqiu, his eyes towards the players had changed. At least in his opinion, now everyone, including Loki, Bai Feiqiu is the strongest enemy he has ever seen. Why, do I feel that Qiubao's momentum has changed a bit after losing the last game? I feel the same way. Qiubao was so sharp before, but now, he looks a little restrained and more stable. It couldn't be that I had a dream last night, was it a silly dream? Didn't you go to Lin Bao's perspective to see it? Within half an hour of lying down, Qiubao's expression was extremely ferocious, as if he had encountered something extraordinary in his dream. Really? Can you watch the replay? I'm going to watch it now. The barrage was noisy, and Ye Liangqiu certainly saw it. Although he didn't know who he was in the outside world after entering the simulation space, but judging from the barrage, when he was being punished, his external expressions were still there. Any changes? Doesn't that mean that this damned Sundara saw everything? In the passage, Ye Liangqiu touched his chin, wondering what he was thinking. Ito Shiren always felt a chill in his back. At this moment, the broadcast is still continuing. The 35 players from the 7 advanced teams will enter in order. There was a trace of shock in Bing Jiang's cute eyes. 300 people were eliminated and 265 people were eliminated. I didn't expect that after several rounds of testing, so many people have been eliminated. Nagi Saishiru nodded, and a figure couldn't help but appear in his pupils. You should be here too, right? Chapter 85. The time has come. Then please invite the first team to enter the venue. As the passage door slowly opened, several people walked into the empty central link hall. Shidu Longsheng complained, shouldn't the number 1 be the last to shine? Childish. Itoshi Rin broke his mouth. Ye Liangqiu looked at the other gates, and he was also very much looking forward to who would be the team that could finally reach the game that he disrupted. As the second door slowly opened, the figure of number 5 slowly emerged. Jie Shi, Ma Lang, Ling Wang, Zhan Tai, Yi Sheng. Seeing this lineup, the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth slowly rose. It was really surprising, it actually evolved into this kind of team. The moment Jie Shi saw Ye Liangqiu, hot flames burst out from his pupils. He knew that this kind of monster would definitely stay until the end. After all, the moment he saw Yan Sheng and Shi Guang team up with others, it is clear that Ye Liangqiu kicked over the team he challenged. The moment Ma Lang saw Ye Liangqiu, the veins on his cheeks popped out. "Hey, I'm already here. I won't let you get away this time." "Really?" Ye Liangqiu smiled. At the same time, King Rei saw that the resentment in Nagi Saishiro's eyes still existed. Immediately afterwards, the third door slowly opened. Ye Liangqiu, the person who walked out, was not surprised either. It's almost the same as in the original work. Ying Tai, Wu Traveler, Ribu Jian Aig, Yuki Gong Kenyu, Yu Haruhiko. It's just that everyone's expression is different. As the doors slowly opened, there were basically some people. Perhaps because they left too quickly in the last test, many people Ye Liangqiu had never seen before, and only heard about them by name. But there are still many figures who have not appeared. But basically everyone who was in Team Z was present. Until the last door opened and he saw the people inside, the corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose. Feng Le seemed to be entwined with black flames and walked out of it. His face was neither happy nor sad. Behind him were monks, Black Name Lancher, Qianqie Leopard Horse, and Zheng Cangzhe. So far, everyone has arrived at the central link field. Jie Shi looked left and right, obviously looking for someone. Where is the god of the country? Advertisement. He walked towards the direction of Qianqie Leopard Horse and was about to speak. Qianqie shook his head, and his pupils were a little surprised. He and Guishan lost to Feng Li's team in 3 versus 3, and were eventually voted out. I don't know. Jie Shi struggled a bit, but finally sighed. After all, those who can come here mean that they have passed the selection. Naturally, someone wins, and someone loses. The national god was eliminated. Seeing this scene, Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. Even if it disrupted the rhythm that should exist, the national god was still eliminated. Shouldn't it? After all, the only person who can defeat him is probably this crazy critic, Dragon Saint. However, he was still eliminated. Huixin, what are you thinking about? Is it really necessary to transform this football-loving person into an emotionless soccer robot? At this time, Feng Le walked up to Ye Liangqiu, and the two looked at each other. There was a trace of fighting spirit in Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes, and countless monsters seemed to appear behind him. He slowly raised his hand. Welcome to my world. Feng Le Hui. The flames wrapped around Feng Li's body seemed to be constantly burning the monster behind Ye Liangqiu, forming a full aura. He slowly stretched out his hand to hold it and spoke softly, I have come to the world of monsters. From now on, I will chase you until I surpass you. My monster, Ye Liangqiu. At the same time, the radio continued to sound. The above are all the candidates who have advanced in the selection competition. Then, Huixin's figure appeared on the screen. Everyone heard the sound and looked around. He also looked at everyone quietly and spoke slowly, you don't need to care about those who have been eliminated. After all, those who can get here must already know the cruelty of this game. Besides, this is your football career. Moreover, it will soon be eliminated as trash like Blue Lock. As she said that, Hui Xin's tone was rare and gentle. Before I explain the situation, I would like to say thank you for your hard work. The match against the World Trials was an unforgettable defeat, right? I believe that you have also seen how strong those players at the top are. In short, this game should bring you surprises, expectations and excitement. After all, having a head-on confrontation with your idol is something that many players dare not even think about. Advertisement. Suddenly, Huixin's tone became frivolous. Originally, I planned to let you continue with the trials. After all, Blue Lock's mission is to cultivate the world's #1 forward. But now, the plans have changed. The big guys in the football world want to immediately stop this crazy plan of mine, which means that Blue Lock, as I just said, will be eliminated as garbage. But I deliberately provoked him and issued a letter of challenge to him. Then there was a game that shocked the football world. The special competition between the U20 national team and the entire Blue Lock 11-member team will be held in 3 weeks. Ashin Shiba's tone contained no emotion at all, and continued, Blue Lock loses in this game, and from now on Blue Lock will completely disappear in the long river of history. If we win this game, Blue Lock will directly replace the U20 national team. The entire central link room is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Everyone's faces were extremely shocked. It means, we will directly become the national team. Just win this game. Hey hey hey. Is this a joke? Huixin continued, after all, we are all a high school team made up of things, and everyone was a forward before entering Blue Lock, so the U20 readily agreed to this challenge amidst the teasing. Their purpose is to Blue Lock is completely defeated. And through the traffic of this Blue Lock plan, plus the involvement of the national team to make money. In other words, everyone has only used Blue Lock as a tool from beginning to end, including you. It probably means that no one will expect you to win. Including that game. You are just a tool for them to attract traffic and make money. In the end, you turned into a laughingstock and completely left the field of football. What do you think when you hear this? Are you unwilling to be looked down upon, or are you ready to give the world a huge surprise? Suddenly, he paused and Huixin's eyes closed slightly, but I can prove that you guys now are enough to subvert the entire football world, and they want to defeat our patchwork team with a complete attitude. Even added one to their lineup. Maybe you are familiar with this person's name. Sure Zhe, one of the 11 heroes of the new generation world. Ito Shiren's eyes widened and his pupils shrank violently. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. The time has come, shall we start? Bet everything you have against the national team of this world in a match that will destroy the football world. Chapter 86 Ghost. Anyway, Blue Lock will compete with the U20 national team led by Itoshi Sei in 3 weeks. If you win, you will replace the U20 national team. If you lose, Blue Lock will cease to exist. This is a life-or-death battle for every player, a contest between 11 wild players and the orthodox national team. Huixin Shiba said it very lightly, and even didn't take the U20 national team seriously at all. At this moment, everyone's mood was ups and downs. After all, no one expected to have a battle with the national team, and the most important thing was related to their fate. There is no doubt that when Ashin Shiba said these crazy words, everyone fell into shock, excitement, surprise, and other emotions. No matter how you think about it, this game is fantastic. These high school students are actually going to compete with the national team. At this time, Ashin Shiba continued calmly, for this reason, I have renegotiated the plan. In the 4th round of selection, the following 7 people will be used as the core to select players. Don't worry. I have a certain reason for doing this. These 7 people are the best players selected after comprehensive evaluation. The aim is to build a perfect team in 3 weeks. The first one is Ye Liangqiu, the second is Itoshi Rin, the third is Shido Ryusei, the fourth is Black Traveler, the fifth is Oto Yokajida, the sixth is Yukigong Swordsman, and the 7th is Feng Lihue. At this time, Yukimiya Kenyu raised his hand and asked slowly, why am I ranked 6th? How can you tell the difference between me and number 1 Ye Liangqiu? And how do you compare the differences? Can it even be ranked? After all, everyone has already figured out the ranking of Huixin Shiba. From the hunger effect when they came into the current ranking, some people are still unconvinced. Of course Yukimiya Kenyu was just expressing his opinion. Many people also looked at Ashin Shiba, expecting his answer. Huixin Shiba smiled slightly, what's the difference? Then I'll tell you about it, so that you don't talk too much and say I'm partial. I believe you should also know that all the players who come here after playing against the world's top players. In the last round, they were testers to test your true strength and score. Advertisement. The first among them, Ye Liangqiu, scored 2 goals against such top players. The second-placed player, Itoshi Rin, scored a goal. The third-placed Shido Ryusei scored a goal. As for all the players behind you who didn't even score a goal. As he said this, the corner of Huixin Shiba's mouth curled up in a weird arc, you know. Of all the players in Blue Lock, only the 3 of them were able to come here in the end and defeated professional players head-on, and even almost defeated the world's top team. The other 32 players were just passing through on that pitch. Now, do you still have any complaints? Any comments on this ranking? For a moment, everyone was silent. That is to say, all the teams didn't even score a goal in front of the professional teams. Only Qiubao, a professional team, almost defeated it, and the other teams were crushed. Holy shit. I'm just superficial. I don't know if I've watched Qiubao's team play too much, or what, but I subconsciously think that other teams should more or less be able to score a few goals. But it seems, my understanding is a bit wrong. These people are not at the same level as Qiubao and his team. Bullshit, Qiubao's team is the top lineup of Blue Lock. Although Shido Ryusei was ranked very low before, Qiubao can choose this guy to enter his team. He must be rushing to win the game, otherwise why give up on B music? When choosing people, Ye Liangqiu was able to abandon Feng Lu not only to allow him to grow up, but also to prepare for the subsequent competition. Otherwise, who would choose the madman Shido Longsheng? But although the result was not ideal, it was enough to show off in front of this group of people. At this time, Huixin Shiba raised his hand and said, "For this reason, I assigned these 7 people to 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Among them, Team A is composed of Ye Liangqiu. As for Team B, C, and D, they will be in the future. 6 people work in pairs. The remaining 28 people can join any team at their own discretion. Among them, Ye Liangqiu's team is not allowed to join. Because as the number 1 player, he can choose any team to join and undergo adaptive training, which means, he will exist as a ghost on your court." Advertisement. Ghost. Sigma, degree winky face disappeared. Ye Liangqiu himself was dumbfounded. What is this? Hui Xin saw that everyone was a little confused, and then continued, because his existence broke the balance, which is why I said he was a ghost. What I need is not that you defeat the opponents in front of you, but to find 11 people who can defeat the opponent in front of you. Players who express themselves on the pitch. That's the key to adaptive training. So I decided that Ye Liangqiu will be involved in every game. It's up to him to decide which team to participate in that game. Everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu and took a breath. Undoubtedly what Hui Xin meant was that if Ye Liangqiu entered any team, the other team would lose 100%, and Hui Xin just wanted to pass this adaptive training. Find a team with him as the core. This is the hidden truth. But, it's also a plan. That's right, these few words undoubtedly directly raised everyone's emotions. What kind of player can make this expressionless Hui Xin appreciate him so much? And your previous record against professional players? Obviously. Ye Liangqiu is now the strongest existence in the entire Blue Prison. As long as you can defeat him, you can participate in the competition. Ye Liangqiu rubbed his head, a little speechless. Hui Xin played a good game, and used himself as a shield, right? Used to motivate this group of players who were sluggish just now. It's really unscrupulous. The corner of Huixin's mouth rose. After forming the team, it will still be similar to the previous rounds of selection, with a 5 versus 5 competition. Jieshi, who was still in shock just now, understood. This adaptive training may be the fastest way to find players in the top 7 offensive systems. But undoubtedly, all 28 players who were not on the list were also screened. They only have one chance. If they fail, they will not be able to play and can only watch from the sidelines as substitutes. Chapter 87 Adaptability Training. Jieshi gritted his teeth, his pupils burning with surging flames. He didn't want to leave such a good opportunity like this. Besides, he still had someone he had to defeat. As he looked at Ye Liangqiu, his eyes seemed to reflect the memories of when he was in Team Z situation. But now, everyone is the enemy. Enemies competing for spots. At this time, the door under the screen slowly opened, and Huixin asked the top 7 selected people to leave. He needed to conduct secondary communication with these 28 people. Obviously, this adaptive training is not that simple. In the passage, Shido Ryusei chuckled, "It's really interesting. I didn't expect that Huixin actually planned to let us have a fierce physical battle with you 20. How exciting this is. Don't be like a pervert, okay?" The veins on Ito Shiren's cheeks popped out, and he kept as far away as possible, for fear of meeting this perverted man. Ha ha. Shido Longxing snorted coldly. I don't understand how that four-eyed boy let a proudman like you stand above me, but I think there is definitely something wrong with this ranking. With my strength, it's too easy to kick you out. When it comes to football, Ishi Rin's eyes gradually turned cold. What did you say? How about a competition? Pink-haired pervert. In an instant, the two of them skillfully grabbed each other's collar. Looking at the black traveler and Yukigong Kenyu, Otoyingtai was stunned. Oh. This is the person at the top. Or the team that almost beat a professional team in the last game. Ah. Question marks appeared on the heads of the three of them. At this time, Ye Liangqiu stepped forward and spoke earnestly, patting the two of them on their shoulders with both hands. One is a tsundere, and the other is a perverted man. Don't you feel embarrassed? But I feel embarrassed too. How about I come practice with you? Two losers. Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei turned around at the same time. What did you say? Want to fight? Advertisement. Obviously, when facing Ye Liangqiu, the two people had never been so unified in their opinions. Feng Lu raised the corner of her mouth and said, Take me one. Only the three of them, Wu Traveler, were left messy in the wind. At this time, in the central link hall, everyone is like a good baby, listening to the heartfelt words on the screen. To be precise, these are all temporary rankings. Do you remember what I said? Blue Prison only needs players who can reach the top of the world. In the fourth round of selection, the top 7 rankings will also be affected by adaptive training. In short, adaptive training advocates coexistence. What I need is a team that can fully integrate the offensive system, rather than an individual and messy team that can only score goals alone. Even if this happens to anyone in the top 7. I would also deny him the chance to play. Then what do we need to do? At this time, Jieshi asked, with 28 people, we can only play one game. How much value can we see from this? Is it just about winning for the sake of winning? Finally joined the team. Huixing chuckled, what do you need to do? All you need to do is adapt. The adaptive training I'm talking about is never for the top 7, but for you. Next you will choose any team to enter. But you probably all know your ambitions. Are we going to swallow up the top 7? It's better to destroy and change in order to adapt to the team you choose. Now that you have chosen, you have to bear the risks and consequences of failure. You need to be irreplaceable, coexist on the court with these players and assert your own value. This is adaptive training in the fourth round of selection. At this moment, it is rare for everyone to be together. Advertisement. Some people are happy and some are sad. Everyone in top 7 was brought to a conference room. Ashin Shiba stood in front of them in real life, and was no longer on the screen. I believe I called you here. You should have the answer, right? Itoshi Rin was the first to ask, you said before that Itoshi Rin will participate in this competition. Is it true? Huixing nodded, of course, at least I won't deceive you in this kind of official game, and Itoshi will join the U20 game as a weapon to defeat our Blue Prison. As he said that, he looked at everyone, you can ask me any questions you have now. My time is limited. Is this all true? Suddenly, Shido Ryusei asked, in the match against U20, we can directly replace them. Is this true? After all, there's something magical about it all. No one thought that a team from a country would make such a big bet in order to destroy the Blue Prison. Maybe they don't understand the Blue Prison, but the players in the Blue Prison naturally know each other, and now their strength may be not able to compete with professional players. However, after this head-on confrontation with the world's top players, it seems like, that's just what professional players are. Huixing Shiba nodded expressionlessly, it's true. The country wants to use the Blue Prison as a negative example and destroy the entire Blue Prison to let everyone in the world know that top players cannot be created in this way. However, those of you who participated in the plan should understand the value of the Blue Prison. I won't say much more. The Ukrainian traveler who has been silent asked, if we replace the U20, will the country recognize it? Or, will they not regret it? Repent. Huixing Shiba pushed up her glasses, they can't regret it. Now all the news media outside the world know about it. If the country dares to regret it, I believe someone will be even more furious than us. Even, the development of blue prisons will only become more solid. Speaking of this, Ye Liangqiu finally spoke, and he said lightly, This is also the reason why you brought us here. You want to judge whether we will really work for the Blue Prison, right? That's right, in the final analysis, these top 7 people, or everyone in the entire Blue Prison, are just participating in the Blue Prison plan. However, all this comes at a price. For example, Ye Liangqiu said before they came in that after they were eliminated, their future football careers would be over. This is a disguised bet. These players are taking huge risks and are engaging in a crazy move with Ashin Shiba. Now the whole world has noticed them. Ashin Shiba also knows all this. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and said slowly, "So do you think I am harming you?" Chapter 88, Deception. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu's eyes met his. "Although we all came here voluntarily, I understand what you mean. In fact, the so-called loss of football career should be a lie, right? Fake." Feng Lu blinked. If it was fake, so many people cried bitterly and were unwilling to leave the Blue Prison. Could it be that they were all just pretending? Everyone also looked at Ye Liangqiu and then at Ashin Shiba, waiting for his explanation. After a few seconds of silence, Ashin Shiba leisurely sat on the front stool and spread his hands. "Yes, they are all fake. If you lose here at Blue Lock, you will not die, nor will you lose your football career. That means you have been deceiving all of us." Ye Liangqiu's expression was somewhat calm. Ashin Shiba shook her head. "Cheating. It's not even cheating. I just want to inspire the ambition in all of you. Without pressure, there is no motivation. All I need in Blue Lock is a group of selfish, self-reliant players who constantly destroy themselves and can destroy others. This is how we can cultivate the best players in the world." Such crazy thoughts, actions, and the expressions of the top 7 sitting here have not changed at all, or it may be that they have already become accustomed to Ashin Shiba's madness. After all, his Blue Lock plan itself is crazy, so the world is infinite. Pay attention, and even use Blue Lock as a bet to compete in a game that attracts global attention. At this time, Ashin Shiba continued, "In fact, you have already got what you want. The reason why I called you here was to brainwash you. But it seems that you still know it in your heart. I'll just tell you the truth. Since the establishment of Blue Lock, the outside world's discussion about us has been infinitely amplified, but I also disseminated part of the trial video during this period to let the world understand the value of Blue Lock. Those eliminated players will be recruited by various famous universities and institutions after leaving Blue Lock. Their future still has endless possibilities. As for this Blue Lock competition, it is just the result of my ambition, desire, and greed. You all have the right to choose not to participate. I will not stop it. This is your own choice. So do you choose to live and die with Blue Lock, or escape from the upcoming war?" Advertisement. The barrage has completely exploded. Let me go. Ashin Shiba is actually so good. I thought from the beginning that life would be gone if we eliminated it. I didn't expect that this guy would carry out this lie from beginning to end. He didn't tell it until now, and he only talked to these top 7 people. In other words, Jiabao and the others don't you know this at all. Ashin Shiba is really brave. I'm afraid he is also hesitating. If these words are told to the players who are still in the Blue Prison, their choices will be wavering, and some will even leave. Is he planning to wait until the eve of the game to say it? Upstairs, I think you all have misunderstood. Didn't you hear Ye Liangqiu just say that after leaving the Blue Prison, will everyone be recruited by other institutions or schools? That means they will all have a bright future in the future. But now, Blue Lock is about to be destroyed. This game is related to the life and death of Blue Lock, and also related to the future of the madman Ashin Shibachi. Although it is impossible to know the true purpose and identity of this guy. But he can. Blue Lock was created, and he also provided training to so many players to become stronger without asking for anything in return. In any case, this guy is the one who cares about these players the most in the game. If Blue Lock is destroyed, Ashin Shiba will probably be eliminated by the football world. After all, his madness and ambition ended completely the moment Blue Lock was destroyed. For a moment, almost everyone in the barrage was staring at this sentence, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on their bodies. In other words, Ashin Jihachi placed his fate on Blue Lock. No, it should be said that he placed his fate on the players he cultivated. Use them to create a miracle. If it fails, Ashin Shiba will disappear into the long river of history together with Blue Lock. He will even be ridiculed by everyone in the football world. At this time, a figure slowly stood up, and Ye Liangqiu's tone did not change. There is no such word as escape in my dictionary. I'm only interested in games that make me happy. No one knows, during this period of time, everyone in the top 7 talked to Huixin Shiba. Advertisement. This also includes players who are selecting teams. It's rare for everyone in Team Z to get together, but this time there are a few more people, including King Rei, Shiro Nagise, Zantetsu, and some people who have been enemies before and formed a team. Jieshi sat in his seat and looked at the group of players around him. The blood in his heart had not yet cooled down. He knew clearly that these people were very strong right now. Qianqie suddenly asked, "Which team are you going to choose?" Jieshi touched his chin and responded, "I haven't thought about it yet. To be honest, the existence of Ye Liangqiu has disturbed my previous thoughts. I originally planned to choose the file team. After all, we played together before. The cooperation may be more tacit. But, I seem to be telling myself in my heart that if I choose a stable team, I won't be able to improve. I came to Blue Lock to become stronger." Qianqie nodded, "You have the same idea as me. When I heard that Ye Liangqiu was in Team A, I actually planned to choose his team directly. Who knew that this guy actually chose freely? It's hard for me to figure it out, but if you are familiar with Ye Liangqiu, you should know, this guy is only interested in novelty." Jiesher narrowed his eyes slightly and seemed to understand what Qianqie meant. "Do you plan to become enemies with Ye Liangqiu, or try your luck and become teammates? 2 choices, stability and confrontation." But Jieshi already had his own plan in mind. Adaptation and challenge, every player is considering his own ideas. Until the next day is coming, 3 weeks of adaptive training is about to begin. In the central link hall, Huixin Shiba's figure appeared on the screen. Chapter 89, Kick You to Death. He held a list in his hand. All 28 players are already in place, and the teams they selected have been completely assigned under Huixin's arrangement. Among them, the team of Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei actually had 12 people to choose from. Obviously, this is all because Huixin said before that both of them have scored a goal against professional players. Naturally, this adaptive training should also revolve around the 2 of them. So many players chose them without even hesitating. Also includes Jieshi. As for Wu Traveler and Yang Tai, they were chosen by 8 people. B Music and Snow Palace were chosen by 8 people. And Ye Liangqiu's name has completely disappeared from the list. Just like Huixin Shiba said, he is like a ghost. Only when we get the game list can we know which team this guy will appear in. Huixin Shiba put down the form and then said, "The game is divided into 5 games. Team A participated in 4 games. Team B and Team C have 1 less person. You should understand that 1 person will directly substitute in. Then I won't say more about who the person is. The first game is A1 versus B1. The match list will be released later." As the screen closed, names began to appear on it. As names appeared one after another, everyone became nervous. Until the match list was completely confirmed, Jieshi looked at the screen, and all the cells in his body were trembling. I saw that the A1 team was composed of Itoshi Rin, Shido Ryusei, Qixing Honglang, Ice Weaving Sheep, and Jieshi. Team B1, Black Traveler, Ye Liangqiu, Erzi, Qianqie, and Ye Liangqiu. After the screen finally disappeared with Ye Liangqiu's weird smiling avatar, everyone fell into silence. Was the first scene this intense? All the top 3 participated. In everyone's eyes, this was an evenly matched match. After all, Ye Liangqiu, Itoshi Rin, and Shido Ryusei were all people who had beaten professional players. Maybe it's because I don't want the disparity in combat power to be too big. So, that's why Huixin Shiba is distributed like this, right? Advertisement. However, Jieshi, who was walking towards the tunnel, felt melancholy. If he lost this game, would he not be able to participate in the U20 game? If you fail to reflect your own value, you will end up in trouble. But facing the devil on the court, Jieshi still recalled his time in Team Z in his mind. He knew that the possibility of defeating this guy was not high at the moment. However, he still has to try the next one as much as possible. After all, he has grown a lot. After taking a long breath, Jieshi calmed down his emotions. On the other hand, Ice Weaver Sheep on the side saw him so nervous and couldn't help but ask, "Are you scared?" Jiesher was stunned and looked at Bing Jiyang. Then he remembered that this guy seemed to be Ye Liangqiu's teammate before, right? No. It should be said that half of his current teammates are teammates that Ye Liangqiu stole from him before. Thinking of this, Jieshi twitched the corner of his mouth, but fortunately he recovered his emotions in time and responded, "I'm just a little nervous. After all, I only have one chance." "It's you, why do you still choose Team A?" He was actually a little puzzled. Hai Ziyang had been teammates of Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei before. Shouldn't the three of them have strong adaptability? Otherwise it would be impossible to win against professional players. The eyes of Hai Ziyang seemed to reflect the time when they were fighting against professional players. Rather than a confrontation, it was better to say that their previous team was entirely supported by Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin. Sometimes he was in it. Like an heir. This is undeniable. It seemed that Bing Jiyang didn't want to explain. Jieshi didn't ask any more questions, and was just about to look away when he heard Bing Jiyang speak slowly. "They are different from us, or rather, those three are all game bosses. We're just characters that grow up step by step. The only way to challenge them is to conquer them bit by bit. Although I really don't want to admit it, if these three people in a team are enough to challenge all teams, this may be the reason why Aishin Jihachi will let Ye Liangqiu be the ghost." After all, after such a period of time together, Ice Weaver's understanding of Ye Liangqiu is still deep enough, but there has been no chemical reaction because his strength is too weak. Hearing this, Jiesher was speechless. Those three people actually asked their teammates to say that they were weak from the bottom of their hearts. What exactly happened to Ice Weaver at that time? Advertisement. When the three of them walked into the stadium through the passage. "There are already 5 people warming up here." Although Ye Liangqiu joined the B team, neither Itoshi Rin nor Shido Ryusei complained about the fairness of the game. Instead, they looked at Ye Liangqiu with bright eyes. After everyone else arrived. The first game of this adaptive training is about to begin. Jieshi observed everyone over and over again, and he noticed that Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei both exuded a terrible aura. This feeling was something he had never experienced in other people. No. There is one person who has spread it, and that is Ye Liangqiu. He turned his head to look at Ye Liangqiu, and he happened to look into those red eyes. For a moment, goosebumps appeared all over his body, like a frightened cat. Forcibly suppressing the tight feeling, Jieshi slowly exhaled. Ye Liangqiu showed a smile. "Did Xiaoxi really make it here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let me see how much you've improved." As all the players choose their positions, the countdown on the screen is sounding. Without any tactics or conversation, the game started very quickly, and it could even be said that there was no preparation time. Itoshi Rin stepped on the ball and looked at Ye Liangqiu on the opposite side with a calm face. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and today I will kick you until you are convinced." Hey, this is what I want to say." Shido Longxing looked displeased, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the strong fighting spirit in his body had already ignited the entire stadium. Ye Liangqiu, who was standing opposite them, grinned. "Really? Too trash on the court, do you plan to be crushed by me and thrown out of the blue prison? Well, I'm used to it. The 3-person scolding session should end in 3 seconds, and then it's time to fight." "Wait a minute, why do you know so well? How come I, Jaimin, have never heard of this matter? Aren't these 3 people afraid of red cards?" Laughing, "You upstairs, you don't know much about our Demon King army at first glance. The stadium is a battlefield, either you die or I die." At this time, the moment the whistle sounded, Itoshi Rin moved. "Today I'm going to kick you red-eyed freak." Chapter 90 Mediocrity. There are no changes in the rules. It is still the first team of both teams to score 5 goals, whoever wins. On the court, everyone started to move in an instant. Ishi Rin's eyes were constantly reading the information on the field. Except for the monster Ye Liangqiu, the entire team opposite them also had 2 top 7 players like them. The weapons and strength of these 2 people were unknown. If you want to get their information quickly, then they must be forced. At this time, Qianqie, not far away from him, was already rushing towards him. The red phantom was so fast that Ito Shiren didn't look too surprised. Or maybe he has already seen Ye Liangqiu's speed, and the speed of this group of people is nothing in his eyes. But the next second, there was a boom. Itoshi Rin passed the ball out, and Ice Weaver caught the ball. After all, they are former teammates, so he is very clear about the basic strength of Ice Weaver. Moreover, the two of them have had a chemical reaction. After receiving the ball, Bing Jiang's mind flashed with a precise goal route. I don't know why, but after the last time he played against professional players, his thinking logic seemed to have become clearer. This feeling even without kicking there are often times when playing ball. But when he touched the ball, this feeling surged through his mind like a tide. I seem to be able to see the goal line from any angle, anywhere, and where my teammates are. Just like playing games, you are watching the whole world from God's perspective. This feeling is wonderful, but a little out of control. What I need to do is to turn this power into my own skill points, and then add it to my own panel. Ice Weaver Sheep couldn't help but bring the whole world into the game. Just as he was running with the ball, a figure had already arrived in front of him. The fire that burst out from Ertzi's pupils was as if it was going to devour the ice-weaving sheep in front of him. The future you see seems to have been captured by me too. The next moment, Ertzi stretched his right leg forward, trying to cut it off. It's just that Ice Weaver Sheep's reaction speed is extremely fast. He passed the ball directly, and in that direction was Shido Ryusiai, who was running toward the penalty area. The expression on Shido Ryusiai's face was like that of a madman, but another figure quickly followed him. Oto Yakuta was like a white ghost wrapping around him, keeping a close eye on him. Advertisement. Soon their bodies collided directly. Shido Ryusiai engaged in physical confrontation while looking for breakthrough opportunities. At the same time, Jieshi's figure was also running towards the penalty area without the ball. His pupils seemed to be saying, "Pass the ball." However, Shido Longxing pretended not to see it. At this moment, another figure rushed towards Shido Ryusiai Senkiri, who had already returned to the defense. He and Otoi Shadow were forming a double team. Shido Ryusiai's control of arm distance was superb. He firmly blocked Oto Yakuta behind him without giving him any chance, but now he had no chance to move forward. Almost everyone was heading in his direction. TSK. Accurate. The arrogant Shido Dragon Saint looked at Jieshi, who had already rushed towards the restricted area. I have good eyesight, but you are facing a person with the most terrifying ability to fight. When Kyosei saw Shido Ryusiai still not passing the ball, he became a little anxious and started shouting, "Pass the ball to me." Suddenly, Jieshi seemed to sense an incoming malice and looked back. Ye Liangqiu, who had never been seen, came to his side at some point. "Pass the ball." "Xiaoxi, are you sure you have the ability to fight against me? I know your weapons and your abilities. When facing powerful enemies and powerful teammates, your weapons may work wonders, but your personal level is too mediocre, so mediocre that you are like a small character who constantly begs for others." Jieshi was shocked, but he came back to his senses immediately. When Shido Ryusiai over there saw that Ye Liangqiu had already made up his defense, it was obviously impossible for him to pass the ball to Jieshi. After all, even professional players had to retreat from Ye Liangqiu's head-on confrontation, let alone what about Jieshi. Thinking of this, Shido Longxing spread his hands and pressed against the bodies of Qianqie and Otoi Shadow. I saw his right foot violently kicking the ball in one direction. "Itoshi Rin, you should be here, right?" The ball slides so far that it flies in exactly one direction. And a figure was moving forward rapidly at that place, yes. From kickoff to passing the ball, Itoshi Rin was constantly observing the situation on the court. He was always keeping an eye on Ye Liangqiu. As long as he was out of the path of the ball, then this is his opportunity to attack. Advertisement. At this time, the opportunity to attack came. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. But, suddenly, a voice sounded, "I have a general understanding of your team. It seems that both you and that pink-haired person are a little afraid of this number one. What is the reason that causes you to feel afraid? If my guess is right, it should be after playing against professional players, right?" Hearing the sound, Ishi Rin turned around and saw Wu Traveler rushing up. Yuruto's eyes were very sharp, coupled with his tall body and extremely exaggerated strides. He grabbed the ball one step faster than Itoshi Rin, then picked up his toes and quickly turned towards the enemy's penalty area and rushed towards it. The expression on Ito Shiren's face was a little unnatural, and the veins kept popping out. Wu Traveler quickly approached Ye Liangqiu. Obviously, he was still very interested in this existence. So far, Ye Liangqiu's strength did not surprise or shock him. But Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei both subconsciously stayed away from this guy. This shows that he is not simple. Thinking of this, Wu Traveler seemed to have some fun. The next second, the ball at his feet was passed directly. The direction was exactly where Ye Liangqiu was. When Jiesher saw the ball flying over, his eyes were a little dull. Didn't Wu Traveler see that he was in a physical confrontation with Ye Liangqiu? He actually passed the ball over. This bold teaching, could it be that he believed that Ye Liangqiu could directly break through himself? Are you kidding me? Just the next second, Jieshi was stunned. He felt waves of murderous intent coming from behind. The veins on Ye Liangqiu's cheeks popped out, and the murderous intent in those red eyes seemed to overflow. It seems to have been discovered. Wu Traveler raised the corners of his mouth and showed a smile. But at this moment, the ball has already drawn an arc and rushed towards the direction of the two people. Jieshi was about to stretch his legs and pass the ball directly. A figure has disappeared in an instant, turning into a sonic boom and rushing out. Chapter 91 Hunting. Following the ball that was still spinning in the air, the sound had disappeared. Jieshi could see the figure flashing past him and the deafening sound in his ears. This speed is exactly the same as when competing with the prodigy Rocky. No wonder at that time, the prodigy Rocky and the group of professional players would say that except for the first team, the following teams didn't seem to be any good. So that's what happened. Not only is he getting stronger, these monsters are also getting stronger. The sprinting figure was like a bullet rushing towards the penalty area. Bing Jiyang and Qixing Honglang had already returned to defense in the penalty area. The two reacted very quickly. They knew that defending alone would be at a disadvantage, so they intercepted at the same time. I want to directly block Ye Liangqiu here and force him to pass the ball. Facing the two men's double team, Ye Liangqiu appeared calm and steady, and his speed was still accelerating. The moment he reached the two men, he suddenly raised his heels. The ball flew straight over their heads. Awesome rainbow. But Bing Jiyang reacted faster. He was also thinking in his mind that Ye Liangqiu would not retreat, and would even directly engage in a head-on confrontation. With all his moves, including oxtail, crotch-piercing, and rainbow, he had all calculated in my head. So the moment the ball disappeared, he knew what kind of technique Ye Liangqiu used, and he quickly counterattacked. But the moment he turned around, he saw the smile on Ye Liangqiu's lips. At the same time, his contemptuous voice was also heard. Do you think you have quick reflexes? But can it be faster than my shot? While the ball was still flying over the heads of the two men, while the Ice Weaver sheep was paying attention to the ball, Ye Liangqiu was like a wild beast, directly breaking through the formation of the two men. His field of vision was extremely wide at this moment. It was as if his body sensed the ball flying above and jumped high into the air. The next second, there was a roar. Ye Liangqiu's body was like a bow and arrow ready to go, and his left leg was shot out with a heavy cannon. The ball, still spinning, drew an arc and rushed toward the goal. The speed was so fast that even Itoshi Rin, who knew that Ye Liangqiu would definitely shoot, wanted to save the goal, but he just ran to the goal area in sweat. The score came to 0-1. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Ye Liangqiu, the high-risk scoring method. This guy is really brave. Qixing Honglang wiped his sweat and was a little shocked. With the ball still spinning and the shot without vision, how did this guy determine the landing point of the ball? How do you accurately control the goal path? Is this the number one monster? Bing Jiyang wasn't surprised, or maybe he had been used to it for a long time, but he always felt that Ye Liangqiu had changed a little bit. But he couldn't tell what kind of change this was. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu, who had scored a goal, felt comfortable all over. He was now very proficient in the use of shooting movements. To be precise, when he faced Bai Feiqiu a month ago, he had used all methods to score goals. Facing that monster when intercepted, his ball had almost no chance of shooting. Because Bai Feiqiu can see the future, he can even say that he has already taken off while he is taking off. Therefore, every ball is torture for Ye Liangqiu, as if there is always a high wall blocking him. But it's different now. None of the players here have the sense of oppression given by Bai Feiqiu, nor are they the kind of people who can see through their own goal routes. In this way, you can play whatever you want. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth. I'll use you little losers to feel what despair is after a month of torture. But others are not in the mood to watch any goals right now. Jie gritted his teeth and didn't know what he was thinking. He was directly killed like a lamb in a head-on confrontation. He had not played any role in the last battle. No. If this continues, I am destined to be eliminated. You have to adapt to this group of monsters. First try to blend in with either Itoshi Rin or Shido Ryusei, and only then will your own value be reflected. At this time, a voice sounded. Jie turned around and saw Ice Weaver Sheep walking in his direction, saying, Killer Wu Traveler, this is the person who just passed the ball to Ye Liangqiu. I'm afraid that guy is targeting you. Be prepared and take precautions, or, in other words, take out your most powerful weapon and confront him head-on. Jie raised his eyebrows, a little confused. It seemed that Jie was a little confused. Advertisement. Bing Jiyang immediately explained, Wu's pass just now was not only to understand Ye Liangqiu's strength, but also to observe your strength. But obviously, your strength has already made him discover that our team weaknesses. With his keenness, he can easily discern the weaknesses of a team. In the next game, he may lock you and defeat you. This way our team will fall into passivity. Jie was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that a pass could actually make sense. But he also kept it in mind and regarded himself as the prey. Let's try it and see who is the prey. Not far away, however, Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei started arguing again. The two of them grabbed each other's collars and almost got into a fight. It was obvious that Shido Longsheng had restrained the two of them just now, but the ball was still snatched away by the opponent. He was furious. Can't you just pass the ball faster? Pink-haired pervert, then can't you pass the ball accurately? The two were at each other's throats, and Ye Liangqiu shrugged. Now that the three-legged confrontation was broken, the bad relationship between the two would naturally explode at any time. This was the result he had already guessed. But now that I am not their teammate, I naturally have no right to care about this. I can just sit back and enjoy the situation. As the whistle blows, the two of them returned to their positions. This time it was still Rin who kicked off the ball. In order to repay the good ball passed by Shido Ryusei in the previous game, Itoshi Rin showed no expression and passed the ball directly to Shido Ryusei. Don't you like confrontation? Then now I will give you this opportunity to take the ball to fight. Shido Ryusei received the ball, with a dark expression on his face, and immediately passed the ball out again. Before Kiyoichi could react after receiving the ball, Shido Ryusei cursed and said, Give you a chance. Get the ball into the penalty area. In an instant, Shido Ryusei rushed towards the restricted area, not prepared to give Jie any room to react. At the same time, a figure exuding a sense of oppression had already arrived in front of him. It was Wu Traveler. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he looked at Jie as if he was seeing his own prey. Mortal, I want the ball at your feet. Chapter 92, I want this ball. Jie looked unwilling. Sure enough, he was being targeted just as Bing Jiyang said. The most terrible thing was that the ball was in his hands. Are he afraid? The strong pressure from these top 7 players made him unable to breathe. Obviously they were all people who entered the blue prison at the same time. Why are they so powerful? But he can only become the prey. No. I don't want to be like this all the time. I need to change and devour, just like the horse wolf was devouring at that time. I have to find my last piece of the puzzle. Before that, I must confront it head-on. To devour the Wu Travelers. Jie has fully entered the state, the flames in his eyes are burning, and the ball at his feet will not give way. Even if Wu Traveler is close to him, his movements are much faster than before. When Jie wants to pass the ball, Wu Traveler has blocked his passing route from the right side, and even raised his arm, blocking most of Jie's field of vision. He is very skilled in the use of arm skills. Mortal, don't think about passing the ball. I've already got my eye on you in this game. There's no use struggling. Jie looked at Itoshi Rin who was running without the ball, but it only took a moment for Yurutoto to see through it. He raised his arm to a high level, blocking Jie's field of vision as soon as he reached it, and there was a smile of success on the corner of his mouth. What to do now? This guy's skills are much better than mine. At this moment, a shout rang out, an ice weaver sheep appeared out of nowhere, with a light blue halo blooming in his pupils. Pass it to me. Without any hesitation, Jiesher kicked the ball straight away. Because he clearly knew that if this continued, the ball at his feet would definitely be snatched away by the Ukrainian travelers. And if their lineup allows the opponent to get the ball, I'm afraid the Demon King who has been waiting and watching will use his strength. Jieshi understands this person very well. After all, he has been a teammate before and he has never seen Ye Liangqiu was grabbed the ball by others. In other words, as long as he gets the ball, he scores a point. Seeing the ball being passed away, Wu Traveler looked a little disdainful and immediately rushed forward following the ball. At the same time, Qianqie, who had been keeping an eye on the ice weaver sheep, also rushed over at a very fast speed. Advertisement. Stopping the ball steadily, Bing Wayang's eyes kept trying to find a goal point, and the tip of his nose seemed to be sniffing the scent from every direction. However, the smell of all goal points made him unable to figure out whether he should use this goal. Pass the ball out. Facing the interception of the two men, Wu Traveler looked at Bing Jiyang and smiled. Did you find what you wanted? The corners of Bing Jiang's lips raised while still thinking. Found it. The next second, he started running with the ball. He knew Wu Traveler well and could never confront this guy head-on. His own weapons might not be worth mentioning in his eyes. But there are still two aces in his team. His eyes suddenly looked at Itoshi Rin who was running without the ball. Their eyes met. Since they both have weapons that overlook the whole field, you should be able to guess what I am thinking. There was a bang sound. Bing Jiyang kicked the ball out with one kick, and the football drew an arc and rushed towards the penalty area. And there, Shida Ryusei and Itoshi Rin had already arrived at the attack area. Itoshi Rin ran quickly towards the landing point and stopped the ball firmly with a hook of his toes. Just the next second, a figure also came in front of him. Ertzi stared at Ito Shiren's eyes and couldn't help but think in his heart. Sure enough, each of these top 7 players had trained their weapons to an unimaginable level. He also thought that Ice Weaver was preparing to pass the ball to Shida Ryusei for a shot in the penalty area. However, a high pass came. The most important thing is that in this case, someone can actually notice it. Ishi Rin's expression was calm, and his indifferent eyes did not take Ertzi seriously. He was staring at one direction from beginning to end, and that was the goal. At the same time, the crazy critic Shido Longxing shouted, "That's my ball. Go to hell, arrogant man." Shida Ryusei rushed towards Itoshi Rin like a mad beast. At this moment, both of them were stunned. Aren't these two teammates? Ito Shiren snorted coldly, his field of vision was extremely wide at this moment. Otoyakuta rushed towards Itoshi Rin like a ninja, double-teaming him in 3 ways. It was under this situation that Itoshi Rin's pupils seemed to meet everyone's gaze, and he slowly raised his right foot. Is this a direct shot? Advertisement. Ertzi ran forward, trying to reduce the shooting space. At this moment, the moment that shocked everyone was about to come. Ito Shiren seemed to have seen through everything, his eyes were unusually calm. The moment Ertzi raised his feet, his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like a man in the abyss. Beast. There was a bang sound. A powerful volley kicked out. The ball drew an arc from Ertzi's feet and shot straight towards the blind spot of the goal. Shida Ryusei and Otoya Kajita all looked towards the goal. Block your view. Damn, this guy is using himself as a cover. Ertzi immediately understood the meaning. During the volley just now, in order to hide his action, this guy deliberately waited for himself to move forward, just to cover his action so that the mechanical goalkeeper could not notice it. Only such a goal could be achieved perfect. Is this guy so big-hearted? However, a dong sound sounded. What everyone didn't expect was that the ball was actually caught. Ye Liangqiu's figure came to the goal in the penalty area at some point. His pupils were radiating scarlet light. Under everyone's gaze, with his body hovering in the air, his calves formed a Z-shape, blocking the ball directly in front of the goal at this moment. Even the ball kept spinning and finally fell to the grass. Stepping on the ball, Ye Liangqiu looked at everyone's shocked eyes, slowly lifted the hair between his eyebrows with his fingers, and stared at everyone with his red eyes. I want this ball. Start now, come on, give you losers a chance to challenge me. The roar sounded, and the next second, Ye Liangqiu's figure appeared in front of Ito Shiren like a beam of light. Ito Shiren reacted and reached out to resist Ye Liangqiu, but he missed. Ye Liangqiu rushed to the next person without even looking at him. Shidao Longsheng's eyes widened and he rushed forward, trying to intercept the ball directly, even if it is a foul. If Ye Liangqiu is allowed to rush out of the penalty area, the ball will probably hit their goal within a few seconds. And others also knew what Ye Liangqiu meant. Did he plan to defeat them one by one with his own weapons? Chapter 93, Burning Everything Down. Bing Jiang shouted at Jie Shi, back to defense, back to defense. That guy's goal wasn't to shoot. To defeat us. Qixing Honglang didn't understand what it meant yet, but the moment he looked at Shidao Longsheng, he understood. He saw that Ye Liangqiu had directly passed through Shidao Longsheng's defense, rushing straight towards him. His expression was extremely tense, and he couldn't even wipe the sweat off his cheeks. A roaring sound filled my ears. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded, and Qixing Honglang reacted. He could only hear the sound whizzing past his ears. Your reaction is too slow. Don't be like a turtle, okay? Could it be that he was in such an unbearable posture when facing the prodigy Loki? When Qixing Honglang came back to his senses, Ye Liangqiu's speed had already accelerated, and it was like a red laser rushing towards the next person, leaving a burning mark on the ground. Because of Iceweaver Sheep's early precautions, Jie Shi had also come closer. The two looked at each other. After all, it was their defense, especially since Bing Jiang had already confronted Ye Liangqiu once when he scored the last ball. He was now convinced that the aura on Ye Liangqiu's body changed. This feeling is different from when we were teammates before. His movements and skills are more proficient than before. Moreover, the acceleration method of imitating the prodigy Rocky has also undergone a qualitative change. Iceweaver didn't dare to be careless. Countless ways to intercept Ye Liangqiu, who was looking like a laser, flashed in his mind, but all interception methods seemed to be defeated without attacking at this speed. Jie Shi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, completely unable to imagine that a few months ago, these people were still on the same team, and now the aura on his body was exactly the same as the professional players he was fighting against at that time. The two assumed a classic defensive formation. One on the left and one on the right, blocking Ye Liangqiu's offensive route. Even if you are fast, you still have to take a detour unless you make a breakthrough, but as long as the defense of two people persists for a while, when all the players are present, they will be trapped. Ye Liangqiu looked at the posture of the two people and raised the corners of his mouth. In the field of shooting, I said, no one can defend me. The next second, the ball was lifted directly into the sky by Ye Liangqiu's toes, and he jumped directly. The height of the jump was very exaggerated, but his posture was very intimidating. Advertisement. Jie Shi and Bing Jiang's eyes trembled slightly, but they had not yet reacted. In the air, Ye Liangqiu's left leg muscles bulged, and a dragon swung its tail. There was a bang sound. The ball rushed toward the goal like a bullet. Until the moment the ball entered the goal, the two men only moved their heads and subconsciously turned their bodies. The moment they saw the ball, they had successfully shot. The score came to 0-2. Jie Shi was completely stunned. For the first time, he felt that he was useless in this field, or, this strong feeling of blow was coming like a tide. During the last selection, he thought he was strong enough to survive in the blue prison, but looking at it now, I am afraid that in the eyes of these monsters, he is just a fledgling that has just hatched out of its shell. At this time, Bing Jiang wiped his sweat and said, we have to change our strategy. If we want to stay, then, we must score a goal. No, it should be said that we score a goal in cooperation with these two people. It doesn't matter who it is. Claim your own value, otherwise the game is over. Jie Shi gradually came back to his senses. Yes, the game is not over yet, it is just 2 goals, it is not that he has been eliminated, there must be some way to win this game. He has actually discovered that his team is very uncoordinated. Because of the relationship between Itoshi Rin and Shida Ryusei, this game was extremely difficult to play. The same is true on the opposite side. Whether it's Wu Traveler, Ye Liangqiu, or Ye Liangqiu, they also advocate their own value, but they are top 7, and Huixin said before that they want to stay. The premise is to have a chemical reaction with these top 7 and become teammates who can cooperate. These are the players who are useful to the team. This is what adaptive training stands for. The top 7 do not need to cooperate with others. The only way in their eyes is to score goals. However, the main task of these adaptive players is not to compete with the top 7 for the right to score goals, but to assist them, or to create relationships with them. Chemical reaction. Wanting to understand all this, Jiexi's brain gradually became clear. Yes. I may not be able to defeat this group of monsters, so don't think about devouring them, but blend in first, and my teammates will let them become pieces of my puzzle. At this time, a radio sound sounded. Shido Ryuseiji received a yellow card. Itoshi Rin received a yellow card. If there is a problem next time, you will be dismissed immediately. Advertisement. Everyone looked in the direction of the 2 men and saw a fist mark on their cheeks. Ryusei Shido looked gloomy and cursed. I said that ball is mine. Why don't you pass it on? In the end, this ball was given to that red-eyed freak. Do you really want to lose? Damn you be ************** D. Shut up. Ito Shiren's pupils exuded murderous intent, and the veins on his cheeks swelled. If I give it to you, you can't get in. You pink-haired pervert, don't think that you and I are teammates, so you can take it from me without restraint. To the ball. It's out of the question. The dispute between the 2 naturally attracted the attention of the players. Of course, Wu Traveler walked up to Ye Liangqiu and praised the wonderful goal just now, but still asked, you and those 2 were teammates before, why don't you stop it? If this continues, I'm afraid this game won't be able to continue. Stop. Ye Liangqiu showed a wicked smile. Why should I stop? These 2 losers only quarrel every day and never score a goal. The louder the noise, the better. The corner of Wu Traveler's mouth twitched. At this time, the game whistle sounded. The 2 of them stopped. So far, Ishi Rin's side is completely at a disadvantage, but the 2 top 7 members have also completely broken up. Jiexi's body seemed to be shattering, and countless puzzle pieces were flying. Since the 2nd-ranked Itoshi Rin and the 3rd-ranked Shido Ryusei are incompatible, the weapon I can use is to link up these 2 beasts. Only in this way can I deal with the opponent. Now I am 2 goals behind, and the advantage has been lost. We can't let them in again, otherwise we may be blocked. Jie's eyes became fierce, and the fragments on his body were gradually condensing. He had already thought of a way to unite the team. Even if the cauldron sinks the boat, Ye Liangqiu must be restrained. Then start asserting your worth. Chapter 94 The Perfect Strategy. The 3rd ball started in an instant. The kicker was still Itoshi Rin, who seemed to have woken up because of the fight with Shido Ryusei just now, but the resentment in the hearts of the 2 people obviously still existed. For example, neither of them looked at each other. Itoshi Rin passed the ball directly to Ye, and the tacit backpass between the 2 easily tore apart the defense of Chikiri and Futoko, but the moment they faced Karatabi and Ye Liangqiu running forward, I felt that fatal sense of oppression. Wu Traveler's powerful lower body strength, coupled with his superb use of arm distance, can control the opponent's vision at will. Bing Jiang has the ball, but its vision is completely blocked like Jieshi at that time. I want to spread the word, but the risk is too great. For a moment of hesitation, Wu Traveler found the right moment and pressed hard on Bing Jiang's back. With such a small movement, Bing Jiang's whole body leaned forward, and the football was subconsciously stepped on, trying to stabilize it. Body. This is what Wu Traveler was waiting for, and he was ready to intercept the ball as soon as he stretched his right leg. However, at this moment, a dark shadow struck. Jieshi appeared out of nowhere and shoveled away the ball that was supposed to be in his hand with a sliding shovel. Wu Traveler gritted his teeth. Mortal. There was black fire in Jieshi's pupils, as if he wanted to devour everyone. His face was extremely ferocious, and all of this was part of his plan. He knew clearly that Ito Shiren would not treat him as a teammate. If he wanted to showing self-worth and just trying to please people won't do. They must show their strength, and even more importantly, they must have a sense of crisis. Now that our team has not scored a goal, if we let ourselves score a goal, maybe the core will shift. At the very least, instead of betting on 2 unstable beasts, it is better to put it on him. For this reason, scoring this goal is a necessary choice. Only if you can score a goal can the atmosphere of the entire team improve and create a chemical reaction. Seeing Jie grab the ball, Bing Jiyang shouted, "Good to grab." But in the next second, a red figure came to Jie. Qianqia's face was serious, and his long red hair was flying in the air. "Jie, you can't score goals that easily." Jie grinned, "Really? Advertisement. Can you also see the future?" The next second, Jie raised his foot and kicked the ball away without any hesitation. There was already a person waiting in the penalty area at that position. Crazy critic Longxing faced the personal defense of Ye Liangqiu. His eyes looked at the flying football, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised. "This is the pass I want. My football cells are shaking." However, Jie also rushed towards the penalty area after kicking the ball. He wanted to awaken the beast with this ball and then cooperate with him. Yes, since Shido Ryusei and Ito Sherlin's relationship is so bad. Then choose one of them and create a chemical reaction. This is his purpose. Now the ball is passed to Shido Ryusei. As long as he understands the reason, he should pass the ball back now. Score this goal yourself. The cells in Jie's brain were constantly excited. This was the perfect strategy he came up with. He used the cooperation between Ishishi Rin and Ice Weaver Sheep as bait to guide Ye Liangqiu to step forward to defend, which suddenly reduced a lot of defense. In addition, Shido Ryusei likes to run into the penalty area without the ball, so someone must guard him. Qianqia's weapon Jie knew very well. At this moment, he seemed to feel that he might be stronger than these top 7. In an instant, before the ball hit the ground, Shido Ryusei showed a crazy smile. The ball was reflected in his pupils, and his body reacted subconsciously. Not even Otoyingtai could suppress his sudden burst of power. Shido Ryusei's body seemed to be excited about football. At this moment, Jie, who was running, finally realized an extremely serious problem. He seemed to have made a complete misjudgment, and Shido Longxing's thoughts were completely unable to connect with his brain circuit. The so-called chemical reaction was completely shattered at this moment. Shido Ryusei let out a terrifying laugh, stopped the flying ball on his instep with one foot, and turned his back to the goal. In the next second, his whole body began to bend, and he actually used the dragon's tail swing. I don't know if it was because of Ye Liangqiu's provocation from the previous goal, or because Itoshi Rin could see him score with his own eyes. The roar of the football was piercing. The football arced into the upper left corner and finally scored. Advertisement. The score came to 1-2. Kneeling on the grass, watching the ball slowly slide down, a blush gradually appeared on Shido Ryusei's face, as if he had enjoyed unprecedented pleasure after the ball. He slowly stretched out his index finger and put it against his lips. "Everything on my body cells are built to score goals. In the restricted area, I am invincible." Jie's brain had completely shut down. This guy was completely unable to have a chemical reaction with him. No one would have dared to play that ball just now. Only this guy actually gave up the so-called risk and hit it hard. Shengsheng kicked this deadly ball in. He may need to re-examine Shido Ryusei. No. It should be the entire top 7. However, after Shido Longxing stood up, he still praised in the direction of Jie. "That's a good pass." Jie gritted his teeth and remained silent. This goal was obviously an opportunity created by himself. He should have scored it himself. Why did he pass this ball out? Ishi Rin was disdainful and looked a little disgusted. What a disgusting goal. In the monitoring room, Huaixin Shiba was still watching. And only beside him was recording the data. All players have more or less gained a lot after playing against professional players. Here is this adaptive training. Mr. Huaixin, why are you? Will Ye Liangqiu be placed in it as a ghost? Isn't this also breaking the balance? Balance. Huaixin Shiba chuckled. Wouldn't it be boring if everything in the world were balanced? Whether it's playing against U20s or those professional players. Which of their games was balanced? If it's a close game, it won't satisfy my ambition. I want to take Blue Prison to a higher place, so naturally the concept accepted by this group of players cannot be to develop instability, but to have the ability to break the balance. Now Ye Liangqiu's basic condition, strength, and level have fully reached my expectations. Wouldn't it be better to use him as a knife to sharpen this group of people? Chapter 95, Pulling Down the Altar. Mr. Hui Xin, are you not afraid that Ye Liangqiu will know about this? Only looked at Wei Xin, obviously a little surprised after learning about this plan. After all, the original project was supposed to be for 3 ABC teams, and top 6 would adapt. Contest. But now it has become top 7. Huaxin Shiba shook his head, so what if you know? Ye Liangqiu, I knew from the moment I came into contact with him that this guy is a straightforward egoist, and he only fights for teams that interest him. Since he is willing to play, it means he is enjoying the game. Isn't this just right? We are in a state of cooperation. I don't owe him anything. Their conversation was unknown to everyone present. But Danmaku knew. To be honest, Huaxin Shiba has bet everything on cultivating these players. Is it for the blue prison, or for himself? I always feel that his is not that simple. For such a person with a full IQ, I really can't figure out why he would use the blue prison just to be number 1 in the world. Upstairs, you may have forgotten. When I first read the introduction, I mentioned that this world is a world where sports culture ranks first. Their daily lives, or even wars, rely on sports culture to solve their problems, although it is a bit outrageous, but it is anime after all. This makes sense. Looking at it this way, do you still think that the title of number 1 in the world is rubbish? The barrage is noisy. Everyone on the court started the 4th ball. Ye Liangqiu became the kicker. Faced with his pressure, even Itoshi Rin and Shida Ryusei subconsciously locked the offensive routes. They knew Ye Liangqiu too well. To be precise, after playing for so long, if you don't even know the style of your teammates, then you are still playing football. Therefore, in Itoshi Rin's view, after Ye Liangqiu got the ball, there was only one offensive route, and that was to defeat them all head-on. Even he had to admit that he could not sustain himself in front of Ye Liangqiu in a head-on confrontation. Seconds. But if there are just a few people, they can force Ye Liangqiu to pass the ball out. Shida Ryusei did not directly run without the ball, because he knew that the ball was in Ye Liangqiu's hands, so if he wanted to score, he had to get the ball first. Advertisement. The black traveler on the opposite side seemed to have noticed other sudden changes in the actions of Ito Shiren and Shida Ryusei, and he couldn't help but guess that it was because of Ye Liangqiu. But this idea was quickly verified. At the moment the whistle blows, Ye Liangqiu had already started running with the ball. He was very fast, but this feeling gave rise to a bad premonition in Itoshi Rin's heart. Especially Bing Jiyang, who had been paying attention to Ye Liangqiu. He had long sensed a change in Ye Liangqiu, but he couldn't tell where the change was. But now I finally see it clearly. This guy is actually willing to pass the ball. Under the astonished eyes of his former teammates, Ye Liangqiu actually started to cooperate with Wu Traveler. Although they were not that skilled, their skills were very superb, especially the use of arm distance. Wu Traveler saw Ye Liangqiu and was also proficient in using it. Only then did I realize that I knew too little about this guy. Ye Liangqiu never told others how many weapons he had. He has never told others what his weapons are. It was only after that professional ball game that he discovered that he had a big problem, or that he found it in by fake you. The weakness of an individual will be infinitely magnified in the group. Ye Liangqiu understood this truth. Whether in reality or in a football game, an individual's power is limited after all. He does not have the ability to perceive space, nor does he have the powerful self-destructive power of Itoshi Rin and Jieshi. He can all you have to do is improve yourself to the extreme. However, even so, he can always be suppressed when facing these players and professional players. He has always understood this truth and has tried every means to solve it. Finally, he understood. Or maybe the answer is always by his side. He needs to destroy his ego that likes to protect the weak, and naturally integrate into any team. He does not need the love of the team, nor does he need to consider their feelings, but completely regards the game as his own. Battlefield. Treat the players on the opposite side as your enemies, your teammates as a general who may rebel at any time, and you are the king hanging above everyone's heads. Everyone is trying to pull me down from the altar. But before that, they are just chess pieces that I can play around with. Advertisement. On the court, the corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth slowly raised, revealing a vicious smile. The devil's eyes bloomed at this moment. Countless afterimages flashed in his field of vision. Each afterimage represented the world and countless information in the next few seconds. It keeps exploding in my mind. Since I am the king, everything must be used by me. Itoshi Rin's pupils shook violently. This guy's style of play has changed. He always liked to fight alone before, and many of them liked enemies who played this way because they had great flaws. It only takes one or two people to cut him off. These flaws often expose a team's fatal flaws. However, Ye Liangqiu is different now from before. He begins to use his weapons completely and starts to have chemical reactions with the people around him. If the previous Ye Liangqiu belonged to you, it might have a chemical effect. But now Ye Liangqiu began to actively look for opportunities that might produce chemical effects. Coupled with this guy's strength, it can be said that if he cannot be guarded, his team may be a boat full of holes in his eyes, which can be overturned at any time. Shidao Longxing almost didn't react before he was already cooperated by Ye Liangqiu and Wu Traveler. The corners of Wu Traveler's mouth curled up, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He finally knew why Ye Liangqiu was ranked top among everyone. This guy's passing was actually very good. But judging from the past, it's not his weapon. Moreover, as the two of them cooperate, his condition is rising linearly. The main reason is that Ye Liangqiu is incredible. This guy's passing speed are so fast that sometimes even his teammates can't even react. But every time the ball landed accurately at his feet. Now, he only feels that his strength seems to be exerting 120% of his power in cooperation with this monster. If you follow Huaxin Shiba's statement, this should be a chemical reaction, right? But at this moment, Ye Liangqiu didn't know what Wu Traveler was thinking. He only felt that after his playing style changed, the game had indeed become simpler, and the devil's eyes were frantically judging the goal route. Pass the ball, kick the ball and then score. Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth. I am seeing the future, and what are you looking at? Chapter 96, Sense of Destruction. A fierce and fast attack, with almost no mistakes in passing. This is what Wu Traveler said. Facing the enemy's defense and the encirclement and suppression of others, Ye Liangqiu seemed to predict everyone's movements in advance. Every time he passed the ball, he could accurately pass the ball to his feet. He even no need to face others to intercept the ball. All the person needs to do is run, because the ball will automatically come to his feet. The more he kicked, the greater the shock in Wu Traveler's heart. It was too outrageous. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu, who was cooperating with him. Where did this guy come from? Why didn't I hear about his reputation when I was outside? After all, with such powerful strength, he didn't believe that this guy couldn't become the 11th elite of the new generation, or that this guy's strength could definitely make him into it. But why is this guy exposed to the world now? Itoshi Rin on the defensive side was also thinking in his mind, looking down at the overall situation. No one expected the changes in Ye Liangqiu. After all, this guy had always fought alone, but he didn't expect that he would now start fighting with his teammates. Cooperate. This means that all the information in your mind needs to be calculated again. Defense, offense, what should I do to defend this freak? His thoughts at the moment were completely unable to keep up with the rhythm of the game, but his body had subconsciously reached the penalty area, waiting for Ye Liangqiu and Wu Traveler. Everyone else saw such a rapid offensive and moved towards the goal. Qianqie frowned and looked in the direction of Ye Liangqiu intently. This guy has changed even more than he imagined. To be precise, the reason why he chose Team B was entirely because of his guess. Ye Liangqiu will not go to Itoshi Rin's team. Then it will naturally come to Team B. He wanted to assert his value through this game, but now it seems that there is no need at all. His value cannot be displayed among these top 7 players. No. I still want to seek to break through myself. My only weapon is speed, but Ye Liangqiu's speed is not weak. If I want to resonate with them, there is only one thing I need to do, give up everything about myself, even if this leg is broken once, need to run hard into the penalty area. Expect that insignificant goal. Advertisement. Qianqie's eyes gradually became fierce, and he rushed towards the right penalty area at an extremely fast speed. What he could do was interfere with the information changes of everyone on the field and create good opportunities for the goal scorer. He can also use his own weapons to draw the attention of the audience to him, including Ye Liangqiu, who is running with the ball. At this moment, facing the defender, the thoughts in the minds of Itoshi Rin, Bing Jiyang, and Jie Shi seemed to have reached a line. His thoughts seem to be in sync. With just a look, you can clearly know what the other party is thinking. What, and they can also predict changes on the court based on the information in their minds. The spatial perception ability is continuously strengthened and expanded in resonance with each other. The movements of the three of them were very synchronized. Itoshi Rin alone defended the Black Traveler, Jie Shi and Ye Liangqiu defended Ye Liangqiu, and Shido Ryusei also fell into a state of rage after a brief daze and rushed towards Ye Liangqiu. For a time, the goal of everyone in the stadium was clear. Ye Liangqiu showed a weird smile, 3 enemies with space perception ability. They are really scary. However, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. It's just that you all guessed wrong. Since I want to change myself, why should I be afraid of destroying my former self? I'm afraid the information about me is probably unknown in your heads right now, right? Jie Shi and Bing Jiang looked at each other, and both saw a shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, although they knew that Ye Liangqiu had changed his style of play, but, facing such an unknown Ye Liangqiu, they had no idea of Ye Liangqiu's next move. After all, this guy was just like a horse wolf. Destroy the balance on the entire court. Damn crow, get out of my way. Ishi Rin was in a head-on confrontation with Wu Traveler, and their arms were pressing on each other's shoulders. The cooperation that Ye Liangqiu had just formed was completely interrupted by this series of interceptions. Wu Traveler curled his lips with an unhappy look on his face. It took a lot of effort to find some form. A genius like you is really troublesome. And his eyes looked towards Ye Liangqiu, who was being surrounded. Wu Traveler also really wants to know what the devil who is dominating the court will do in this situation. Should he trust his teammates or rely on his own strength to break through the shackles? Advertisement. If he is given a choice, he must pass the ball. After all, their teammates had already rushed towards the penalty area the moment the two of them tore apart the opposing defense. It can be said that Jie Shi and 3 people tried to intercept the ball despite the risk of the enemy scoring. In the encirclement, Ye Liangqiu spread his arms to block Jie Shi and Bing Jiang one after another. At this moment, the figure of Shidao Longsheng was rushing towards them. At this time, Ye Liangqiu took a deep breath and said, I have to admit that the more powerful the opponent, the more fresh and pleasurable it can bring to me. But that feeling is slowly waning. I seem to like the sense of destruction you have. The next second, Ye Liangqiu's pupils were completely red, and the aura all over his body was like an evil ghost crawling out of the abyss at this moment. His hands became harder and harder, completely stopping the 2 figures at a safe edge of his own, and Shidao the moment Longsheng rushed over, his movements were completely reflected in his eyes. The fusion degree of the Demon King's eye is 100%. You can see the future 3 seconds later. Special awakening form, future vision. In the flow state, the devil's eyes will overlook the future of the entire stadium world from all directions, and nothing on the stadium can escape your scrutiny. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu only felt that his eyes, his body, and everyone on the court seemed to be still. The original afterimage stopped in place, and his eyes were spinning crazily. At this moment, his body instinct was it broke out in an instant. The original state of stillness ends. Countless afterimages passed by. Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his left foot, and at the moment Shido Longsheng slid to snatch it. There was a bang sound. The roar sounded and the ball rushed towards the goal at great speed. But the mechanical goalkeeper has an extremely broad field of vision, and since this is an ultra-long distance straight shot, its reaction speed is faster than that of a human being. It has already reached the place where the ball is about to arrive, and is about to counterattack. Chapter 97, Gift. At this moment, a red figure flashed across with lightning. Astonishing flames burst out from Qianqi's pupils, and his long red hair was flowing in the air, and he was chasing the ball. At the moment when the ball was about to be counterattacked by the mechanical goalkeeper, he steadily intercepted the straight ball. His eyes met Ye Liangqiu's and he quickly raised his right foot. There was a bang sound. The mechanical goalkeeper was unable to react, and the ball had already rushed towards the upper left corner of the goal. Qianqi clenched his fists, leaped high, and assumed a goal-scoring posture. The score now came to 1-3. Otoyingtai couldn't help but praise, this speed is so exciting. Everyone knew that at that moment, Ye Liangqiu had only 2 situations, passing and shooting, but he chose the latter, and the goal should have been blocked by the goalkeeper. After all, a long shot would not be possible without when the field of view is blocked. The mechanical goalkeeper's defense speed is very fast. However, there was only one person on the entire court who knew he had a chance to get the ball. That was Qianqie Baoma. This guy never expected Ye Liangqiu to pass the ball from the beginning to the end. He clearly knew the desires and selfishness in this guy's heart. He would not treat them as teammates but as tools. Since the tool has expired, you must rely on your own weapons to score goals. Qianqie has learned how to judge Ye Liangqiu's methods, so he rushes towards the penalty area at the risk of his life, just to gain a chance. Only he can fight for this opportunity. Because his speed was born to surpass the ball. Now, he has succeeded. The suppressed pleasure in his heart exploded at this moment, and Qianqie was extremely excited. Could this be considered his first victory over Ye Liangqiu? At this time, Qianqie's eyes met with Ye Liangqiu's again, and what he saw was a pair of calm eyes, as if this goal was not worth arousing any emotion in him. Qianqie raised an eyebrow. Isn't he angry? The ball was stolen from me. Advertisement. At this time, Erzi stepped forward with a look of panic in his eyes. Did you just take the initiative to grab the ball by yourself? Or were you just staring at the ball? What do you mean? Qianqie didn't understand. He scored a goal. Why was Erzi so shocked? Shouldn't he? After a few seconds of silence, Erzi told a fact that sent chills down Qianqie's spine. You also know that I'm not the only one who is good at spatial awareness on the entire court. At that time, in that situation, Ye Liangqiu had only two choices, shooting and passing. I actually saw that his shot was not a shot. I passed it on to you on purpose. Qianqie was stunned. How is that possible? The guy's powerful volley like that can't be a pass. Erzi shook his head. Actually, I don't think it is possible, but when faced with a three-person siege, the reason why Ye Liangqiu kept restricting the others and did not pass the ball out is because I guess he was waiting for you to enter the penalty area. Or, he's forcing you to grab the ball. Accurately calculated your speed. Force me. Qianqie wiped the sweat from the corners of her mouth, feeling a little confused for a moment. Erzi nodded. The whole scene was in chaos. In just a short moment, he used himself as bait to lure everyone's eyes to look at him, thus ignoring you who was running towards the penalty area without the ball. And that just now the goal from beginning to end of that transcendent shot is to hit the final point of your run. It's also the ultimate distance you can run. It is undeniable that you may have grabbed this ball in the eyes of others, but it was actually Ye Liangqiu who fed it to your mouth. I can't imagine what step he was able to see, but in that situation, everyone thought he was crazy to take this kick, but I know, what kind of skill did this guy have under this ball? How come? This is the first time that I feel that I need to re-examine the Demon King who defeated me. Hearing this, Qianqie's pupils shook violently and he gritted his teeth. So, this ball of mine is actually just a gift from the Demon King. Even performing in a theater to let others know that it was you who stole the ball. So, this is what his calm eyes meant just now. Advertisement. He just uses himself as a scoring tool. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Qianqie would rather not score this goal. He looked at Ye Liangqiu's back. The joy just now had been wiped away, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. In your eyes, this is just a gift. Not far away, Ito Shiren, Jieshi and others also discovered something fishy about the ball just now. Especially Itoshi Rin. As someone who had known Yoroki before, he knew that this guy would never pass the ball to anyone else, but now, this fact has been broken. Ye Liangqiu has undergone an unimaginable change. This change was wrapping up everyone on the entire stadium. Ishirin seemed to see a layer of blood-colored air lingering on the stadium, and the grass on the ground was withering away. Shido Longxing also seemed to smell this breath, and all the cells in his body were trembling. His pink pupils stared at Ye Liangqiu's back, revealing a wicked smile. Both Bing Jiyang and Jieshi were still immersed in the shock just now. They did not expect Ye Liangqiu to shoot in this situation, and they were completely unable to consider that there was someone who could catch such a ball. But after thinking carefully for a few seconds, Bing Jiyang and Jieshi glanced at each other, and both saw the shock in the other's eyes. Ice Weaver Sheep sighed and said softly, perhaps the devil in your mouth has completely descended on this court now. Manipulating other people's futures. It's unimaginable. Everyone is talking, excited, and surprised. However, Ye Liangqiu walked calmly on the court at this time. Every step he took, he was reminiscing about the pleasure he had just felt. He briefly entered the flow state, the whole world became still, and he could see countless goal routes. These routes are achieved through various passes and goals. And that ball just now was where I saw Qianqie could run in the future. Then he launched an instinctive kick. This feeling is like playing chess, the whole world is your chess piece. At this moment, he was as happy as ever, and the scarlet flames in his pupils were burning continuously. I use the future as a chessboard to control the future of this group of players. What I need are chess pieces without any emotions, not a group of egoistic players. Chapter 98 Ninja. Changes that make people feel unknown. It was as if a fishy wind that was swallowing everyone was washing the entire stadium over and over again. Ye Liangqiu looked at all the players expressionlessly. Next, I will take over the dominance of this game. Strive with all your strength. In despair, enjoy the last pleasure. The whistle is about to sound again. In Itoshi Rin's team, Kaishichi wanted to communicate with Itoshi Rin, but all he received was a cold look. As for Shido Ryusei, he didn't even have to think about it. From beginning to end, this guy just immersed himself in your own pleasure. How about I cooperate with you? Qixing Honglang walked up to Jie. He could see that this game has been completely dominated by this group of top 7 players. Now they can only show their value as much as possible. Maybe only then can he appear in the next U20 competition. There is no doubt that Jie, Bing Jiyang, and Qixing Honglang have reached the edge of the cliff. Taking one step forward is an abyss. Bing Xiang's big eyes didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't object. Jie sighed. The previous plan was correct, but he couldn't imagine the operations of these top 7 players, especially Shido Ryusei's previous goal, which made him completely confused. At this time, Bing Jiyang said slowly, the 3 of us can cooperate. But you still have to compete around 2 monsters from beginning to end, otherwise, you will definitely lose. With that said, the 3 of them began to discuss in a low voice. Ito Shiren raised his eyebrows. However, Shido Longxing also noticed it. Look, you are so arrogant that even your teammates don't bother to talk to you. Isn't it the same for you? Itoshi Rin retorted, besides, I have no interest in the discussion of this group of weaklings. It's just a few kicking methods. In the end, you still have to rely on me. And what about you? Apart from going crazy on the court, does it have any other purpose? A pink-haired pervert who only acts as a clown in restricted areas? Advertisement. Why didn't the circus arrest you? Shidao Longxing sneered, and the veins on his forehead bulged. On the other side, Chikiri and Fotoko both looked at Ye Liangqiu, and then at Karasuba and Odo Yekage. It seems that since the start of this game, the value of the 2 of them in the team so far very little. The value of Qianqie has already been reflected. But the second son has been lingering in it, without any effect. Whether it is defense or offense, he is now the flaw of the entire team. It's just that the opposite team's attention is all on Ye Liangqiu. That's why Erzi was able to hide safely in it. This feeling was very uncomfortable. If it was to mess around in a game, then why did he come here? The person who destroyed him in the first place is right in front of him. But there was a fear in Erzi's heart. He no longer dared to say the words to Ye Liangqiu directly, I want to challenge you. Or perhaps, Ye Liangqiu's strength was no longer with them. Dimension. What on earth am I supposed to do? Reflect your own value. Well, I'm afraid that all adaptive players participating in this kind of competition will doubt their lives. Their previous weapons will have almost no use in this world of monsters, and will even be regarded as weaknesses. Upstairs, what do you know? This is called the rhythm that is about to explode. I, Jaimin, have already started the countdown. I am just waiting for Jiabao to look down at the audience and toy with everyone while applauding. Ha 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 ha, lol, brother, it's really as fierce as you said. Why hasn't Jieshi awakened yet? By the way, aren't you curious about how fierce it will be to play against the U20 team? Hui Xin seemed to have said before that it is entirely possible for the people in the blue prison to shock the whole world. I can't even think about it. If this group of self-interested people is allowed to when crazy people go to a stadium, the whole world will be shocked. They are facing a group of players who are constantly killing their teammates, and they are also a group of players who will do anything to be number 1 in the world. As the whistle sounded on the playing field, the kicker was Itoshi Rin, who was much more steady this time. In an instant, he passed the ball to Shido Ryusei. Shido Ryusei didn't pass the ball as quickly as before. Instead, he began to observe the movements on the other side. Advertisement. It's just that his actions were always noticed by Wu Traveler, who immediately stepped forward to guard him. Their arms kept pushing each other's bodies apart to keep them at a safe distance. But in the next second, Shido Ryusei noticed a white figure floating by, and Otoyukuta passed by the two of them like a ghost. Shido Ryusei wanted to protect the ball and began to move the ball quickly with both feet. At the same time, Ishi-Rin noticed Shido Ryusei's predicament and quickly stepped forward to guard Otoyukuta and gain a chance for him. At this moment, a figure joined him in the melee. Ye Liangqiu's figure tore apart everyone's attacks. He stepped forward quickly, and like a bullet, he came directly in front of Shido Longsheng. Their eyes met for a moment. Shido Longsheng discovered that the ball at his feet had been kicked out. He looked back and saw that Ye Liangqiu had already rushed towards his penalty area with the ball and cursed, ****. However, unexpectedly, three figures suddenly appeared in front of Ye Liangqiu, which were the three little ones discussed before. The look in Jieshi's eyes seemed to have seen through Ye Liangqiu. He and Bing Jiyang looked at each other, and the two quickly stepped forward without giving any chance to shoot. It also slowed down Ye Liangqiu's speed. Both of them have spatial perception ability and can detect the movements of everyone on the field. Now as long as they delay for a little time, they may strangle Ye Liangqiu here. However, before the two of them could continue to step forward, Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball away, and the ball drew an arc, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ninja, walk gently. This road should be the assassination route you are most familiar with, right? This ball was as dazzling as a ray of light in Otoi Kajita, who had just finished the confrontation with Itoshi Rin. He couldn't help but muttered, "It's exactly what Wu said, your guy's passing is really bad. Give your teammates some room to operate." That's right, the perfect landing point of this ball was exactly the direction that Otoi Shadow Tai intended to attack. But that can only be running without the ball, but now, Ye Liangqiu has predicted his own movements in advance, which means that this guy is forcing himself to move forward and keep moving forward. Take a step back and the ball becomes a dead ball. Chapter 99, Pleasure. Without any hesitation, Otoi Shadow rushed to the spot where the ball landed like a white phantom. All eyes were on him. And Itoshi Rin also rushed in his direction, and before he could shoot, he had already arrived in front of Otoi Kajita. The two refused to give in to each other. Itoshi Rin leaned forward, and Otoyukuta moved towards the back. His footplate was very stable, and he could even see the ball flowing under his feet. It's like playing football. It's just that in the eyes of Itoshi Rin, these were all redundant actions. The next second, as if he saw Otoyukuta's movement trajectory clearly, he kicked out fiercely, hoping to directly intercept the ball. However, the corner of Otoyunkai's mouth raised. "What I am best at is hiding myself. Although you can see it, are you sure you can touch the ball?" The next second, Yingtai withdrew the ball with his right foot and hooked with his left foot. In this short moment, he included countless actions. Itoshi Rin's body had no time to react, and Otoyukuta had already used Oxtail to bypass him. At the same time, it was just a brief confrontation. Other players around him have already taken over. In order to completely restrain Ye Liangqiu, Jieshi and Bing Jiyang always stayed close to his side to reduce his mobility. That's right. In the strategy just now, their subjective consciousness was to suppress Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu restricted, after all, he is just a person and cannot foul on the court. Jieshi and Bing Jiyang were like personal bodyguards, circling around him without giving him the slightest chance. But both of them continued to make judgments on the information on the field, trying to keep everything in his head. In the end, it evolved into this, with three people running at the same time. But, the more they ran, the more Jieshi and Bing Jiyang felt something was wrong. "Haven't you discovered it yet?" Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded. He glanced at the two of them. "You can't beat me in a speed competition. It's easy for me to break through you. It's not that time yet. But it's soon. The future I see is coming soon." Jieshi didn't understand, but Bing Jiang's pupils suddenly dilated and he quickly ran towards the penalty area. Back to defense. Back to defense. Advertisement. I saw the Ice Weaver sheep rushing towards the restricted area. After Jiexi's brain shut down for a second, he also discovered something. Damn it, is this guy treating himself as bait? No. No. Ye Liangqiu would never use himself as bait. He'll just go in the direction where the scent of a goal is closest. But, why is there an uneasy feeling lingering in my heart? Suddenly, he looked at Ye Liangqiu and observed the information on the field. Jiexi's pupils contracted violently. Found it. The hour hand of Ye Liangqiu's demon king's eye was spinning crazily. Your future has been tampered with step by step by me, and now the ball should be flying in front of my eyes soon. After Otoiakage broke through Itoshi Rin, he was immediately blocked by Qixing Honglang and the Ice Weaver, who returned to defend. As for the other side, Karasa Traveler and Shidori Yusei were also rushing towards the ball. In the melee, Qianqie also ran towards the goal without the ball, and no one was marking his position. Otoyingtai seemed to have seen this scene. He blasted out with his right foot and rushed out with a slight spin on the ball. The moment he saw the ball coming, Qianqie was about to jump up and stop the ball. A scarlet figure had already arrived behind him. I said, your future has been seen through by me. This ball is mine. Ye Liangqiu arrived here at some unknown time. The speed was so fast that everyone only saw a beam of light flashing in the air and a roaring sound. Volley. The ball went in without any surprise. Qianqie was a little sluggish in place. I was robbed of the ball. Was your teammate stealing the ball? Although this is very common in Blue Prison, why was Ye Liangqiu where he was running just now? He vaguely remembered that Ye Liangqiu was not restrained by Jieshi and Bing Jiyang. Advertisement. Qianqie looked back and saw Jieshi's gnashing of teeth expression, and understood everything. The score now comes to 1-4. Itoshi Rin's team has reached a big disadvantage. To be precise, there is no hope anymore. Because of Ye Liangqiu's current situation, the three members of their team with spatial perception ability are completely unable to figure out what this guy is thinking in his heart. Something. It's not even possible to accurately judge this guy's location, direction, and what he wants to do through prediction. A chess piece without emotion. Ye Liangqiu seemed to be thinking about something when he entered the ball. He looked up at the ceiling. I only need to care about the direction, position, location, and final goal of the ball, but this kind of it seems like I can't enjoy the pleasure I want by scoring goals. It was as if he knew everything in advance and accurately grasped everything. The final effect of connecting the future you see with your own future is scoring goals. However, this way of scoring goals is like a program. There is no need to mix any emotions or emotions. He only needs to score goals and win by himself. However, the sense of pleasure this gives you seems to have been reduced countless times. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but think in his mind, could he be an M? After getting such a powerful ability, you actually despise it. Is it fun to force others to torture you? Shaking his head, Ye Liangqiu came back to his senses. He looked at the horrified eyes of these players and seemed to feel a little bored. Now he seemed to be playing football with children. There was no pleasure in torturing them. At the same time, the whistle sounded once. The final ball competition is about to begin. After getting familiar with both teams, there is actually no suspense in this game. From the moment Ye Liangqiu changed, the gap has already appeared. It is very simple to deal with Itoshi Rin, a divided team. Even Karabukito could see that the relationship between Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei was almost broken. Not even a little chemical reaction can occur. How can we defeat their team? But there was another person who was very unwilling to do so. Jieshi knew that this might be his only chance to play. With just one goal, and only one goal, he could unite the team. Want to come? Ice Weaver suddenly said in his ear. At this moment, the eyes of the Ice Weaver sheep also burst out with an astonishing fighting spirit. After all, they were already on the verge of despair and could not fight to the death. All of them will lose an opportunity to express themselves and be seen by the world. Jiesher nodded and wiped the sweat from his chin, of course. Chapter 100 Sacrifice. Contribution, no. What I need is not a contribution, but a goal. How can we snatch the ball from these monsters? Both Jieshi and Ertzi are facing a huge problem, that is, how can they exert their own strength and ability in this game? This may be their only chance. The whistle sounded. This time it was Ye Liangqiu who kicked off the ball. After looking at Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei, he immediately chose to pass the ball to Itoshi Rin. Although he had reached a cooperation with him, Kiseiichi, in the final analysis, the two have the greatest probability of scoring. On the court, only the one who scores the goal is the most dazzling presence in the core of the entire team. There is no doubt about it. Itoshi Rin received the pass with a cold expression, as if the ball should be passed to him, of course. He glanced at Shido Ryusei and quickly ran forward. At this time, Wu Traveler had also stepped forward and approached, not giving the other side a chance to breathe. Itoshi Rin immediately passed the ball back, preparing for a 1-2 with Bing Jiyang. "Pass it to me," Jieshi shouted from the side. However, Itoshi Rin ignored it and already passed the ball. Jieshi was stunned. Has this guy completely regarded himself as a loophole? That's why you won't pass the ball to yourself? The corner of Wu Traveler's lips curled up. Don't you understand? In our eyes, you are just a mortal. Getting the ball means giving it away. It seems that even your teammates have abandoned you. The veins on Jieshi's cheeks popped out and he gritted his teeth. Although he was angered by these words, his body was already rushing towards the restricted area. On the other side, Bing Jiyang's eyes were constantly observing the movements of the entire stadium, especially Ye Liangqiu. When he saw him rushing towards an unknown direction, he raised his eyebrows and said, in his position, "Could it be? Can you still catch the ball? Isn't it possible?" At this moment, a figure stopped in front of him. Ertzi's pupils were burning. "Hey, stop looking around. Even your teammates can't catch up." "Really?" Bing Jiyang looked calm. "Unfortunately, I have never been an attacker, but a person who sacrificed for this game." Advertisement. The next second, his field of vision became extremely broad. Two people have already rushed towards the goal area, one is Shido Longsheng and the other is Jieshi. The figures of these two people running without the ball are particularly conspicuous. There was a bang sound. Without any hesitation, Bing Jiyang passed the ball directly from the sky. The ball drew an arc and rushed towards the penalty area. Everyone began to defend and run in that direction. At this moment, at least 5 people in the audience felt the impact of the ball. Shido Longsheng rushed over like a madman. "This ball is mine." Itoshi Rin also rushed away at extremely fast speed. In the penalty area, Chikiri and Otoyakuta also ran towards the direction of the ball, one red and one white, like lightning interspersed in the stadium. A pop sound. Shido Ryusei jumped up high, as if a pair of wings sprouted from his back, raised his legs and caught the ball before it hit the ground. The ball landed just a few meters in front of everyone. It's hard to imagine how terrifying this guy's speed was in just a short moment, and he actually got the ball before everyone arrived. He looked crazy, and the veins on his cheeks made him look like an evil ghost. "Ha ha ha, the golden player is here." It's just that he was completely unable to stabilize his balance. After receiving the ball, his body quickly began to twist. His eyes were obviously observing the eyes of everyone below, and the next second, his legs and feet exerted force. The ball drew an arc and flew out again. He actually wanted to force Shenlong to swing his tail in the air and shoot. But after the ball was shot, everyone guessed that the ball could not be successfully shot, and even accurately obtained a complete landing point. It can be said that there are several people above the entire stadium who are confronting each other by predicting the future direction. Speaking of luck, the place where Qixing rushed was just right to catch the ball that had just been shot. Advertisement. Jiesher had a fierce look in his eyes. This was his last chance. As if feeling the aura emanating from Jieshi, Qixing Honglang passed the ball directly. At the same time, Wu Traveler quickly followed up, "Mortal, I told you, you can't get the ball." After receiving the ball, Jieshi sneered, knowing that he was being targeted by the Ukrainian traveler. He also knows that as long as he gets the ball, this guy will stick to him like a dogskin plaster, but this is the effect he wants. Jiesher's ball flew quickly on the court, and the blood in his body was surging. Wu Traveler followed closely behind him, trying to press his arms directly on his shoulders to slow down his speed. However, Jieshi rushed towards the goal again like a wild horse. He clearly knew that even if his field of vision exceeded Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei, there were still these people on the field. But his physical fitness cannot support a head-on confrontation with this group of people, and sometimes he can't even reach the direction he predicted. This feeling made Jieshi feel aggrieved. After all, he was not weak, and it was entirely because of his body. But who can blame this? Physical growth was achieved over time, and he had never noticed this before. But now, he must break through this barrier. Jieshi's eyes were extremely fierce, and many players were already surrounding him on his left and right sides. Shido Ryusei even started shouting, "Pass the ball." In just the next second, Wu Traveler had surpassed Jieshi. His figure drifted directly and stood in front of Jieshi. He said extremely arrogant words, "Mortal, I will drive you to death." Damn it. Jieshi could only stop. The restricted area under his feet had not yet reached the area where he could shoot directly, but he could not confront the top 7 head-on. Could it be that he could only pass the ball out? Suddenly, Itoshi Rin, who was running without the ball, came to Kishi's side. Although he was in a physical confrontation with Oto Yakuta, Rin's expression was quite fierce, as if to say, "Hurry up and pass it to me." At this time, another figure rushed out from the left side of Jieshi. Bing Jiang and Ertzi also came here at the same time. Both of them looked at Jieshi. At this moment, all 4 players with spatial perception ability have seen through the final direction of this game. Jieshi is thinking about it in his heart. To be honest, he doesn't want to pass on the opportunity to score a goal. But now it will be disconnected if it is not transmitted.
Hey, it's me, Audiobook Collection. Before we wrap up this video, I wanted to let you know about my exclusive Google Drive link. It's available for just $35 on my Patreon and Ko-fi shops. With this link, you'll get access to over 400 plus audiobook novels. If you're interested, check it out and enjoy even more amazing content.